Peace, peace. I'm sorry, I was running a little behind. Uh, Peace to everyone. Let me turn this music down. Reset my mic. Peace to everybody. Gen 2 gone. I'm looking forward to our conversations. I hear you on other panels, and I'm like, that person knows what time it is. Um, you know what time it is. Thank you for being here. Not know Luana Hedgepath, thank you always for your support, your encouragement. Your presence alone encourages me. Marie Wyatt, TD4L. Hold on, let me get the music. Peace to everyone. I don't know what all y'all heard with that music. I keep forgetting to turn it off. It kind of interferes. Let me refresh my mic. Boom, there's that. Mic should be good. Mic check. Let me see. Where was I? Marie Wyatt, TD4L. I would like to know what that TD4L means because I see it in Big Dog Philly OG. Peace to you. Maybach, good to see you. Like I was saying, Gen 2 gone. Good to see you. I hear the things that you speak on, and your perspective is what I'm on. So I'm looking forward to building with you and having a conversation with you because your questions are profound and your insight is right on point. I just think some people just aren't there. Dominique, salute to you, Dominique. Luana Hedgepath, as always. Dre Cobb's music, salute to you, man. Congratulations on that fire album, on that fire music. Took us back to real hip hop, real rap. Y'all check out Dre Cobb's music. The Serpent God, King Morpheus, original. Salute to you, Seven Serpents. What's up, man? Realists, you always bringing the focus onto the important questions. I don't know. That's why I ask. Some people, think I'm just talking, man. I'm just, that I'm looping, that I'm just, So that's why I had to go back to basics, man. Am I delusional? Am I going psycho? Am I living in my mind? Is what I think I see not really present? Am I imagining these things? The enemy's public, how fitting. Peace to my brother, the realist McCoy. Salute to you, man. Okay, now this one right here, I got schooled. Yeah, I'm not gonna apologize for my children in the back, but just know that their presence is always around me. So they are in the back as a reminder of why I do this. Um, where was I? Yeah, I know I got schooled yesterday on ye or thou, thou. Where is it? Oh, it's on the screen. It's not the Y is silent. It's sounded. It's pronounced with the TH. So the heart underground. Thou art underground. Thou art underground. So there's that. Snow fire. Peace to you. Thank you for being here. Not no. Always. Yeah, Marco Power, man. I'm into you know, yeah. But you're busy today, so you've dropped it already in the chat, so I appreciate that. Interesting too that enemy equals 62, 26, 73, and 19, and queen equals 62, 26, 73, and 19. Perfect match. 4 out of 4. Come on, man. What? Dre Cobbs, that's right. Salute to Dre Cobbs, man. Salute to you, man. His album is different. It's needed. This community has an artist. Support him. This community has an artist. Chief 18 Wheels. Be safe out there, man. Appreciate you, man. Big Dog Philly OGs in the building. The #1 supporter right there. Promo 2023 and beyond. He's like, not know if Big Dog Philly OG's not on your team, you're gonna lose. You know. So yeah, Chief 18 Wheels. Make sure I didn't miss anyone. Make sure I mod up everyone so y'all have access to each other's channels. Just click on it instead of having to go to the whole YouTube and then there's 20 people with the same name. At least you can click on it, go to channel, see what they're about real quick, and still listen in on the live stream. It works out for everyone. It works out for everyone. Let me move on to the next one. I just want to share that one with Marco. Yeah, let's go through. The enemy, an enemy, y'all. Do we have an enemy? I put a poll up on my community wall. So far, the yays are winning. The yays are winning by a landslide, but would be interesting to hear from those who think otherwise. Let me just say a few opening words and then I'm gonna drop the link because I'm looking forward to hearing a few people. Not a few. I would like to get all 10 up here and let's try to figure this out. Draw a conclusion and let this be the last one. And I can refer to everyone and say, yo, you have a doubt? Just go check out this live stream here. I have 10 people up here. Listen in. What resonates with you resonates with you. I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna have a part 2, but I just want to put it all on the table today. Quality exchange today. Can we have a quality exchange of information in regards to this subject matter? Rashard, TSL, FM, FP. You hear the children in the back, so I can't say it the way OG be saying it. um, Rashard, TSL, good to see you, man. Good to see you, Rashard. Big Dog Philly OG. Salute to you, man. Um, yeah. Hope I didn't miss it. Oh, let me make sure everyone modded up so y'all can Go to each other's channel. Boom. Okay, my channel. Let's see, where am I? Real boom. Still figuring out this whole thing, and I'm on my phone, y'all. So boom. All right. Yeah, I see nothing but blues. Uh-oh. There is a new one on in the thing. There you go. Click on Big Dog Philly OG. Make sure y'all sub up. Make sure y'all sub up. He may not always agree with you, but he will allow you to speak. I'll give him that. Now the religious thing, I don't know. He might, unless he dedicates a stream to that day, but he's like me. We ain't on that religious, mythological, Mickey Mouse, Disneyland. Uh-oh. So yeah, let me run through these definitions of an enemy and see what you all think. I know you all can read it on the screen, but for those of us who are just listening in, let's go back to the first one, huh? Okay, just by definition alone, what comes to mind, man? I mean, do we have an enemy? Okay, that is the first one. A person who actively opposed or hostile, who is actively opposed or hostile to someone or something. Ah, a person who is actively opposed or hostile to someone or something. Here it says in the Bible, my enemy is someone who does not like me, someone who wants to do harm. What is the true meaning of enemy? A person who feels hatred for, fosters harmful designs against, or engages in antagonistic activities against another, an adversary or opponent. And they go on to say an armed foe, an opposing military force. An opposing military force, you all. It says on this page, you'll find 77 synonyms, antonyms, and words related to enemies, such as adversary, agent, antagonist, attacker, bandit, competitor. Okay, an enemy is a person who actively opposes someone or something. All right. So what y'all think? What y'all think just from the few definitions from different sources? Seven serpents, yes, yes, seven serpents. That's why I said back to basics though, bro. We're gonna first at least acknowledge if we do or not. This is just I'm going back to basics because there are those who feel as though this is just our imagination. So I'm just saying, back to basics. Do we have an enemy, seven serpents? A big all caps yes. All right. So should I just, we have no opposition, we have no counterpoints, no one who says our enemy is within us, that this world is a reflection of us, that we created this reality. Come on, there has to be someone out there. This is your opportunity. Come on. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. We want to hear it. Mason equals 62. Peace to my brother. The enemy's public. Rashard TSL. Salute to you. Did I miss anyone? Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Yes, let's all support Dre Cobb music. He's doing big things. He keeps it all the way 100. Dre Cobbs, as I listened to your entire album, I did not hear one religious reference. Salute to you for that. Salute to you for that. That's growth because Dre Cobbs is in one of the most religious cities in the United States of America, and that's Chicago, Illinois. You have the Muslims, Nation of Islam, the Christians, Catholics, Baptists. I counted from all 83rd all the way to 79th and Racine, from 83rd and Racine, 4 blocks, minimum of 12 churches. And I counted that back in 2005, so it might be plus or minus. And I didn't hear one religious reference to every song that he made. So salute to you, man. The focus, man. You know who you are, what you about. And I'm glad you're able to put that in your music. Max Vision in the building. Max Vision would tell you that, well, I'll let him tell you himself. But Max, I went over, do we have an enemy? And I defined the word terminology enemy through different sources. Gentoo gone. I'm really looking forward to a conversation with you. Many conversations. Sometimes the enemy is the one who gives you what you want. They just legalized psychedelics in Cali. Psychedelics, I know they legalized marijuana back in 2018. That's when I left California in 2018. So I don't know if you all consider marijuana psychedelics, but hopefully Gentoo gone can confirm if some of those definitions are very European. I can compete. I can compete with someone without being the enemy, and they not be mine. True, true, true. Absolutely. The enemy is public. Then in turn says my answer is emphatically yes. We do have. He says plural enemies. Did I see somebody say salute to my good brother Smoke Signal? Smoke Signal's in the building. Smoke Signal, Smoke Signal, man. I have a project that I'm working on, and I would like for you. You're on that list of people that I would want to be a part of this project, if you don't mind. I will announce it. I will announce it as people join the panel. There's a project that I'm working on, and Smoke Signal, Big Dog Philly OG, the enemy's public. You know, just whoever would like to participate. But I did compose a list, and I'm glad Gentoo Gone is here because I had her in mind, but she hasn't been over here, so I didn't know if So I'm glad she's here. Smoke Signal though, salute to your Smoke Signal. Let me make sure you mod it up, man, because I know you be writing some things, and you're not here to offend anyone, but the algorithm be trying to block you out. And what the world, Smokes? Who, Chief? What is going on? Already, you ain't in here 2 seconds. Somebody done timed you out, man. Oh, man, I knew it, man. I was a little slow on the draw. It probably was by accident, though. I'm a salute. Let me see. Maybe I can undo that. Let me see if I can undo it. No, I don't think I can. Dang. I think dude did it by accident. So salute to your Smoke Signal, but you modded up now. I knew. How'd I know, man? Called it. I called it, man. I was like, let me hurry up and mod Smoke Signal up because he gets yeah. So salute to everyone in here. Appreciate y'all, man. I really appreciate y'all presence. Okay, let me continue on real quick. Um, I see the chat is on fire, but let me continue on Let me continue on in this. Okay, so then now y'all have to. I'm working off my phone. I don't foresee myself setting up a studio and devoting, you know, with the babies, and just the best I can do for now. Number one on this list. Okay, enemies engage in destructive criticism. Okay, they their criticism always tries to tear you down, not build you up. All right, boom. Two, enemies spread. Oh, let me get that from up the front. Smoke signal, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. And anyone here, man. Let me make sure. If not, man, just um if I miss anyone new and need to be mod up, say something. Everybody gets a mod up here. Plus, I put the subscribers mode on, y'all, because cockroaches invaded me last week when I started calling out names. Or it could just be a hater. There's a lot of haters. Haters are born every day. Let me see, did I get that one? Enemies spread gossip about you. They try to hurt you by turning other people against you. All right? They try to hurt you by turning other people against you. Now, first thing come to mind is let's just use the race card. We hear bad things about one race and bad things are said about another race. Just this propaganda, man. You know, Denzel, what's the anyway, I'm not going today, I don't know. So they spread false gossip about you. They spread bad information. Enemies sabotage your path to success. They may try to hold you back even when it doesn't help them. Come on, I'm just look. You see what the title of this is? Back to basics. Because there are those of us who are in denial, which is all right. They don't have certain expectations. Their standards are not up to others, but I'm I'm sensitive when it comes to my feelings. I apologize. I'm a man, but yes, I'm sensitive. I don't like being lied to, and I don't like any of these things that I'm listing off to be done or said about me. Enemies sabotage your path to success. They may try to hold you back when it doesn't help them. 4, I just got it, just a little list. Well, that one went more in depth. 4, enemies may show defensive body language. They might turn or lean away from you or put up physical barriers. The reason I highlighted that is they may put up physical barriers. All right, y'all just roll with me on. I'm just going back to basics. This is a simple enough for a child to understand it, right? Enemies may show aggressive body language. Instead of being defensive, your enemy may go to the other extreme, blowing up buildings and saying 2 planes went in there, shutting down the world for the flu. You can't even see your grandmother, your mother. Yeah, they're real aggressive. Got you put a mask on your face. All right, look, I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep this basic. Trying to keep this basic. Trying to keep this basic enough where I can explain this to my 6-year-old son at least. All right. 4-year-old is, I don't know if I can get it that basic, because the concept of an enemy is just, we're born naturally in this world wanting to love and play, enjoy each other. You know, that's what we not just look at children and you'll see what we naturally were supposed to be. And as we grew older, and the more television and the more schooling and education we got, the more we listened to the garbage music and the entertainment. And even in the Bible, you would think the Bible would be just a peaceful place and teach you about love and doing the right thing. But man, the murders, the backstabbing, the perversion, the anyway, all right, look. Let me make sure my mic. Hold on, let me boom. Enemies try to beat you at your own game. They aim to gain a foothold and then overtake you before you realize it. You understand that? They aim to gain a foothold and then overtake you before you realize it. Yes, there's a lot of families that the government is the father. You know, they convinced us that man and woman, we shouldn't work together, even though we work together to make the babies. But we shouldn't work together to create a life for the babies. And they overtake us. We believe more in the government and in the system than the actual ones that are in our lives that we can ask for a cup of water or a couple dollars to borrow to pay your bills. You go down to the local church and ask them to pay your light bill. See how many different applications you have to fill out. 7, enemies lie about who they truly are. I'm going to leave that one there for a minute. I'm going to leave that one there. Enemies lie about who they truly are. This is a common tactic, says online, and also happens in person and on your TV. Let me reset my phone because I need this. I need this one right here, man. I need this one. That's the thing with this StreamYard, man. This burnt drain your phone. It gets hot. Enemies lie about who they truly are. Come on. Come on, y'all. Come on. Enemies lie about who they truly are. That's why it's so hard. It's so hard to, damn, there's 40 comments. What should I do? Should I take a break and look at these comments? Hold on. There might be some generals that came in the room. I got to salute them and mod them up. I'll leave that right there on the screen. All right. Enemies lie about who they truly are. Peace to you, Kimba. Peace to you. Dangerous music in the building. Uh-oh. I done made it, y'all. I done made it. Dangerous music is in the chat. Salute to you, Dangerous. You a dangerous dude for real. Dangerous dude right there. Y'all check out Dangerous Music. Salute to Big Dog Philly OG for bringing us Dangerous. Dangerous is Let me see, where was I on this chat? Let me see. We'll leave that up there for anyone. Where was I? Okay. Max Vision. Enemies cry out in pain as they strike you. Kimba. Peace to you, Kimba. Kimba. Peace to you. Uh-oh. Here we got one, y'all. We got one. There's Kimba. Kimba, I'm looking forward to hearing from you, your perspective on this. You are your own worst enemy. It's your thoughts. Wow. I'm going to leave that comment up there. That's what I want to hear, though. That's why we're having this basic. Do we have an enemy? Uh-oh, Chief 18 Wheels says, I'm starting to see a lot of masks again. The news must be pushing that BS. The realist McCoy, the Latin word inimicus, meaning hostile, unfriendly, is the root of enemy, and it comes from the prefix in or not. And amicus, friend, not friend. All right, salute to you, Marco. Chief 18, I believe they're trying to push it again, and there are some who seem to welcome it. Unfortunately, that's sad. That's straight sadness. Straight sadness right there. Maybe people need to recognize who the true enemy is. It is yourself. It's your thoughts. We have free will. Are you all hearing this? Belly Ray, salute to you. I'm going to leave this comment up here for a minute. Where is it at? Boom. Anthony Lowe, salute to you, man. Thank you for being here. Belly Ray, peace to you, man. Heavy hitter right there. Heavy hitter. Boots on the ground. Boots on the ground. Not no say. I tend not to argue with myself much these days. We've reached an understanding. All right, let me go. I see McCray 1000 has hit the chat up. Salute to you, McCray. Yeah, I'm looking forward. Hey, come on, let's go. I want to, Kimba, I'm really looking forward to, for the people hearing your perspective on this one, because, and it's not a setup. People over here, we don't argue nor debate. We exchange information. All right? We exchange information. You know, salute to you, Blue. Salute to you, Blue. I think everybody modded up except we got to get Dangerous and Blue. Annapurna in the building. Annapurna, peace to you, Annapurna. Annapurna doing great work. She's boots on the ground, learning skills that we can use right now so we can tell the system goodbye. The Bible tells us about how God destroyed his enemies while telling us to love our enemies. That's why there's confusion. The enemy's public. I'm telling y'all, man. Sub up to that brother channel. You know, his perspective is he takes his time as he speaks. His ego, I don't think his ego speaks at all. I think that's one person I could say that when he speaks, it's not his ego, it's his true self. You know, let me go and see, make sure everybody modded up before I continue on this glorious list. Just basics, just back to basics, just basics. You know, I hear people speak on it. You know, okay, there's dangerous music. Salute to you, man. Salute to you. I think that's it. Dangerous. Oh, Belly Ray. I thought I modded you the other night. Belly Ray, my bad, man. Big disrespect. Anyone else who doesn't have a mod stick, can you make a comment? I can't scroll up anymore. I want yeah, in the I can't mod anyone up on in the StreamYard. Right there, that comment right there. The Bible tells us about how God destroyed his enemies while telling us to love our enemies. Salute to you, the enemy's public. That's the confusion, man. That's why people are walking around, don't know if they have an enemy or not. We're confused. We're confused. Okay, let's get this comment off the screen. Boom. Bam. Let's get back to this list. And then I'm going to drop this link so that I can hear from a few people, as many people as possible. Because this is it. This is it. Put it on the table. I'm giving an opportunity for those of us who have a thought on this subject matter to put it on the table in this live stream. Do we have an enemy? Do we have an enemy? I had another one prepared. There it is. Do we have an enemy, or is it all in our minds? I had that one prepared also. So, okay, back to this list. Enemies lie about who they truly are. All right. Okay. I had some extra information. Enemies have unconditional antagonism towards you. No matter the situation, they're always working against your interests. Oh my goodness. They are always working against your interest. I don't know. Enemies are needy, jealous, and selfish. Y'all reading it, y'all seeing this now. This is the description according to WikiHow. Found this list very intriguing to paint a picture. Enemies don't support you like true friends do. True friends are advocate for your best interests. Okay, let's get back to this one. Enemies, no matter the situation, they're always working against your interests. True friends are advocates for your best interests. No matter the situation, they're always working against your interests, is your enemy. But a true friend are advocates for your best interests. I don't know. I screenshot this for a reason. Oh, enemy. If someone is your enemy, they hate you or want to harm you. That is an enemy. This is my definition of enemy now. Okay. So apply. Oh, I should have started. Dang, I should have started Kimba's comment. Salute to you, Bronze Flat Power God. Appreciate your presence, man. Thank you for being here. Um, let me get back to where is Kimba's comment, and I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna make Kimba feel as though, Kimba, I want to hear your thoughts. Do not think that this is what this is. No. Okay. It's good to have. Okay, I'll continue on my list because I can't find the comment right now. And okay, it says if someone is your enemy, they hate you or want to harm you. So we want to harm ourselves? It's the question we have to ask if we say that we are our enemy. If someone is your enemy, they are opposed to you into what you think or do. All right, that's the list that I composed to go back to basics. Just the basics. I am going to drop this link. I'm still learning, you all. I'm still learning. Bear with me. All right, there's the link. Oh, the thing is, what is it that I'm doing that both platforms are typing? Just because I'm streaming on my backup channel also. All Saturday live streams called Real Talk. Also streams to my Real Talk with the Realist McCoy backup channel because y'all know I'm not YouTube friendly. I'm not YouTube friendly and I don't intend to be. I will try to I will try to I will try to I will try to be under the radar as much as possible. But at the same time, I still should be able to express myself. Although I know that YouTube's guidelines and product does not fall under the Constitution. Okay. So I don't feel as though I have the right. I don't feel as though I have the right. YouTube has to allow me to express myself. They are a product. This is their business. They have the right to refuse my business and turn me away. All right. So I do not have the right to say and do whatever I want to do on YouTube. YouTube is not a part of the Constitution. YouTube is like a home. They do not have to let you in. They have that right. All right. So just want to make sure I don't play that card. All right. YouTube is not a part of our constitutional rights. I want to say peace to Kimba and welcome her to the panel. Appreciate you, Kimba, for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. And Looking forward to this conversation, this interaction, this build here. And anyone else, feel free to hit the link. And uh, and if anything that I shared you resonate with, or you oppose, or have some insight, I would really like to hear it. I really would like to. I already know how I think. I already know my own thoughts. I'm more intrigued by others, to a certain extent. So, peace to you, Kimba. How you doing?
Pretty good. And I like your topic because I think that's very, and like you say, important. If we were all on that, same page, will not be running around in this mass confusion, over who's our enemy, who should we be helping, collaborating with, and all that. So I like the topic because I've been struggling with this for a while too, realist, in my own mind. Like, who's the enemy? Do I blame it on the system? Do I blame it on what they've done? What we've been lied to and bamboozled was the word I used. But you know how I see it? And it took a long time for me to realize it. If they put the truth in plain sight, they do that. We have our own free willpower to choose, right? Like we could choose to eat junk food or good food. We can choose to put our kids in a public school system or homeschool them. Okay. A lot of us can. Not everyone's in that situation. Okay. Some people can, some people cannot. Who's the real enemy? Because at the end of the day, how I see it, I have to participate in it. So, like for me, so if I still have to participate in it, how am I going to complain? Because that takes me right back to it's my own free will, it's my own choice. So, that's when I came to the conclusion, who's your enemy? I can get mad at a lot, I can get mad at a lot that's been done to us. But I look at the two simple things, truth in plain sight and willpower. Period. That's how I look at it. I can say, like, for me all day long, I could say, I don't got time. I'm busy. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. And there are times I can't do stuff. But then there are times, and I'm honest, that I come up with excuses. I won't lie, out of laziness or fear or, oh no, how's the system going to react if I go against it? But in the long run, I choose it myself. That's how I see it. I yield.
Can you go in depth in why you say that we are, um, like how you came to how can I say this? The comment that you made earlier. Um, well, I'll just say, okay, we'll go with this comment, right? With this, where is it? Just basic
Yeah.
on the screen. No. That's for Marco and the rest of us gematria heads. Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. That's the definition.
Yeah, I started off by just the definition, just the basics. This is
Yeah.
we're gonna just go by just the definition of words. We don't want to play the
Yeah.
changing the definition of words game. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
This, we speak English. We all know that this language is a curse in a
Yeah.
sense. But
Okay. Gotcha. Hmm. Harms a thing that harms or weakens something.
A person who actively opposed
Mm-hmm.
or hostile to someone or something. Someone who does not like me, someone who wants to do me harm. A person who feels hatred for, fosters harmful designs against, or engages in antagonistic activities against another, an adversary, an opponent. Adversary, agent, antagonist, attacker, bandit, competitor.
Mm.
A person who actively opposes someone or something. What is this one? Let me see. Okay, that was the list compiled. So I want to welcome. Can you correct me on how you sound? You say that because is it yay heart underground, thou heart underground?
Oh, it's just the like.
Okay,
You
the
can hear me?
okay, yes,
Yeah.
the heart underground. Peace to you. Thank you for joining the panel. You see what the subject matter is, and just basic, I hear, majority of people who I've been traveling this YouTube streets since January 23rd when I hit the panel for the first time of this year. Enemy has always been my talking point in the sense of trying to bring awareness. I've been studying and yes, studying this topic through my experiences. It's not like I went searching to find an enemy. I just realized that I was being treated horribly. And anyone or anything that would treat me horribly and is against me, I consider to be my enemy. Just on a basic level, just on a basic, basic level, not making it complicated. And so through the years of accumulating information, I drew a conclusion that I had an enemy. But I'll go in depth with that as we go on in the live stream. I want to welcome also Gen 2 Gone. Ask and I shall receive. Gen 2 Gone. I'm telling you, you're next. You're on that. You're on it. I'm telling you. When London had that ladies night panel, and you opened up with that subject matter, I was like, oh, this is about to be fire. But it didn't.
Thank you.
It didn't build. The fire didn't build as hot as I thought it would because you were on another level, and I think some didn't get it. Seven Serpents.
Realist, how you
I
doing?
see Seven Serpents, man. Seven Serpents is on it. All right, I'm telling y'all, Seven Serpents is on it. Doc told me. He's like, yeah, I think realist, you'd resonate with Seven Serpents. You and him, you, and then, and I've been listening in on him, and I'm like, well, Doc is right about that one. So,
Is it good to talk to you? Hello to everyone on the panel.
yeah, y'all got it.
Peace.
Thanks
One
for
reason I
having me,
wanted
boy.
to jump on. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So yeah, let's that the heart underground. If you would like to open up and say something, and then Gen 2 Gone, Seven Serpents, and then Max Vision in the building. We got 4 more spots, y'all. Come on with it, and I'll even drop down
Damn,
so
it's
another one could come up.
Hi
full
guys,
house.
saw some
Thanks for
names up
having me,
here. I
Nicole.
thought I
Peace.
had to talk to you guys.
Yeah, right on.
Nice.
All right, well, yeah, thank you, and basically just wanted to open up talking about this distinction because I think you're right to keep it simple. There is an enemy. It's like corporeal. It's like actually individuals who are all fucked up. But then it does get complex, and I think that will be a crucial nuance to talk about to some degree. And essentially, I guess I'll just say I'm of the opinion that life, like physical life, sentient life, is of an initiatory structure. like it is essentially we are like magic beings, and we are taking in everything from the universe, whether it's energy or communications from people who are dead or alive, and we are they are capitulating to sentient life. So if you are alive, you know, if you're actually a corporeal being, you are on a level of life that is above what is dead or what passed away. And it's not a hierarchical like you're better than it. It's just that whatever is not corporeal is capitulating to you. Capitulating means like when a war, like when the kings go and they meet, they capitulate to an agreement, you know, and that's essentially what how the afterlife interacts with physical life. So, but that comes with it a price tag, which is that human beings have to deal with that energy and they have to deal with the shadow of whatever's coming in. So anything that is not dealing with that is gonna go mad. And I believe that there are a lot of people on this planet who have discovered some kind of like backdoor fucked up psychological way to deal with this, which allows them to essentially prey on people who are actually doing the correct work in order to overcome the the negative consequences. Like, you know, if you're a person who's living your life and you're succeeding and you're helping others, you could say that you are conquering that energy. You are dealing with the initiation. You're actually going through it. Whereas basically people who are parasitic are not doing that, but they're preying upon the people who are, and those are the enemies. So it's, you know, the enemy is inside you and you have to deal with that, but at the same time there are other people who don't want to deal with it and they want to attack you because you're creating the gold inside of yourself. So I'll just leave it there.
I would like to add that, you know, as an opening, I would like to ask each person to answer that question. If we could add that also. So you say, yes, thou heart underground. Yes, there is an enemy. We do have an enemy. But you're saying that it's internal and external.
Right.
Okay. All right. Let me get this comment off the screen. Gentoo Gone. How you doing?
Hi, thanks so much for having me on. Every time I say a word, my dogs flip out because they think there's someone here. Sorry, they'll be over in a minute. But yes, we definitely do have an enemy, and I believe that the people who actually sometimes give you what you want. Like I said, we sit on these panels, and in the chat. We sit in the chat sometimes and we listen to folks who are, and no offense to any stoners who can keep their brains about them, because I know there are some and I love them, but there are some who cannot. And they sit up there and jabber on about things that make absolutely no sense. And you wonder how in the world they get through their actual lives. I never want to be the person who is looked at and someone else says, oh, bless her heart. You know, because I know we know a lot of them, you know, and I think that, quote unquote, the government has quite a good stake in keeping people stoned, keeping them drunk, keeping them reliant on their system. And now in California, they've legalized psychedelics. And by psychedelics, I don't mean marijuana, which is the strains now are ridiculous. I mean, they can practically put a person like me in the hospital. But now we're going to have people running around on mushrooms and even DMT. It's actually in their legislation in California that people can go ahead and have your DMT, go ahead and have your mushrooms. And the more I believe people indulge in those things, the more dependent on government they become. And that's just what they want. Because, I mean, when you talk about the steps to communism, you know, they want you depending on the government. They want you sitting there spewing just blather and spinning around in your own footsteps, not knowing what you're doing and not being productive because you rely on them now. They can tell you what to do. You go ahead and accept their giveaways and their handouts and their freebies, and now you depend on them. Of course, you're going to vote for them again, because if you don't vote for them, those freebies and the giveaways might go away. So I definitely see something evil and malevolent towards us by giving us exactly what we want.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would say that the enemy in the parasite inside of people is going to be fed. The more you feed it, the less you want that person challenging themselves. I would also respond saying that there's a nuance, which I think that a correct teaching would eventually get these people to see them as stepping stones and not like an end all be all. Where it's like you no longer think of mushrooms really as like the gate towards your enlightenment, but rather as like maybe like a first impression to get you to start opening your perception, and then you eventually move towards like more serious ideas and practices.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But you never want to be that person who sits there and just nonsense falls out of their face while other people are like, oh yeah, I totally get where you're coming from, and people who are maybe not stoned, because I know there are so many stoners who can absolutely come out with some amazing content and come out with some profound thoughts, but a lot of them can't handle it. And it's obvious. And like I said, it's the ones that we got to say, oh, bless their heart, let them talk. But, you kind of wait for it to be over, because you just can't live in whatever quagmire their minds are spinning around in.
I want to say peace to JJ, the Enlightened One. That name is fitting. He's on what we on. But peace to JJ, the Enlightened One. Paul is in the building. Miss Seven Serpents, I apologize. I just was waiting for the right time, but appreciate you being here. Thank you. The Phoenix rises. Paula's in the building. She said she rolled out of bed and is here. Thank you, Paula, for your support always. So yeah, Seven Serpents. I already know, man, but let the people hear.
That's a loud yes. That's a yes. We have an enemy, but then there's another. I saw somebody in the chat say we have enemy, as in plural, and I think that's another good angle to bring up. Is it just one, or is there more than one? And I would say, yeah, there is more than one, because I can just think of something like the subject of sociopathy, which isn't really pertaining to any one group of people, but sociopathy is a big problem. But then I think even when we do look at multiple groups, we can kind of trace it back in one direction, because it's still this system and whatever is perpetuating this system that is allowing for things like sociopaths to flourish. And we could take that in a lot of different directions and look at different problems we have, but I think it's all going to go back to this system allowing these problems to flourish, and then we can look at who's mainly in control of perpetuating that system. But one of the reasons I really wanted to jump on here is that question of, is this all internal or is it external? And as Yehart said, he's got a view that it's both. And this is where I disagree with a lot of other spiritualists, is that I think it's irresponsible to neglect participation in reality and dealing with the actual people who we can look up their addresses and names who are causing these problems. Well, at the same time, I do think it's important to do all the internal work. And that just means simply looking at who you really are and who do you really want to be, and then finding ways to work and make that change. Consider your own integrity, things like that. Your sense of sovereignty. We talk about meditation, but meditation on what? That's something I would very much recommend to everyone, is to meditate on your sense of sovereignty and become very solid in that, so you won't be pushed into these agendas for the sake of comfort. That was quite a bit, so maybe I'll leave it there for now.
No, you're good, man. You're good. You covered great talking points. Great talking points. Max Vision, how you doing, man? Good to
Doing
have you
good,
here.
thanks. Glad to be here. Yeah, the enemy within. I want to talk about the advocate within. That we should be our advocates and find advocates like this panel, like this chat. Right? Who are our advocates? Who is actually working for us? I want to find those people.
Do you,
Like who?
do
Like
you,
who's actually? Oh, sorry. Like who's actually uplifting us? You mean,
Yeah,
Max?
Yep.
Okay. Like okay. Sorry, realist.
no, I just Max though he didn't, the initial question. Do we have an enemy from your perspective, Max?
Oh yeah, many.
It's like, oh yeah.
Unfortunately,
It's
yeah.
it's so obvious to Max. He said, "Man, it's not even worth answering that question."
Yeah,
Right.
we can list off names, and like Seven said, their names, their address. We know where they are. We know who they are.
Yeah.
Up to a certain level, and then it gets kind of a little construed, but we can find them. We do know where the enemy is. Absolutely.
So Kimba, hearing all that we've heard
Both.
from
Both.
the Heart Underground,
Yeah.
Gentoo gone. Where are you at? What?
Both. I would have to say both. Like that's yeah. Both. Because like Max said, and everyone said, we have outside enemies, but I also still see it as taking. I'm not. For me, this is for me. I can't put everything on someone else. That's how I see it. To me, I was playing victim role. So that's why I had to step back and say, wait a minute, you participated in that. You did it. So who's the real enemy? Is it your thoughts? Because you have control of what you do and you can, participate if you want or not. So no, I see it as both. Your thoughts and like everyone else said, the other people that yes, we know, the leaders. And like you said, realist, real quick, when you summed it up before real fast, point blank, I will say that I realized this over the last few days. Anyone that does not have your best interests in mind, I don't care what position they're in this world, if they are not there to uplift you, and that brings it back to what Max is looking for, I would say we should, or, would be nice to look for. Anyone who does not have your best interests in mind at all and may not have an open heart, they're going to be, in my eyes, they're going to be jealous anyways. And to me, I see that as an enemy. Period. Point blank. Down the brass taxes, like you said, point blank. If they don't have your best interests, they are going to have some issue with you. That's how I see it. And therefore, it does make them that because they're not going to care if you succeed. They're going to want your downfall. And I've experienced this all myself already. Even with the closest people, even with your family, even the people you've talked to for years and your neighbors, when you find out that people either want what you have or they're not getting somewhere in life where you want to get, enemy, period. That's how I see it, enemy. Because the people are just proving it to me on my end, how they act, what they do. I yield.
Kimbo, I think you've got an excellent point. I just came back from vacation with my friend, and I call her my friend, but I also call her my Agent Smith because you know how people can be positive, but there are other people who they walk around and everything's a bit shit all the time, and that's her. And yeah, she every time you say something positive, she drags it right back down. Well, there's something wrong with it. Or if you do something great, and she'll say, "Hey, that's awesome."
Gen 2 gone, you broke up there a little bit.
Be as miserable as they are. You know, I I really like hanging out with her. I wish that she were more positive. My husband calls her my pity pal, and I don't want that to be true. But there are some people that you can't ever make them see a positive side of anything, and they will come at you just to make you as miserable as they are.
And yeah, and
Yeah.
that's where I see it as an enemy. And it's sad. It's sad. It's very sad. I think it's very sad. But you start recognize, like for me, you recognize how many are around you. Like you think, oh, this one's my friend. I'm talking to this one on the phone. I'm gonna go help this one. We're hanging out. And then when you start to like experience it firsthand, you're like, whoa, just like you said, you're like, wait a minute. If you don't want to see me progress in life and you have some kind of hatred or something dealing with you haven't addressed on you, enemy. That's just how I see it, enemy. And it's sad because it wiped a lot of people out of my life just recently. Because I was like, oh my. That's all I'm saying.
We may see a big divide in that coming up with the impending. Well, they're starting with masking, but we know that in the States, Joe has invested in vaccines. Justin Trudeau in Canada, he bought them till 2024. So we've already spent that money. We'll see how it goes this time because lockdownerism is coming. And the jab, we'll see who goes for it. Did we do enough work? Did we make enough noise to beat our enemies? I hope so.
Yeah, I really, I'm thankful for the thoughts that are being shared here because it could easily turn into the system, which is where I'm at with it. Majority of the people that you all are describing, I see as victims, as people who have been bamboozled and are not in their natural state. They've been psychologically defeated and abused, and they're only doing what they think they're supposed to do. They're being who they think they're supposed to be. But at the core, within their heart, they want goodness for all. It's just this world has made us all into a reflection of them, which is a beast system. Straight wickedness and perversions, evil and cowardice. It's not who we are. That's not who we naturally was born into this world to be. We are peaceful. We are kind. We're truthful.
I was thinking of the same aspect in a little bit of a different way of jealousy of light. They do want light in their lives. Everybody wants joy, happiness, and all that. It's how do you get there? And they've been taught a wrong way in many cases, I think, of how to get to happiness. Even though they hear these messages like that we talk about, the inner self and happiness through the self, they seem to chase other dreams.
I would agree that those people are victims.
Your mic's out. Your mic's out, 7.
I thought I heard him, but go ahead.
Oh, it's my sound. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
I think you were right, Max. You're out again,
I was
Seven.
looking at.
There you go.
Okay, how about now? Okay. Look at something like TV sitcoms that everybody watches to in a hypnotized state. and just like the moral character and the behavior of people in the average sitcoms, it is like that. It's cutthroat. It's stab somebody in the back, and greed is good, and all these things we see promoted. And somebody that grows up absorbed in that, it's the only world they know. They haven't been given any vision of what a life outside of that mentality is. So I would say certainly they are victims. And that's where it comes down to, just with things like this, getting information out, showing a different vision of what could be instead of what we're in. I think that's going to be a big help.
Totally agree.
Can I write off that 1 second, realist?
No, it's all you, Kimber.
Oh, okay. I was waiting for it. Okay. I just didn't want to jump in there. I agree with that. I see that the victim, like, yeah, like bamboozled. And I don't know if anyone pays attention. The more these lockdowns and all this stuff goes on and all that, I see, I don't watch TV, but I listen to these healing tones on my TV because I'm working on healing in my body big time. And it's rough. It's rough. That's why I see why a lot of people don't want to do it. It's very rough. It's frustrating. And I will see these commercials once in a while, and they are pumping out all these new mental diagnoses. And for who? The kids. All these mental diagnoses. And when I see that, it gets me angry because I'm like, really? Really? All these mental and then that makes me think of what she's, and then I'm thinking they're kind of like, I feel like they're pushing us. They're like pushing us into victim mentality. So, people can be like, because I experience it in my own family with family members, where we could be like, I can't handle that. I can't do that. It's, I'm too sensitive for this. And I understand a lot of people are sensitive to energies. I'm sensitive to energy. But all these mental diagnoses pumping out, it's like, what are they saying? To me, I see that as setting us, our children, the family unit, up for complete failure. When us parents are supposed to be the ones taking care of our kids and guiding them. That's all I wanted to say.
I completely agree with you, Kimba.
Yeah.
That's where they seem to target a lot of their efforts are on the kids, and have them come home and anything contrary to what mom and dad are saying, well, you learned it at school, so you got to believe it. And that's kind of frightening. I'm super blessed that my grandkids are pretty good at thinking for themselves so far. I mean, my granddaughter was like, "Hey, Granny, how come I have to wear a mask and walk over to the table and then I can take my mask off?" She's like, "That doesn't even make sense." I was like, "Sadie, you should be president."
Right? The kids are even thinking smarter than a lot of adults are these days, I notice. And that gives me positivity,
That should also show you exactly what I'm saying, is that as children, we were truthful. We just was about living, exploring, and we just got turned into some monsters, even within our own household. The things that we do to each other. Where do we learn them from?
Right.
Where did we learn them from? Oh, was it cool? Is this what life is about? Is this what life's about? Where are you telling me that this is natural? That we're born into this world clean, truthful, peaceful, and we're turned into some straight monsters. I don't
right?
know. To me, it's systematic. It's intentional.
That's how I see it. I see it as intentional too. I
All right.
do.
All right. So
Yep.
you see it as intentional. By
Yep.
who? By whom? Is the
Oh,
question.
yeah. Yeah.
That's
Our reality.
I'm asking you, Kim, but by whom then? If you see it as intentional, by whom?
A whole bunch of them. I don't, I don't know.
Okay, then. All right. Okay,
Okay.
let's go to this then. You say it's
Okay.
we have an enemy. It's both. It's within.
Yeah.
Let's deal with the within, which is what I'm asking. Did we naturally then? This is who we are. Base this off within. This is who we are.
No, of course not. We are like those, and like we are. I agree. Like what you and Max say, we are those innocent children. I believe that what took us away from that, for me, what I experienced, for me, because I had to, go deep to realize it in my shadow work, trauma. As soon as one piece of trauma came in my life, and I recognized it was at 5. I started to go away from me. Then another trauma hit me at 12. I went further away from me. Now I'm not this innocent, nice, loving kid. Now more trauma comes along. That's why I believe, like you say, systematic trauma from this, divorce of the parents, this, that abuse, this, that, whatever, systematic. And I realized for me, when I dove into all that trauma and dealt with it, it brought me back to that loving, childlike state. And then that's when I was able to realize, like what you and Max and a lot of people say, and Beck says it too, that we're not inherently bad. No, we're already good. We're those nice, loving little beings that want to have fun, in my eyes, have fun and meet other like-minded people and get somewhere and through this, thing called life, I say, in harmony. But for me, trauma came out and I had to go and heal it all. And I'm not even done healing it. And the more I have to heal it, the more I sit back and go, well, no wonder a lot of people don't want to do it. It's rough work. It's rough. It's overwhelming, especially the more trauma you've been through, in your life. Now you got to heal you so you can make sure your kids, if you have kids, don't go through that same trauma, because like you said, systematic. Because the kids are going to want to fall for the systematic because, a lot of them don't want to listen to the parents no more. They're listening to, the system in their phones. So then parents like me who are basically on board with what's going on in the system are like playing tug of war with the kids. It's disturbing. It is. Playing tug of war. I do it with my own kid. I have to. Tug of war where the system's grabbing him in and I'm trying to grab him out. And thank God he's already somewhat doing what I'm doing. He's looking up information. He's not watching TV. He's not go around bad energy. So he's already on board with what I'm doing. But then you still have that system that is so tightly gripped because, the kids want their comforts and stuff and they jump right back to that system. So it makes it war on us parents just to have our kids listen and, and get along without any butting of heads. I yield.
That's why
They go right to the virtue signaling.
Yeah.
Hey, this is how you be a good person. You wear your mask, you stay 6 feet away from everybody, you don't ask questions. When it was completely the opposite when we were kids, you had to ask questions. But now you just believe what you're told and you go home and don't tell mom and dad this time.
that's something I keep saying is that the kids being indoctrinated in school is the front line of the fight. I mean, there's a lot of different ideas out there that people agree or disagree on, But I would hope that our kids' minds being corrupted would be something that everybody agrees on, no matter what else theories you've got behind that or how we got to that point. And I think that really is it. Where you look at where they're putting the most effort, it is to get in between the parents and the children, so they can take on that role and usurp the parents' right to raise those children in a healthy, productive way. And what they're trying to do is just make useful bodies for this global work camp they're trying to achieve, which in their minds is a paradise, but is going to be a hell for the rest of them if we allow that to continue. And something you were saying about children, a couple of you have mentioned that about children having an innate sense of what's right. And I did a very similar thing, kind of going back through all my trauma. I call it psychic aggregates. And I would say, I had some bumps and bruises along the way, but roughly I didn't have a terrible childhood or young adulthood. But still, when I go back and found those places where I had energetic knots, it was always places in my childhood where I felt I was being done injustice. I felt injustice was happening. And there were a lot of different things, but I think more commonly than anything, it was anywhere I felt injustice that I had this residual trauma from. And I think that's not particular to children. I think that's particular to human beings. It's just that children haven't been run through the machine yet to where we have all these things beaten out of us by indoctrination. Yeah, so for me, that's where I entertain a lot of theories. We can go down a lot of rabbit holes, but I always want to bring it back to right where they're right to the point where they are doing direct harm to children. Because if we can't fight for that, then it's not worth it at all. There's nothing worth it.
Well, have you ever looked at the 8 steps of communism or 8 steps to communism? There's a lot more, in my opinion, but that's number 6 is take control of what the kids read, what the kids learn at school.
Right.
Once they take control, indoctrinate. And I mean, I haven't looked at the steps recently, but I can see every single one of them happening in the US. I don't know, because we do have other people from different countries, but maybe if they look around, they might see that we're going through all these steps to a fascist and communistic society. Some people,
that tells you where we're at on that scale of progression.
Yeah, I don't know where people stand. A lot of people think that socialism would be the greatest thing in the world, and I just can't agree with that. But I'm not going to go into those things. I just know that taking over your kids and teaching them what the state wants them to learn is one of the big steps, and it's happening all around us.
I have some positive news on that note. In Canada, 2 provinces have voted to have parental inclusion in any of these problems that children apparently are having with gender ideology. So that's been taken back to the parents in 2 provinces. It's very upsetting seeing that I live in China. We are one of the worst countries right now in the system that's trying to be put in place. And it's good to see pushback like that in that system. So that's positive.
I want to say peace to Sophia Byrne. Thanks for being here. Thanks for joining us. Peace to Kim B. I'm sure I said hello, but I'm just gonna say it again. Kim B, thank you for being here. Prophet Levi, absolute warrior. Salute to you. Thanks for being here. I think that's the new faces, new names.
McCoy, I'm going to go ahead and step down. I'm hoping somebody else will step up in my place because I want to hear from some of the folks that are talking in the chat. I mean, I know what my own light looks like. I want to see theirs for a little bit.
I
But
know
thank
I
you
have
so
to
much
go.
for
I
having
have
me
to
up
go.
here.
Okay.
I think there's plenty of room.
Gentoo gone, though. I appreciate your presence really, because I know your insight is right there. I'm looking forward to further conversations on particular subject matters.
Well, thank you so much for having me up here. I really appreciate it. I admire you, and I think that you have a singular focus on, taking care of you and yours and doing it the right way. So I much appreciate you.
All right.
Thank you, Jen.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would really second that. I really appreciate the way you stay focused on what's really important here, as you call it, no play on here. And yeah, I love that. I think we need more of that. Really getting to some real answers.
Yeah, because it's easy to get distracted and get off topic. I can do it very easy. So yes, I agree.
I love going down all the rabbit holes. I just don't want to stay there. I always want to come back to solid ground and then
Yeah.
get to a point where, okay, we got that information. Now what do we do with it? It's all about getting to that point of action for me.
Facts. That's where I'm at with it. Gather information, apply it to us, see what results we have, and then go get some more to grow. That's growing, as opposed to just having the same debates and arguments and conversations every day, which is fine if you're applying it, because then the conversation grows. Well, look, y'all, we talked about this last week, and I did it, and this what happens. And then
Yeah.
that's building.
Yeah.
You put up 3 bricks today, and then tomorrow 3 more bricks. Next, you have a house. But it seems like these conversations, if they put up 3 bricks, they take down the 3 bricks. They put up 3 bricks, they
Exactly.
take down
Yeah.
the 3 bricks.
I agree.
So
Yeah.
it's like,
Right.
I gotta see some kind of result from my labor or my conversations. I'm not here for the, like you said, 7 servants. I'm not here for the play. I got 5 babies right here, okay, that want to play all day. So if I'm going to take time right here, it's because I'm also here to share, what information that I've accumulated over the years. And I want to learn others' perspectives. I haven't learned everything. The things that 7 Serpents is going over, I have not dived into that. And it's adding to my thought process in trying to figure out this puzzling or find our way through this maze. So nah, man, this is why I'm here. There's plenty of houses on the block. According to Google, there's 12 million content creators.
Oh, I like that. I like that, realist. Yeah.
There's
There's
12.
other living rooms. I say.
Yes, there's 12 million content creators. I'm not for everyone. Not at this moment. So just keep knocking. Just go down. Just go to the next house. Don't try to change and tell me how I should build my house and how to furnish it. It's just not. That's not how it is. We have to. So yeah, 7 Serpents, man. I appreciate that you recognize that within me. That yes, I am focused. I have 5 children, man. The oldest is 11. I'm heavily invested in trying to form a future and an environment which is conducive to their natural abilities, as opposed to being suppressed.
I love your focus on solutions. I'm focused on that as well. There's actually a question I'd like to bring up and a couple comments about it. Where does forgiveness fit into this whole thing? Can we use forgiveness as a tool for winning? And who do we forgive and how do we forgive them? Because I think that's a great resource that we haven't really looked into.
That question, there was like 3 powerful questions within that question, man. So can we replay that and break that down into, I think it was 3.
Yeah, so I don't know if I'll say it the exact same way. Forgiveness, can we use forgiveness as a tool? Who do we forgive? How do we forgive them? And how can that benefit us and them?
I think that could only happen if they want to stop what they're doing and atone for it.
And we know many of them are forced into it. At least we believe so. If you see your family falling around you, because they're not agreeing, you're probably going to agree. But I think there are many people that are put into these situations that if we offered forgiveness, that they would change. Repentance is a big part of it. So if these people are repentant of what they're doing, or wake up and realize what they're doing is wrong, do we forgive them? How do we forgive them? How do we use that? I'm done.
I'll speak whenever it's my turn. I have something to say off that.
Kimba, come on.
Okay. I know,
appreciate your,
realist. I wait
your
for permission, buddy. I don't know if you want to talk and speak.
over here.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
over here you just express yourself. We pick up on it and we
Okay.
let you go. It ain't no arguing over
Okay.
here. It's just express yourself because we want to hear it over here.
I just don't want to jump the gun. Okay. This is how I feel about that, Max. The forgiveness thing, because I struggle with that too. I had to ask myself, what frame of mind do I want to live in? Do I want to live in anger and hatred over the enemies that, bamboozled us and set all this into play? And the more I thought about it, it was wrecking my state of mind. It really was wrecking it. Like I was in a frame of mind where no, something's gonna happen. Something needs to happen like now. I'm not waiting, and I was running around like a chicken with my head cut off, I would say, wanting to just tell everyone, get on board, what's wrong with you people, like a mad woman. And then I had to really go inside again. I got to go inside in me again. And I was like, it might be potentially harming your health, well, your immune system. That's the one thing under attack right now. I'm sure a lot of us recognize that, our immune system. So I'm going to put all that fear and hatred over what's being done to me. I'm going to walk around and I'm going to wear that. Now that means I go deep with my thoughts. Now that means I just gave them the power. I gave them the power to say, you guys are controlling me and now I'm mad at you. And I gave you the power. And in my eyes, they would know. I'm sure they see. In my eyes, I'm sure they could see which individual feels which way about the whole system in general. So I'm over here like, am I going to give them that power and be like, what I did for me? And this was not, and I still can't do it. I can't do it completely. I just do it a little bit, I would say. And I can't stick with it. I can't say it's just something I'm trying to do. It's something I practice with. I just forgave in general. I forgave myself for even taking part in it. I forgave just the whole system, even though I don't want to, even though I want to do something big and grandiose. I just had to forgive the whole thing because I was like, it was eating away at my head, at my peace of mind, you know? And I didn't want it to do that to me. And then in return, I was traumatizing my 19-year-old, I would say, because I wanted him to be aware of all the information I was. And then I realized and I started this with him at 16. He's 19 now. And he got to a point where he's like, "Oh, you're trying to ruin my whole life, Mom. Whoa. And that's a lot of information." And I was like, "Yeah, okay, now you're trying to freak your kid out." So I had to learn a balance and then learn to say, "Okay, it is what it is. I don't like it. I recognize it. Now I'm going to start making changes within me and my family." And then, like Realist does and says, and then you can find like-minded folk. For me, find like-minded folk that feel the same way, and you can bounce ideas off of them. You know, because it drives me crazy because I just don't like it. I don't like to see anyone be hurt, bullied, and I'm a big protector. I'm a mother. I'm a nurturer. You know, and that's it. I yield. I know
Something
that was
about
long.
something about empathy or forgiveness. I would say I can have empathy, and I can have empathy while I'm still fighting against what I don't want to see. Because I think about if you just take like the corrupt banking system, the global banking system, and if you were born one of these people, if the average person knew what an impact they have had on all of our lives negatively, if they got exposed and lost control, I think of what they call the Day of Bastille in France, where they finally got sick of it and they just chopped all the rulers' heads off. That's probably the vision they have if they fail at gaining control and we ever get to that point. It's probably their biggest fear that there's going to be a global Day of Bastille, and the villagers are going to come with the pitchforks. And so I can empathize in my mind why they wouldn't be eager to try, and I'm sure some of them have that moment where they look at the impact things are having and maybe smack their forehead and think, why are we doing that? I'm sure not every one of them is a animalistic demon incarnate, but I can also see that they probably realize in their position, if this thing ever fails, they're in danger. So they've got that motivation to keep going. So I think that's where maybe if there was some outlet where a lot of them thought they could be forgiven, if they just step down from doing what they're doing, that might go a long way.
In the groove, you're in the groove. I think you're on the Real Talk with the Realist McCoy channel. That's why you only see myself and yourself. That's the backup channel. Appreciate you subbing to both. Thank you for your support always. In the groove. Myself, I could forgive the victims. Easy. That's easy forgiveness for me. That's easy. But these ones who intentionally and know what they're doing and what their objectives are, the fire ain't hot enough for them. Burn them to ashes and spread their ashes. I don't know what we should do with their ashes. But myself, I could forgive the victims. That's easy. Because I know we were programmed. I know this is over generations. These are centuries. Today was centuries in the making. Okay, they have this force or this entity. Come on, I mean, for everything to be the way it is, you think that when they brought that jab, that juice, what you call it, Max, that hairball medication? Yeah, I think that's what Max called it.
Yeah, furball medicine.
Furball. I just can't get it. Furball medication. You think all of a sudden, yeah, they took those 9 months They had that thing probably 20, 30 years ago ready, you know, because they knew what effect it would have and for this moment. So those ones I will not forgive. They need to be held accountable. And even if you forgive them, it's not as if they're going to change. They are who they are. They're not going to change. They are who they are. That's like asking the water to be fire. It's not possible. It is what it is. So, you know, just stay away from me, get away from me. But the thing is, with this entity, they just won't leave us alone. And there lies the problem. They have to enforce their will upon us. That's a declaration of war. And I mean, no, so to answer your question, Max, yes, I can forgive the victims all day long. Everyone that is a human being that was raised in this system and was programmed and lied to and deceived, I'll forgive them. I wouldn't even hesitate to forgive them. But the ones who know are intentionally, oh no, there's no forgiveness for them. I'm sorry. It's just not possible. They have to be held accountable. Death is too good for them, but I would be wasting my time torturing them. So that's where I'm at with it. Salute to Tony Taylor. Peace to you, Tony Taylor. Glad to have you here, man. In the groove, you found your way over here, man. Appreciate you, big dog, Philly OG, Paula, Phoenix Rises. So yeah, a brilliant question though, Max. Very thought provoking. But also very simple because it's something that I think about all the time. So I had my mind ready in the holster, you know, because this majority of everyone knows what I'm about. I just want to get to safety. Let's get to safety and we can sort out who's who, where you're from, where we're going. Is water wet? Is up, down? You know, but if we all can just get to safety. They're not letting up because I mean, I don't watch the news. The only thing I hear is from when you all, I don't, like Big Chief 18 Will said there, he's seeing the masking going on. I don't know. I'm not in the world like that. I don't watch television. I'm not on YouTube. I don't listen to any propaganda. My news comes from my interaction with you all. And you see that they're not letting up is what you all are telling me. 2020 is not over. It was the beginning. To the beginning. You know, so.
Yeah, it's the replay.
I don't know if it's a replay. It's a building on. And they have an objective and they have an end goal. And their end goal is total destruction. They don't want you around. We are a stench in their nose and in their sight.
What up, dog? What up, dog? Listen, their goal is not to kill you, brother. I had to come up here and tell you this so you would stop it. Listen.
That's dark. Is that dark? Okay, that's dark. Okay.
If you think in one iota in your head that they want to, when I mean they, that means that the people that control the masses, if you think for 1 second that they want you killed in particular, then you're not thinking clearly. They want certain individuals killed. I don't think you're one of those individuals.
All right. Okay, hold on. Forget the ones they don't want. So who are the ones they want out of here then? Let's go.
They want people that are a perimeter, a physical threat to their agenda.
Say that one more time.
They want people who are perimeter and physical threat to their agenda. They want those niggas out the way, because that's the way they do business. It's a reason why you don't know what you think you know, or there's a blind spot within the dark man's agenda or his history, because they made sure of it. You don't think the reason why you don't know that your daddy was born in motherfucking Carolina or motherfucking Chicago or Tennessee or fucking Florida? It's a reason why you don't know your dad's history, because they made sure of it. And if you know your dad's history, your dad don't know his history. And if his dad don't know his history, he don't know his history. Like, you gotta nip this thing at the bud. This shit go back, way back. That's why they was able to manipulate our minds in the doubt and tell us we were slaves through manipulation and deceive.
Let's get back to who they don't. You're telling me that I'm not who they would want to take out, but by your definition, I am who they would like to take out.
It's possible they might want you eliminated.
So which
if niggas get behind you and you pose a motherfucking threat, yeah.
So okay, so we're back to
I'm not gonna sit and tell you you're not a threat, nigga. Like, don't listen to me. I'm just telling you. I may not be the person to tell you that you're a threat or you're not a threat. I don't think you are a threat, but it's a possibility that somebody may think you are.
Well, from the food that they feed me, from the clothing that they give me, the environment that they placed me in, they don't like me. They don't like us, because it ain't just me. Okay,
I'm gonna tell you why you're not a threat. You don't watch TV. You don't watch movies. You don't see the energy. You don't know what's going on. You eliminated yourself, so you're not a threat. You see how that works? You can't have it both ways, my nigga.
My point is,
you don't know that they're using the multiverse and using like the different kind of energies out here to control the people. You don't see it. You know why you don't see it? Because you choose not to see it. You have information in your head where you're not going with the flow.
See that comment? You see that comment on the screen? We all are threats, even if we know it or not.
I was going to say, let me back that up. Dark, just listen. I was just going to say, if we are sitting here on a panel, this is how I look at it. If we are all sitting here on a panel and we're discussing ideas of how to, solve issues that go against the grain, down to the people, even the people in the chat, and we know they monitor us and watch us, in my eyes, that makes us all a threat to them. And let me just give you one little personal experience of my own here real quick. I made a threat in my own home by my police department for the dumbest reason, and it was because I couldn't answer a question on the phone with 911 because I was laying on the floor not breathing. I was already marked a threat. So that's why I was saying before, they're seeing what's going on, who wants to stand up, who wants to make a change, who's discussing it. And yes, I believe there's low level people they may not be worried about. But if there's a large group of people and they see us all in here talking, wanting to make a change, believe me, they're like, oh, no, 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 we're not going to have that happen. And they're going to do everything to disrupt it, you know?
I agree. I agree with you, everything you just said. I really do. And I wanted to cut you off, but I'll let you keep talking.
Here, let me add this.
Hey, listen, hold on, bro. Go ahead, my bad. I'm sorry.
What I want to add is a simple fact that what's the purpose of the condoms? What's the purpose of the birth controls? What's the purpose of the abortions, the day after pills? What purpose do they serve in life?
They trying to stop the reproductive.
All right then.
The
So
reproductive.
therefore, they don't want us here. None of us.
I agree with that. But at some point, the children don't know what the daddy needs, or at some point, the women or the people don't know what. Like, cause listen, the people that are considered empowered, at some point, they're children. Like, look at the age group. Like, look at the bloodline, right? They don't know what they want. They're gonna make mistakes, right? But at the same time, why can't we identify those mistakes? You know, like, but even through identifying those mistakes, it don't really help you. And that's the problem we got. None of this shit really fucking, be honest with you, help you. Because it don't matter who the president is. It don't matter who the motherfucker in charge of media, in charge of radio. It don't matter. It don't matter because they're going to push their own narrative regardless who the president is.
Dark, today's video title and theme is Back to Basic. Back to basics. Do we have an enemy? What's your response to that?
Yes, we do. And I know who that enemy is. I could actually, like, if I wanted to, I would say that the people in Congress, like by name, state by state, all these motherfuckers that are the particular people who are like fucking 80 years old or 70 years old or 60 years old or even 50 years old. All these motherfuckers that's got a lifetime contract to be taken care of for the rest of their life. They're the motherfucking problem. Listen, they secured their bag. They made sure that they were going to live forever. Even in death, they made sure that they were going to live forever. See, because if I take care of my baby, or her baby's babies, or my son's baby and his grandson, like, they made sure that that was going to take place. And you could be blindly innocent with voting on dumb shit. Fucking people up and understanding that you're fucking people up and they don't even know it. It's powerful. It's powerful. Do you agree with me?
Hold on one moment, Dark.
Do you agree?
Kimba was there anything else you wanted to add before you had to exit?
Oh, no, realist. Thank you very much for having me up. I just have to go to town, so I didn't want to be rude. So,
No, you can say
No,
whatever you want to. I'm sorry.
so,
I'm sorry for
Kimba,
even
Kimba,
talking.
Kimba, I'm not saying that this conversation was life changing and had such a great impact on your thought process that you're able to now see the light. But was there, in conclusion, just from this live and what
mhm.
all were said, if you can close out by, even if it's still the same, just if you could make a statement as to where you stand on this subject matter, um, would be great.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel I'm not walking away with anything because I like to hear. I resonate with you, realists. I like to hear other people's ideas. I like to hear what maybe they're trying, what maybe works for them, and because I resonate with people like that. Don't get me wrong. I have my fun time. I'm only human. I'm a single mom. I got a full-time narcissistic family. So I go around YouTube and I have my fun times. Don't get me wrong. But when it comes down to it, I am a mother getting ready to take on raising my, 7-year-old niece. So I am already on board with what the system is going to want to throw in place for her, or if I'm going to get those lovely phone calls from the school telling me what to do. So I like to hear everyone's ideas, what they think, what they got going on, especially around the world and other countries, because let's face it, we don't get that information and hear ideas. So I never feel like I walk away without anything, realist. It's always something for me to think about, like when I go in town. And then a lot of times I do make a change. There is something that happens when I get information. Well, it helps me, it uplifts me. So, because I'm in the right panel. You know what I'm saying? I'm not on a
I
panel where we're
I
looping.
want to give you some energy before you leave, right? Like, hey,
Okay.
listen. I understand what other entities or other people are saying. They're saying get away from the system, don't do this, blah 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 blah. Blah. Listen, you can try to divorce the system, but really you're just hurting yourself. I'm not saying that you even rock with the system 100%, but you need the system. We grew up on the system. That's a
How
bad
does that,
thing,
how does
really.
that, how does that give her energy? Kimba, did you have any last words you wanted to say? I know you got to go to town.
Oh, no, that's it.
That was
Thank you,
it.
Dark.
Okay.
I appreciate it, Dark. I do. I really do, buddy.
All
No,
right.
Thank
no,
you.
like I appreciate you too. And the
Yeah.
reason why I said what I said, no disrespect, and Realist McCoy, why you cut me off? Like I was just trying to give her some words of influence, some things that she can work with, because I happen to know that you need to defeat the system inside out. You
I
can't you
get,
can't
yeah.
you can't hit it from the outside and think you're gonna win on this system. It's built to deal with that.
Dark, listen, I get it. Much love, mad respect, really, but I have to hit the door. I'm literally walking out the door. That's what
Oh,
I'm trying.
cool,
Yeah, and
cool.
that's yeah. So and realist recognizes it. That's all he's trying to do. So
Yeah, I
Oh
just
no,
recognize it. Yeah, the
okay,
system.
no. You're cool. No
Yeah.
disrespect.
okay,
I'm not.
okay.
I'm not attacking him.
I know, I know. So everybody, thank you.
Appreciate
Realist,
you,
thank you
Kimba.
so much.
Kimba,
Yeah.
um, you know, um, you were basically the only one in this room that felt the way you felt, and I appreciate the fact that you were able to express yourself regardless of what others think. I really admire that. So salute to you, peace to you, and have a good rest of your day. Peace to you
Thank
and your
you.
family and everything about you. So good. You added a lot to the stream. Thank you very much.
I appreciate that, realist. That means a lot to me. It really does. Okay. Everyone,
Much love.
peace. Have a nice day. Thank
Much
you.
love.
Much love. Bye.
So yes, let me see if anyone else has entered the building here. I think it's we're maintaining yes, Gentoo gone, Sophia Byrne, Kimba B, Kim B, I'm sorry. Kimba, Kim B. I apologize, Kim, please forgive me. Dominique, I see you you're lighting up the chat. Today is, well, let me make sure of that before I say this. Yes, today is Dominique's born day. You know, I'm not into that really at all. I minimize it even when it comes to my children. But so peace to Dominique. Today, since 1964, Dominique came into this world, you all, on 9/9, according to this calendar. What are we on, the Gregorian or Julian, Max? Are we, which calendar? They switch it up, what, every 200-300 years? I don't
I
even
think
know.
we're on the Julian, aren't we?
We're on the Julian? Okay, so yes, according to the Julian calendar. So Seven Serpents, man, how you doing, man? Appreciate, yo, Seven Serpents, I'm telling you, man, we gonna, yo, man, it's so great to meet, you came around at the right time, man, Seven Serpents. I admire
Really
you.
glad to be on here.
Yeah, Dark, man, when you gonna fire up some lives, Dark? When you gonna open up shop, Dark Chameleon? Oh, he must have stepped away for a minute. But yeah, me, I'm
No, I didn't step away.
oh, okay.
Really, to be honest with you, YouTube has silenced the Dark Chameleon. I've been trying to tell people this shit, like it's on some trill shit. Like, I speak the truth in the things I say. The proof, YouTube took my channel. That's
All
the
right.
proof.
All right. Okay, give me 3 things. Jack's Dreaming is in the building, y'all. Jack's Dreaming, evening
Hi,
from the
Jax.
very hot UK. Peace to you, Jax. Yeah, it's warm over here also, but give me 3 things, Dark Chameleon, that you speak on that YouTube does not like or did not like. 3.
Okay. Genderism. That's the first. Man versus women. That's the genderism. Racism. That's 2. This is actually pretty easy, to be honest with you. I'm just really prolonging it. The other one is celebrities. They don't like me speaking on that. Here's the last one. They don't like me speaking on racism. I could keep going.
Oh, I thought you was gonna. I thought you was gonna say the jab at some point, but you didn't even mention the jab. I know that one thing. That's outlawed. that's.
No, I'm not gonna speak on the jab, because the jab is like an alternative. That's not a real thing. Like, to me, that's not. Cause listen, hold on, listen. It's because, listen, if you know that there's nothing in the air that you can breathe that can fuck you up, if you know that, then the jab can't hurt you. You already know that. The world is mental. Your mind is mental. What you know in your head is mental. Yeah, they do physical things to fuck with your mentals. But if you're already mental, you're not gonna even succumb to that. Like, like, just mentally and physically knowing you're not gonna take the jab, then you're not gonna take it. So that don't have no effect on you. The masses already gonna do what they gonna do. Because in knowing the truth, the people that know the truth, we're trying to tell the people that are within mass what it is.
I want to say peace to Smoking and G Sharp. Oh,
Hi, G.
thank you for being here. Smoking and G Sharp, you made my day. A lot of you all made my day, but I'm so glad to see Smoking and G Sharp. Her voice is so calming, and her perspective is so insightful and humble. You know, it's one of those where she'll quote unquote kill you with kindness. So
I
peace.
got a question. I got a question for you, Doris McCoy. I think the last time I was on your panel,
Mm-hmm.
somebody asked me in the chat. They asked me if I could take away one thing in the realm we live in, what would it be? What would you take away? I know what my answer was. Let's see if you got the same answer, because my answer is the 100% truth. Let's see what you know.
Mine is what today's subject is. My enemy. It's just that simple. If I could do away with my
No,
enemy.
that's not the answer.
No.
That's the wrong
Listen,
answer.
Dark. That's my answer. I want to say
Okay,
peace to
cool. But I
Indigo.
think your answer is the wrong answer, nigga.
That's fine.
Period.
I'm all right with you thinking that, Dark. I'm okay with that. I'm all right with you having a different opinion or perspective than you. That's what we're here. We're not here to argue nor debate. We're here to exchange information. That's what this panel is about. We don't argue over here. We do not debate, and we do not enforce our will on anyone. We just exchange information.
Cool. I'm with that. I'm with that.
Peace to In the Groove. Salute to you, In the Groove. In the Groove don't hit just any and everybody's panel. So, and Max, I could, I say that a lot about majority of you all. Now I know Dark Chameleon. He's an outlaw in these communities, but he's cool, man. He just Seven Serpents. Peace to you, man.
Indeed.
I'm just chilling. I don't have no disrespect towards the Realist McCoy or anybody in the chat or anybody on the panel. I don't have no disrespect. I'm just a little different. I'm kind of different, eccentric. Like, you know how people are eccentric and they think that they're in charge and shit, like they'll be on that bullshit. Well, I'm the different. I think I'll be on my shit.
Now, Dark, I do want to follow up on what you would take away from, but I would like to hear briefly from, not briefly, but Dominique and In the Group, since they're just now joining the panel. And Max Vision, I would like to see what Max Vision's, as a matter of fact, Max, if you can answer that question real quick. If you had an choice to take away one thing in Seven Serpents, what would it be? And then I would like to get to Dominique and In the Groove, and then Dark Chameleon, I want you to close out that question. But Max.
I wish to take away nothing, because unfortunately this is the way it's done. I wouldn't remove or add a thing. I think God made this, if you want to call it simulation, this reality. I think God made it perfect. It's up to us to amplify that perfection, to make it what we want it.
Damn. Seven Serpents, man, come on, man. He put the fire out. Come on, Seven Serpents, put the fire back on this enemy. Fuel on this enemy, man. Please, man. Max. No, I'm just. Go ahead, Seven Serpents.
I take away Zionism.
Oh, all right. Straight to the point. Dark, if you want to answer briefly your own question, and then Dominique and In the Groove can rock out real quick.
I would take away money.
All right, boom. All right, Max, though, somebody likes your answer, and an apparent. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people, not just someone, but Max. Oh, Max, that answer just does not resonate with me at all, Max. I'm sorry, but I just, whew, but Max already knows how I feel about that. So salute to you, Dominique,
That's all right.
on your boring day here. You're spending a little time with the realist McCoy and the rest of us, man. What's going on with you, Dominique?
Well, if you don't mind me entertaining the question, because we're living in an age of information, what I would want, if anything possible, would be able to lift the veil of our conscious ignorance. Once we become aware, whoever these people are wouldn't have a fucking chance. It's our conscious ignorance right now, an age of information, so people can't use the excuse of omniscient that they don't know. I'm talking a little bit with a little bark today, because I hear people talking about the truth and love, where that's an energy. If you're in the presence of truth, you'll know what it is. You don't need to defend and talk on its behalf. It's there. So when people become less ignorant, then they can become aware, especially in this age. Anyway, that's me yapping a little bit too much, McCoy.
All right, the main question of the day: do we have an enemy, Dominique?
Right now, there is an obvious enemy. We just don't know how they're doing it.
Yes or no?
Okay.
Yes or no?
Yes or no? You want black and white? Yes.
Yes. All right. In the groove. Salute to you, man. Peace to you, man. Yo,
What's up, everybody?
I didn't know we'd get that kind of feedback on that live, that late night, last minute impromptu, man. Appreciate you and Hannah and Bex and all that participated in that one, man. They've been viewing that video unexpectedly. I thought it would be something that people would be like, what are they up to?
Yep.
The numbers are climbing on it. So now I appreciate you expressing yourself and allowing us to get to know you. So peace to you. But yes, first question, do we have an enemy in the groove?
Yes, we have
All
an
right, boom. And if you could change one thing in the groove, or do what was it, Dark Chameleon? If you could do away with one thing?
It will be money.
No, the question was if we could do away with one thing. Is that what it was?
Well, my answer was money.
No, the question.
My question was, if you could change the reality, if you could get rid of one thing in our reality, what would it be?
Okay, boom, in the groove. What would it be?
My answer, and this would apply very broadly and not just in a very narrow sense, but across the board, get rid of all injustice. And I think everything else falls into place and everybody benefits. Injustice in the money, injustice in the judgment systems, injustice in lies being allowed to perpetrate. That's an injustice. So that's my answer, I guess.
Dark, I'm sorry, go ahead. You have something else?
Okay. I mean,
I wanted Dark to expound now on his answer of money, because it seems like he's giving money too much power. Like that's like me giving a wrench, saying we should get rid of all wrenches and hammers. To me, money is just
the reason why I say money. Listen. The reason why I say money, I don't do like money is the root of all evil. I'm not saying it from that standpoint, right? But money rules this land. It rules the land before us and with the land before them. These things are created. Like man created a way to create a class system. If you get rid of money, it get rid of the class system on some levels, in levels that are important. But money created the class system, because if you don't have money, I work good no matter what job process I've had. Is a celebrity bigger than me? Just because you in the movie, you gonna get paid the same I do when I fucking go to work.
Well, to me, that's a form of injustice, right? If we really paid people what they're worth.
No, it's not. Well, hold on. Listen, this is the reason why I said this. Because this is the way Russia has it. That is where we're going, and that is what they want. I think I should be paid for my high level tech or my knowledge, right? But I think it's also equal for you to get paid the same amount of money with your job, whatever you do.
In the group,
Yeah.
do you see the comment on the screen?
Uh,
You
no.
want me to read it?
Yeah, if you would. I can't really see it, man.
It says, Indy, the ladies are migrating to your property as we speak. You will have 30 wives within the year.
Oh man, just what I needed.
You can manifest it, Indy.
You know, something that keeps coming to my mind through all this talk, and it relates to the topic of the video, is that image of the octopus. And we can speculate on what the head of that octopus is, but we can also see all these different tentacles. And I would say the university is probably one place we can see one or several tentacles.
Oh yeah.
And you know, that's where we can really start to gain understanding of what can we actually do to stop this, because whatever the tentacles can't tolerate is what we should be focusing on and doubling down on. Strong families being a real simple example. You know, the tentacles cannot stand strong families with a sense of sovereignty. That's one thing that we can double down on and start to focus towards that. Awareness, that's another thing. You know, they use all these tactics to manipulate us, and you're spreading awareness of that. You know, that's another tentacle, and we see what we can do that tentacle can't tolerate. They can't indoctrinate the people who are already aware. And that's the way I think about it, because the head of the octopus is hard to see, and they keep it that way on purpose. But we can all damn sure see the tentacles, especially if we got kids in school. You see one of those tentacles. And you know, that's a place where we can look to inform ourselves of what action can we take.
Hey, whoa. Whoever that is talking, you a smart individual.
Hold on one moment.
No, he listen, he's saying something that I've been saying for a long time, and people not understanding what I say. Because listen, he's talking about the arms of the law. He's talking about the arms of the energy. Like, people don't get it. Like, it's deep.
Exactly.
It's deeper than what we talking about, McCoy. And that is what he's talking about. And you need to show respect for the truth when somebody bringing that shit. I be trying to bring it like he talking about, but nobody want to listen.
Hold on a moment, Dark.
Go ahead, bro.
Seven Serpents, I want you to expound on your answer also, though, is what I wanted you to do. Is your response was Zionism? Zionism, you said, was what you would do away with?
Yeah, you know, since I said that, I kind of gone back and forth in my mind whether I would say Abrahamism instead.
Okay, well, whatever your answer
Zionism couldn't exist without Abrahamism. But I do see that as, I feel like if we could just snap our fingers and poof, Zionism is gone from our world. I feel like we have the connection left and the know-how and the ability to start building the kind of societies and future that we actually want to see. And as far as what's stopping us from doing that, we talk about that octopus. When I follow all these tentacles back, it seems to go right back to Zionism as being the thing stopping us from being able to physically build the future that we want.
He don't get it, because it's a fucking monopoly. I've been trying to tell everybody this for a long time now. Nobody listens. I gotta say it like 3 times, like I'm Dr. Umar Johnson. I gotta say it like 3 times. It's a fucking monopoly. It's a fucking monopoly. It's a fucking monopoly. The same people that make cereal make motherfucking pills to cure your headache. Hey, the same people that fucking do all this shit is the same people that are in charge of all this shit. Like, it's different when you tell the truth and motherfuckers don't like it. They don't like that, bro. Hey, Realist McCoy asked me why they take my channel. Because I tell the truth. I'm a truth teller. Whether I'm drinking, whether I'm smoking or whatever, I'm always gonna tell the motherfucking truth. Period. But go ahead. I'm sorry. I interrupt. I'm sorry I cut you off. But sometimes I be listening and I be hearing people say shit that I like. And I be wanting to get in so fucking bad.
No, that's fine.
And I don't want them to get away from what they were talking about. But go ahead.
No, that's fine, because I think that's a big part of it right there is the truth, the idea of the truth, and the way we behold ourselves to the truth. And that's something that's really been deliberately taken out of our minds, is any kind of obligation to the truth. That's a big part of it. If we were all more obligated to the truth and had a sense of that within ourselves, a lot of this stuff can't work. I mean, it's why I'm on the fringes like an outcast of society, because I'm so determined that I'm staying with the truth no matter what. And that's more than anything, that goes directly against the system that we all don't want to see. That's all I had to say on that.
Yeah, I had Doc explain to me what you. I asked him, like, what is the Hyksos? What is this Hyksos you're referring to? So they explained to me. You know, I know it's code for these small hats now. So these Zion Ray. You know what I mean? But go ahead, Doc. Well, let me welcome back the I want to get the name right. I keep the Heart Underground back to the panel. But Doc, you wanted to follow up with something?
Yeah, I did. I did want to say that I like his energy, because his energy tells me a lot about himself. Like,
I really appreciate that.
It's very what's the word I'm looking for? Up tempo, and it's very balanced. Like, you have a certain way you think about things and you stand on that shit. And that's what it's really about. And that's what we should be on. We should be all on. Like nobody getting elevated or going down, being on a teeter-totter energy or information, and just stand right there in the middle. Cause that's the motherfucking truth. I'm sorry, I don't like that. I mean, I do like the cuss, but that's my energy. You know what I'm saying? The real shit. Like I like to be in the middle and tell people what it is. Like he's saying, and I'm saying, like, this world was created before we was here, right? Right? You got it, right? But can you really correct the wrongs that took place before you got here? You can't. It's too much work. They did a lot of work to deceive the people, and the people bought it. You think just because you know the truth, you're going to undo all of that? No, you're not. They did too much to do this. Are you gonna be violent, or we gonna talk it out? Ain't none of this. Hey, you ain't gonna talk it out. You ain't finna kill nobody. Like, listen, the only way is not to be Captain Save 'em and turn everybody into fucking zombies. The truth gonna ring out. Let everybody get to that point. Like, the best thing you could do is survive.
Uh,
That's the truth.
survive, yes, survive. I want to say, welcome to Little Bunny Fufu. Um, glad you're here. Always great to see you. Thank you for your presence. Very encouraging. Um, yes, good to see you. Always good to see you. Thank you. Um, this chat, I can't keep up with the chat, but today's theme is, do we have an enemy? You know, just back to basics, because that's, especially with the times that we're living in, who's behind these agendas? Are these agendas needed in order to sustain life? Do we need to wear a mask? Do we need to put jabs in our bodies and are the people that are doing these agendas, are they sincere? And who elected them as our leaders? And do we need leaders? So, y'all know what I'm trying to get at. They need to be burned to ashes. I don't need no one to govern over me. I was born in this world by myself, and I would leave this world by myself. I am responsible for me. When they lock me up, they don't lock up my entire family. They don't lock up my neighborhood. They lock me up, and maybe my cohorts who participated in whatever we did. I'm responsible for me. So, I know we have an enemy. It's not something that I believe. It's something that I know. Just by the way that I'm treated lets me know that I have an enemy. But the your name just gets me. The Heart Underground. Peace to you, man. A Dark Chameleon posed a question, which is really a good question considering today's theme. Do we have an enemy? Okay, and if along with that, if there was one thing you can do away with, although like me, it's my enemy. You get rid of them and everything else falls back into place. The animals are back to being normal. Everyone will be happy. The whole entire existence would rejoice. I'm telling you that the ants, the bees, the birds, the butterflies. See, I'm out in the garden, so those are my friends. So those will all rejoice. I'm telling y'all, we are all being affected. The trees, the air,
Yeah,
the
I probably
water.
double down on Seven's answers, like particularly the university for me. One of the things that I feel like is causing a problem is that, so like you have the actual enemies, you have the actual people, externally in the government causing these issues and making false solutions and things like that, like what you're talking about. But at the same time, we have an audience that's sucking it up. And why did that happen? There's something wrong with preparing our children and their intellect. There's something messed up about it, and it's really a complex issue. On one hand, there's like the industrialization of the mind that happened earlier on in the 1900s. Just the way that schools were built, the way that it was primarily geared towards like mathematics, and that's not a problem. Some minds are meant to handle that kind of stuff, but at the same time, there's definitely like a dehumanization aspect of it that we're sort of trying to figure out right now. And as a result of that, I think that a lot of universities and a lot of schools are getting caught up in a false rebellion, where they're getting caught up in these ideologies that are actually just making them vulnerable. So they're rebelling against the industrialization of the past, but at the same time, their rebellion is not making them strong, and it's just making them flaccid. So, I mean, personally, I would go back and have a lot of questions about the philosophical canon that's running the show. To me, in the backgrounds, like everybody's pretty much paying lip service to philosophers that didn't necessarily figure anything out, and the ones that are running the show are the ones that are not quite understood, and we don't know how to debate them. We don't know how to uh, like if you're going to equip somebody with an ideology to face today, eventually something weird happens where they go back in time. They go back to Aristotle. They go back to a lot of the Greeks, and the way that we think about facts, uh, induction, just inference in general is not understood as a process, and we don't even teach. I would say that like right now, abduction and certain understandings about the mind are being advanced right now, where people talk about like how creativity may be more actually how the brain actually works, because it's sort of like it has a boundary between the internal and the external. So we have a logical part of the brain, but it's not actually where we're communicating. And that's what the problem is, that these philosophical lineages, they kind of like enforce the idea that we are strictly logical, and then this is tied together with a lot of religious thinking, and the lines are pretty blurry. So that, to me, that stuff has to have this, like, it has to get figured out. And if that's going to just like, even if we do get rid of the enemy, like the actual external enemy, we have the problem that if we don't figure out thinking and cognition, we're just going to have this weakness that will not enable us to combat it in the future.
Well, and speaking about universities, the one thing I noticed after my experience and what I've seen since in the past few years with these agendas going on is that, and this is all by design, I'm sure it's no accident, but all the disciplines within the university are insulated from each other and compartmentalized to a way where there's no cross pollination of these ideas, right? So let's just take something like the trans issue. Um, we're hearing from the psychological department of the university on this issue, but we're not hearing anything from actual biologists who could step right in and say, well, no, nature says we have, roughly two genders. And although there are some small exceptions, it doesn't change the paradigm of what gender is. And there's none of that in the university. They don't talk with each other. The psychology department stays in the psychology department. Biologists stay with the biologists. And I think that's definitely on purpose. But that was my big takeaway from my university experience. And when I was really thinking, all these things were trying to do something good, right, and true, was that they needed to cross-pollinate with each other and challenge each other's disciplines against each other.
Amongst us are predators. Salute to you, peace to you. Amongst us are predators. I know you're not going. I don't know, however, but if you could put in the chat, man. Do we have an enemy? Amongst us are predators. For those of us who don't know, that's Phil McReal, the White Shadow. Salute to you, Phil. So Phil, do we have an enemy? And yeah, I think that was all that. John, let me make sure everyone's modded up. But no, go ahead. Anyone who wants to add to anything or bring a different thought.
Well, something that keeps coming to my mind is a quote attributed to Voltaire, and it's, "To know who rules over you, consider who you're not allowed to criticize." And we talk about trying to figure out who this enemy is, and this is what leads me to conclude that, at least for the most part, it's the Hyksos. And I could consider, all the sellouts along the way that keep going along with that. But I can go on any social media I want to, and I could blame it all on the Illuminati. I can talk about it openly right here. No, we're not in any danger of getting pinched by the algal demon. I could blame it on Jesuits. I could blame it on the Amish. I could blame it on space lizards or anything I want to. There's one group that I'm not, if I go on there and say it's them, I'm going to get banned. And to me, that tells me everything I need to know. I can go blame any group as loud and as proud as I want to, but if I blame that one group, those Hyksos, that's when the hammer comes down.
There are
Yeah.
also ideas that you got in trouble for, like nationalism.
Yeah,
So they attack ideas as well.
that's another good way to figure out what we should be doing is by what ideas that they attack.
I think Dominic, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, please. I appreciate the fact that, we're giving these straight out answers, yes or no, to the enemy. But once we know there is an enemy, who's in between us and the enemy? Like, I get the crap with flesh and blood is principality, but if there's a lot of people that are flesh and blood in the fucking way, we need to weed them out. And I know there's some cruelty or whatever, but I get it. People buy into systems. They earn all their shit fucking money. I get it. We all do that game. But we're not allowed to ignore them anymore. Before they probably were. Now we can look at the people that are elite families and all that, but there's people of our own fucking working for them. So if we can't call them out, now they might turn around and say, "Well, I need my job." I said, "Well, you're a fucking problem then." We have to know where our friends are and where our enemies are. Right now, there's a whole bunch of people in between. Now I get it. We just have to look around. Everybody goes to work, drive their fucking car. They're working for the man, whoever they want to call. But until we realize that, the energy part, yeah, there might be some stragglers, mavericks. They're going to go out and do their own thing. But then, of course, they'll use the media to shut them down. But that's revealing who they are. And I get it. Well, most people, they're going to say, "Well, I need money." I said, "Well, they can put as many zeros as they want, let alone reduce to one." But that comes with awareness, comes with action. This might have to go underground for a bit, guys. This is why when they had slavery, it wasn't overnight, let alone mastery. They planned this shit. So we need to plan it. Now, we're going to use their media to yap. We just don't have to tell them openly how we're going to do it. Anyway.
Edna, Little Bunny Fufu, I didn't want to reveal your identity because, I read between the lines the message that you wrote the other day in someone else's chat. So that's why but if you want to put it out there, that's Edna Bell. Little Bunny Fufu has changed her name, and it's going to take 2 weeks if she wants to get rid of that name. Big Dog Philly OG. Come pour some fuel on this fire, man. Do we have an enemy?
Grand Rising, everybody. Corey, much love and respect to you and the way, much love and respect to every panel and in the chat. Oh, brother, but a lot of us don't want that we have an enemy. That's the sad part of it. We have plenty enemies. But a lot of our people don't want that shit. Tie everything. Fuck that. It's about 99.9 information that we so call that's an enemy. But much respect to everybody, man.
Respect, man.
Here's somebody type.
I just wanted to jump in here and clarify something I was saying about the university. Why, I think that people want to call out like the trans issue. And I think that for me, that's actually pretty close to some of the top issues out there. But I think that they are created personally by these ideologies, which I'm trying to target. So just like a quick clarification of how that could happen. One of the things that you have is like this idea of like subject-object distinction, which is it's misleading, but a lot of people use it, and people will say like, "Oh, I'm all about truth," right? And I'm not, and some people are doing a good job of that, but a lot of people will claim that will get stuck on this kind of distinction. They actually just have like a huge backbone that's substantiated by this philosophical canon that I'm talking about, and it goes back to this philosophy of like logical argumentation and the semantics or the syntax created to allow us to do that in Western philosophy. And that is a problem because what it leaves us with is this consideration that what is internal is less relevant to agreed upon facts in the so-called external universe or the external physical world. So it's like it's a pencil, right? Well, that's a fact, that's subjective. Oh, but I have these visions. That's subjective is not as important. So when I was talking about the false rebellion, I'm talking about people who are basically mounting an offense against this institution, but they're doing it getting pulled into probably the same, the head of the serpent, the head of the octopus that is creating these ideologies in the first place. So it's a false rebellion. So that's what these trans people are doing. They're taking their personal experiences and then now they're turning it into their perception of truth, and they're saying, okay, well, this is my truth versus your truth. And unfortunately, even though they think they're rebelling, they're still falling into the subject-object distinction that causes the problem in the first place. And I've talked to some of these trans people, and they some of them are actually Catholic and are saying things like Jehovah is on our side. And it's just very interesting because I find very many parallels between this kind of thinking and the philosophical canon. It's not that it's all bullshit, but a lot of it is using semantics they're causing issues. So yeah, there's a lot of commensurability. People are acting like they understand each other, but there's just creating garbled dialogues that are furthering the blindness.
Big Dog Philly OG, we had another question in regards to if there was one thing that you could do away with, what would it be?
You already know my answer, Realist McCoy. Government. I don't want nobody governing over me, man, or thinking they got control over me. I would get rid of the government or create my own governing system. But I don't trust this government at all, as far as once I found out it was a corporation. All these countries are corporation controlling their people. So my answer would be government/corporation.
Now, I also would like, amongst us our predators, can you define what a demiurge is for us in the chat? And anyone else who wants to hit the link. Peace to Dean Kendall. We got a fire blazing right now. Dark Chameleon, what's going on? Well, you have anything you want to add real quick before? All right, Dark Chameleon. Okay, go ahead.
The realist
McCoy. To be honest, I was hitting the fucking button and shit. It wouldn't fucking unmute.
Yeah, after hearing all that you've heard, is there anything you would like to say? And I heard you, the Heart Underground, right after dark. Go ahead and grab it.
I would like to say, this place is made a certain way, and through deception, some things were put to the point where you can't get to your ultimate power. That's all I gotta say.
I just want to say thank you for the open forum. I gotta take off for now. Yeah, just doubling down on Zionism and the university. Change it or get rid of it. We could have some better.
I agree, bro.
Wow, Zionism, huh? Wow. So there's no one ahead of Zionism, because when I want to kill a plant, I kill the root. The root is what makes the tree continue to grow. You can cut the leaves and the stems, but as long as that root is there, it can spring forth again.
Right.
So,
that's why I bring up the philosophy, because to me the philosophy, they go hand in hand. It's like you have philosophy that's been induced by that, and then kind of circumvents the influence of that, because even if you don't go towards Zionism, you still have it pervasive in society. Where do they get that from? Well, I think it's the philosophical canon. It's like all the Western thinkers. Like I say, if you want to get a Greek philosopher who's not infected, Read Heraclitus. So yeah, that's my 2 cents for now. But again, appreciate it. I'll join you another time. You have a good day.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate your insight, man. Good to meet you. Good to hear you. Good to talk with you, man. Salute to you.
Right on, you too.
All right. Yeah. So, yeah, I know that I have an enemy. That's what's brought me to this point. Do you think that I want to take my time right now to be talking about these things? It's
I
just
think we all got enemies.
yeah, we all could have. Yes, there's enemies comes in all levels, but I'm talking about the root of this problem. All right.
The same person that don't like you, he probably don't like me either.
I'm all right with that. I'm all right with that. That same person is not the one who's telling me to put a mask over my child's face, though. That's who I am focused on. Okay, those who have the power to enforce their will over me. You think I care about my neighbor who doesn't like me because I
Big facts. Realist McCoy.
keep my grass nicer than his, or if I have a nicer car than him, you think I care? I'm concerned with that. I'm concerned with the ones who are trying to enforce their will upon me. I have a choice to get away from most people. I can't seem to get away from these weirdos. That's my enemy.
I agree with that, but you're being very vague. I'm on some. I know who these motherfuckers is. Like, that's where I'm at.
All right, let's go. Who are they? That's what Seven Serpents said. Seven Serpents like, big yes. Now who are they? I've been asking that for months now. Who are they? I've been searching. I know the royal family plays a lot into this. These weirdos who feel as though they're the royal family.
Realist McCoy, I say Congress plays a big part of that also, because they are the ones that govern the rules.
That's the fucking answer.
Hold on.
All these 70 above niggas, they got lifetime contracts. That's making law. They're the fucking issue. They're the fucking problem. That's the truth. You know, they negotiate with other countries on our behalf.
The Supreme Court is guilty too, because they're supposed to be a check and balance for both the administrative, presidential side and Congress, and they're not doing their part either. Their job, they're corrupt.
Yeah, none of them is doing their job. That's why voting is senseless.
Like, no matter who's the president, the people in power, they dictate what the president can say and the president shall say, and the president at some points can say whatever he wants. But you ain't gonna get no law passed without those motherfucking Congress. They hold the ultimate power, the power to change worlds.
That's why I go ahead.
But it's the truth, but it's bullshit, because it shouldn't be like that. Why the fuck somebody was born in the 60s can tell you how you gonna live your life in the motherfucking 2000s?
Sit on it. Yo, let me welcome Hearing Back is in the building. I know you showed up earlier, man. Good deal. Thank you. Hearing Back, your comments snuck by me and I didn't get a chance to get back. The chat's been typing and writing some fire. So good Hearing Back. Good to see you. I want to welcome Dean Kendall to the panel. Salute to you, Dean. Dean's in New Zealand, and that's how you know that this enemy, the extension of this enemy, is just not a national thing. So when you all say Congress, okay, so what the Congress in New Zealand also? That's what I'm saying.
Well,
Grand rising to you all. Grand rising to you all.
brother.
and
Yeah,
the Congress all over the world.
I'm still lying in bed because it's still pitch black over here. But and it's Sunday morning, of course. So we're on the other side of the plane. I don't like to call myself underneath a ball at all. I don't think I stand upside down. So I'm pretty much a flat Earth type person.
Flat
What we're
motherfucking
talking
power,
about here
dude.
with the Congress, we don't have Congress as such. We have governments, of course. Yes, we do. And we have the ruling class. And most of them, of course, are the people who are up in the powerhouse. The ruling classes of this country are run by the people who run the bloody government. But, you know, a lot of, people say, oh, fucking hell, somebody in the 60s, how the hell are they not going to know what it's like to live in the 2000s?
I just
Well, I
said
tell
that.
you what.
You talking to me?
Yes, I know you did. Hang on a minute. But I'd like to say this, that it wouldn't matter if it was our great-great-grandparents 1,000 years ago, or whether it was 60 years ago, or whether it was only 20. It's still the same bloody power as far as I'm concerned. It's the same group of people who, if we look at all these other channels that are doing the Tartarian mud flood, who are showing possible burnt buildings, even buildings that could have been burnt in a wildfire situation that even resembles the Jews that we see today. And you got to wonder how long these bastards have been around. That's my bloody big question. And it seems to me that most of these old buildings weren't built by our generation or the generations that were my grandparents or my great-grandparents. But they were built by some generation, and some of them even show scorch mark that they existed in a time when fires were around. Were they under the same attack of Jew weapons? And so my big thing today is to bring about, maybe we're not looking at just an enemy with evil, sort of like we could say evil, but we have got a group, to me, that have found stuff. They're not the makers. They're not the makers of the stuff.
All right, so
They're the
Dean,
founders of it.
Dean, okay, before I get to Phil McReal, amongst us our predators, thank you for joining us. Hope my mic is good. I haven't reset it in a minute. But
Your mic good, brother. Your mic good.
Okay, hold on one moment. Dean, I don't know if you stated on the record before, do you what's the question? Do we have an enemy, Dean? Yes or no?
Yes, we do.
All right. What the other question was, if there was one thing you can change, what would you change before Phil knocks it out the park?
Okay. Well, the thing for me is I'm not going to put up with that sort of stuff, everybody, I've already come to my own conclusions that the only people I can really look out for is myself and my family. I can't come over and help even somebody down the bottom of this country without leaving my own family in jeopardy. But I feel like the one way I can really step away from these bastards, and that is to do my own stuff for myself and be responsible for me and everybody around me.
Max, Max, before Phil answers, Max, did you want to add anything? I know we've been sharing a lot of thoughts and ideas. Was there at any point did you want to add anything?
I just wanted to tease Dino. Dino, of course you're upside down. That's why you guys sound like that.
Phil,
I love you, man.
Hey, Realist McCoy.
How are
Quick,
you
I
today?
just wanted to say this real quick. The
Doing
state
good, Dino.
is
Love you.
also my enemy because that's who, when I look at court cases, that's who the one that's trying to get me. So the state is my enemy also. Go ahead, y'all got it. Much respect.
Yeah, that.
Phil,
Much
Among-
love and respect,
among-
McCoy.
amongst us are predators. How you doing, man? You see
I'm
the
doing fabulous. How are you?
I'm all
We're
right.
good,
man.
big guy. How you doing?
I'm
What's up,
maintaining.
Billy OG? Dom,
Hey, Phil.
Max,
Can I drag this
Dino.
whole conversation back to the serpent seed?
One moment, real quick. So, Phil, do you feel we have an enemy? Oh, you on
Yeah.
record.
Yes, we have an enemy.
And is there one
Our-
thing?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Was there one thing that you would change? Is dark? I guess that was
Yes.
a good way.
Yes,
to
I could answer that right there. Yes, there is one thing I would change if I could change anything. Y'all's minds to see who the real enemy is. It's the spirit that runs these entities. It's the spirit that is in control. We all believe in a source, a maker, a higher being than ourselves. They do too. So to fight the individual is complete. In my opinion, it's complete ignorance because you're not going after their spirit that they worship. You're going after them. They don't care about themselves. Just like I don't care about myself. I would lose myself for my maker, the source, the one that I know made us and brought us here together today. Thank you.
So, Max Vision, you said you wanted to do what now?
No dragon jizzle, Max.
Oh no, I thought I heard Max said that he would like to.
Oh,
He would like-
yes. Sorry, my mic was muted. Yeah, I wanted to kind of take this back to the serpent seed because I heard of generational talk before. If we get rid of one of them and we don't get rid of them all, is it just going to come back? And it does seem like that. It does seem this is a generational thing, and it's been brought up a few times. That this is a 100-year plan, and it's longer. Does this go all the way back to the serpent seed and different bloodlines of that nature? We've talked about it on my channel before, and whether it actually goes back to a serpent seed bloodline or not. Certainly in these people, there's morphology of their brain, their thinking that has changed and seems to be systemic throughout these families. So they could even have become a different species altogether. So do we have to hunt them all down? Go ahead.
Can I reply to you, Max here? McCoy,
Yeah.
can I reply? I agree with you on everything you just said. But I'm gonna add this. Not all the serpent seed is they don't follow that bloodline. They don't follow that spirit. There are some serpent seed that follow the spirit we follow. So I
Big
believe
dog.
that's why we're here.
Big Dog Philly.
I'd like to have a little.
What? One moment, Dean. One moment, Dean. Because I think Big Dog Philly OG.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of these theories here in regards to serpent, and other forms of creation? Have you entertained that thought? Because my time in knowing you, I haven't really heard you make any presentations, or have never heard these kind of thoughts being uttered from you.
To me, they all link to mythology, and I choose not to participate in that.
I can
You know,
I can explain it perfectly.
even that creator aspect.
Hold-
You know what I mean? It's all linked to mythology to me.
Well, if I might, I'd like to add
That's
another layer to what he just said, and that's two questions I have when we say that don't focus on the material, focus on the spirit. Is one, how do you fight a spirit? And also, if we're gonna say that this is all just part of God's
Hey, real
plan,
quick, the way you fight a spirit is you don't believe in it. You don't give it energy.
You are it, Philly OG. You are the spirit. You are God. You
hold on.
are
No,
that powerful.
Phil, what we have to do is we just let a person just express
Yeah,
their
no, I agree.
their
I
perspective.
have a perfect explanation. I have a perfect example of the
Let's
spirit at
like
work.
hold
Yeah,
on one moment.
y'all dealing with mythology and not reality. That's
I
all
can
I'm
bring it
saying.
to reality for
And
Philly OG.
last night, salute to the enemy's public. The enemy's public
I
said,
like that guy.
it's just it's great as opposed to downing or trying to force your will upon someone. Just let your information speak for itself.
Absolutely.
So just give information as opposed to trying to convince someone who's grown. They're
No,
not.
I wasn't trying to convince him. I would
That's
not do that to him, bro, at
no,
all.
that's what it will sound like. So I just
Yeah,
want
not
you
at all.
to
Not at all, realist. Not at all.
and I know that's not how you do it, but I'm
Yeah,
just saying how it sounds. So it's just
sure.
information. Just give information,
Okay, Philly.
and that's it.
It'd be
But
like this.
here's something.
Phil,
Here's something for you then.
Phil, one
See,
moment. Dean did want to say
My
respond
bad, Dino. My bad.
real quick, and then I would like to hear from you and Max on this theory that you have, so that me and Big Dog Philly OG, I can't speak for anyone else, but those thought processes are new to me, and you never. I'm open to it because the way that these things are being orchestrated, it doesn't seem to be of this world.
Thank
So
you.
I'm open to that idea, but I know that there are those of us who haven't yet. So in fairness to that, we also have to educate and inform so that a person can now be aware. All right, peace to you.
okay. So I want to expand on electricity.
Dino, can I explain this
expand
to
on
Philly?
electricity in a way where this electricity, is it possible? And this is something I want people to think about. Is it possible that electricity not only could be used by us, but is there an entity that could slip itself into electricity the same way as it can slip itself into our brains? Does AI slip into our mind? Is it
Great thought.
capable of making mind? Hang on a minute. Hang on. Is it capable of making mind choices for us? Is artificial intelligence an electric field that can actually be moved by something? Like an enemy.
Great question. Great question. Big Dog Philly OG, before did you have anything you want to add, or Seven Serpents, before Max and Phil educate us on this theory of these serpents? How ironic, seven serpents, seven. So I know seven serpents. You don't you don't.
Nah, I'm good, brother. Thanks for asking, man.
Okay.
There's something I would add on to that. Like, is there an AI field? And we already have the subject of morphic field or psychic resonance, and it's to the point where science can now demonstrate that there is some kind of information field that we're all in different levels. Different groups have just layer after layer of these psychic fields. So I don't have any evidence of this, but I do suppose that they could, with certain technology, start to interfere with these fields that our psyche is naturally connected to. These fields are natural, we generate them and we're part of them. But I think they could also be tapped into with some type of AI mind. I'll leave it at that.
Now,
you, sir.
Phil and Max, as you educate us on this theory, I call it a theory because it can't be proven. Correct? I'm not down in your thought process.
I'm going to try my best. I'm going to try my best.
Exactly.
saying,
I'm
you're
with
not
you. It can't be proven.
Yeah, you're not
Okay.
offended by me calling
Just
it.
posing the idea.
Yeah, I
Okay.
can't be offended.
All right, so if you
Okay, Billy, this is the way I would explain it. And this is from my own personal experience. Now, a person of our spirit, when they're molested as a child, they are a better parent and make sure that their child does not get molested. And they do everything to protect that child. And they become a better parent because of their incident. A serpent seed does not think that way. They do not have that. They will molest when their child is molested, they will molest their child when they've been molested. They don't have that spirit of love. They don't have that spirit in them. That's how I would define the two spirits. Because I don't know how men rape women, how they keep, how they can perform, how they do it. It's sick. It's sickening. Same with the serpent seed and the molestation of a child after they've been molested and they know how it feels. That's how I would define the two. And that's provable.
Max, if you can inform us on the theory that you have so that myself and Big Dog Philly OG and those of us who aren't or haven't been exposed to this.
And real quick, the realist McCoy, like I said, for all those, I could give me 30 seconds real quick, much respect. I could connect all these religions to the state and education. Y'all want to keep pushing this creator God thing, but like I said, I have connected to the church and the state, and all these religious organizations ain't nothing but a business or commerce. But y'all want to keep like it's this entity that's controlling all of this when it's just the state. But y'all got it.
Philly, you're misinterpreting myself anyway. I can't speak for anybody else.
Hold on, Phil. Hold on.
I got you, Phil.
Right on, brother. Right on. Much love, Phil.
I understood your interpretation. It was an excellent interpretation. I understood what you said. They're going to continue to doing that when we have a will not to. I understood exactly
that's the
what
spirit.
you're saying. So.
Yes.
But
Max,
thank you.
The spirit also is just the breath that's in your body.
Exactly.
Y'all
you are
like,
it.
Y'all
Yes.
we call it breath. Y'all like to call it in a religious community spirit. And then y'all associate it with this imaginary creator. And like I said, I connected all that shit to the state. You can go
Okay,
to any
I'll call it whatever you want, Philly.
Give me 30 seconds. I'm gonna wrap it up. You can go to any university and practice and learn what you're talking about. And I'm gonna wrap it up.
As long as you understood what I said about my example, we're good. We don't need to speak. We're good.
Max, if you could bring some clarity to this.
Yeah, I got an understanding of it, my friend.
To
Thank
this,
you.
to your theory, Max, vision.
Yeah, where'd Seven go? Because he'd have a lot to input on this.
And that was the
he was talking about the Hyksos.
You know what I mean? That was
That's
very
my own
extreme,
personal experience,
but
Billy.
I'm okay with extreme because I'm militant. But go ahead, brother. I ain't meant to interrupt you.
I got you. But I'm not religious. So I just wanted to. I don't go to church. I'm not religious.
It's just an idea. It's just an idea. Don't take it to heart, dude.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
So,
exactly.
Yeah, so it goes, but the theory goes back all the way to Adam and Eve, and the serpent in the garden, and the third child, because they had Cain and Abel. Cain killed Abel, and but there were other children born, and some people believe that this other children are the serpent seed, and that they've been at enmity with mankind since the beginning. Even you can look at things like David Icke, shape-shifting reptilians, if you want. You know, that's an interesting path to take it down. But, you know, is there, you know, it seems to be that it is generational. There's a lot that lines up with it being a generational thing right from the beginning, at least certainly from Sumeria up till today. But, you know, how far back does this war reach? You know, I don't know. And are they reptilians? They could be. They could have reptilian aspects. We all have a reptilian brain. Is that over exaggerated in these people? Maybe through breeding you could. So that's really most of the theory. And, you know, it goes back to, you know, part of the conversation of, you know, do you have to get rid of an entire line of people to get rid of evil on the planet? I think Phil was saying, you know, they're not all evil, but do they spawn evil? Is that just what happens?
To me,
You
you
save a
have
good one,
not teach it
and
to the next
so let me
generation.
finish. And
that's how you cut
know,
the head off. Go ahead, big guy.
Yeah, but will that evil spawn up in the next generation or the third generation? You know, is that what happens? I'm not sure, but it's something to think about.
Well, I've got to still come back to how long have they been using electricity?
Dean, we both know that they travel in electricity, man. We both know that. That's provable. We have photos of that.
And so I've got to say, you know, I mean, you've posted a thing recently, Phil, amongst the Star Predators, about buildings that were, you say, possibly scorched. Yes, got burnt stones on them.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So I just actually thrown up a reply before I came over here, and that how long have these new weapons been running? You know, we consider the modern day man to be the only one to producing technology, but it's pretty obvious that technology's been around for a lot longer than this generation or the generation before. And I've even got to look at the giant devil's towers and things like that and say, was technology around at that time? Was deforestation the point of bringing urbanization so that technology could be founded again? Because this is where I'm asking the questions: how many times again are we going to see this? Because I feel like it's not just a once off, or a twice off, or a second off, a third off. I feel like there's been more of these. And we've got people digging into the earth and saying, crikey, this looks like the evidence of an old nuclear explosion. How the hell can they even show anything that could be an old nuclear explosion had not this element been here before? There's an element here, definitely. And is it an element that is the same family? And are they using electricity as their means to control? Because I have a feeling that our minds are being subjected to a means of power that's using electricity. That's what I feel. That electricity brings us far away from where we truly are meant to be. If you to throw a man into the wilderness and leave him there, he will go back to living with nature. But you
That
give
is
a
one of the
man some
weapons they've
bloody
been
tools
using.
and some electricity, and he will take technology to the next level. Yeah.
But but Dean, what if
And
we don't believe in nuclear, but they do? It's like the
They've been using
spiritual.
electrical
They don't.
weapons on us
Yes.
since the
They,
fasces,
well,
all the way
yeah.
back to
Excuse me,
Atlantis.
Max. I missed that, Max.
They've been using electric weapons on us since the fasces, probably before that.
Absolutely.
I want to welcome Jen Tugon.
Thank you, Max.
Hey, Jen.
Something triggered Jen Tugon to say, "Yo, I got to get in on this one again." So what's on your mind, Jen Tugon? We want to hear it.
Well, it really sparks my interest when you'll start talking about, the scorch marks and things that have been melted, because it's very hard to tell just how long we have been around. I don't know if y'all have ever seen the barns that say Sea Rock City. It's a place in Tennessee. And I went there with an eye for what I was looking for, and I found it. This place is pretty much evidence of there being a prior reset or resets. There are stones that are dry fit in huge arches at 2,000 feet, where they didn't have a way of doing this. So I feel like when we talk about an enemy, that's who we're looking at. Who keeps wiping out the petri dish and then telling us that we're the first ones?
Thank you very much, Tugon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I follow up, McCoy?
No, go ahead. I had a question for Big Dog Philly.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, please. My bad.
He's gone, so he's good. It's all right.
Okay. How people don't believe in the spirit or the whatever they want to call it, whatever philology wants to call it. But we could say that we don't believe in these nuclear weapons that the enemy has. Same thing with the spirit. Just because we don't believe in it doesn't mean they don't believe in it and they're not using it against us. Because the proof is out there that they do, and they are, and they have, and they will.
I did want to say peace to Maybach. My bad, Maybach, man. I mean, I've been, the chat is on fire, the panel's on fire, and so I didn't get a chance. And yes, Seven Serpents, I know the feeling, man. He said his phone overheated. Yes, StreamYards and these Androids. I don't know how it is with the iPhones or whatever, but they don't really get along very well. So appreciate you, Seven. Appreciate you, Big Dog Philly OG. Salute to you. I did want to share something that Not Know wrote on the poll that I had this morning in regards to, do we have an enemy? So I'm going to put that up on the screen in a minute once I find it. But if anyone else wanted to add something while I search. In the Grove, you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Oh, yeah. Hey, man, I know you. Hey, we're built different, man. We can sit and listen for no interruptions and just take it all in, So salute to you for that, man.
Yeah, man. I just want to throw something in here. It's been popping up in my head. We don't mention it much, but the role that the Vatican plays in this, because I'm thinking, we're talking about serpent seed. And more from Philly OG's perspective, which I resonate with, is the real, right? So where I would like to see us bridge the gap between the two worlds here, like where's that middle point? Where's that connection that we can point to say that's maybe it's not the head of the snake, but that's definitely, the midsection. To try to figure out, because as far as the church and religion, the Vatican itself, if you just look at it metaphorically, it is a spirit. And we don't have, I don't believe in any of this organized religion, but it's definitely a spirit and influence in the world. So You know, I think if we look at it that way and see, okay, where's that connecting point? Like where the rubber meets the road, I guess, you know? That's where my mind's kind of at right now, listening to this, you know?
Yeah.
Well said. Well said.
I
All
think
you
so
got to do is
too.
read the Jesuit Oath. Right, McCoy?
Yeah.
One of the things I think about though is what is it that keeps other people from seeing what I'm seeing? Like when I go to a place like this and I can feel that I'm standing on the most ancient history, and I point to my friend and I'm like, look, that's a magma field. That is not just a boulder. She's like, yeah, it's a rock. But there's this entire ledge that looks on the top, it looks like they've taken pieces of rock or stone, but when you look at it, and I took photos, it looks like twisted melted metal. And it does not look like a rock of any kind, except that now it's fossilized or whatever. So what prevents people from walking past, say, a building and saying, wow, we can't even do that anymore? Or looking and seeing, wow, why is that window at street level? You know, what is this old building? Why would they build that window at street level? You know, why do people not see these things? And if they do, what is it that keeps them from acknowledging it or entertaining the thought that maybe, you know, like I said, maybe we weren't the first people, and maybe it's happened
Or
over and
maybe
over.
we were. Maybe we were the first people, Jen. Maybe
Well,
we'll come back.
I kind of feel like L is a comfort. Electricity has in a way, it's like its own field. You know, I kind of feel like the head of the snake is actually in the electricity itself.
I like the idea because I know that the past couple of years, just walking, even out in my yard, I will feel like, well, my hair stands up, quite honestly, and it was standing up like crazy when I was down there at the tourist trap. But yeah, I'm okay to acknowledge it and know that it's here with me. But I don't understand what's the block. What's preventing people from seeing it on their own? That's I guess my question. Is it a programming? Is it a dogma? Is it a doctrine? Something that doesn't entertain that possibility? Well, blood, maybe. I don't know.
DNA. I believe it's DNA personally.
That's a good
I gotta
point,
go,
Phil.
the realist.
Hey, man.
I enjoyed the chat.
Okay, man.
Thanks, guys. I really enjoyed the subject.
Yeah, nice
Much love to
talking
you
to you,
all.
Mac.
Honor speaking to
Much
you all.
love, man.
I really enjoy the exchange of ideas that's happening here. This is awesome. Thank you for setting this up, realist. This is a really good place you've got here.
Coming from you, Max, that means a lot to me, man. Appreciate you, Max.
And so I'm doing some work. I'm going to cover the news in a little bit. I'm on in 20 minutes if anybody wants to come by and chat. And I really appreciate this time that you've presented for everyone.
Be good, Max.
See you, Max.
Yeah, man.
See you, Mac. Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, I believe that's what it is, Jen. I believe they can't see it. It's just not possible.
Yeah, and I wonder, I mean, because like right now we're talking about having an election and given what happened several years ago, I think we all know what we're talking about. How does anybody think that an election can happen? I don't understand that. I guess it's like walking in two different worlds. You have to walk in the normie world, but also realize that you're not in the normie world.
You ready to take his place back?
Well, what I find too, Jen, is you know, election. It's still got the beginning of electricity in it. So you know, L to me, elect. There's some definitely sort of program going on with that word, right?
I agree.
And
I agree.
and you know, I mean, I struggle here, but
I'll
to
get you
me,
those photos, Dean.
words are powerful too, and you know, without the word being able to spell something, you know, there's definitely some mechanism of control using spells, spell crafting of words, and of course this device that we have, which is electricity. You know,
Wait,
but is it electricity that's come from, because the Earth got its own static electricity, like you're saying, your hair stands up on end. But I kind of feel like there's been like an element of artificialness that's taken over a natural thing.
collider
Like I
field.
feel like everything here in the Earth, not everything, but it stems from a natural base element where life can begin, grow, and flourish, and then die. But then we've got this other element, which I call an unnatural one, which is like artificialness. So what is natural and what is artificial? And that's where I define it. That the enemy lives in the artificial. Okay.
I wanted to this morning when I posed this poll, I told myself I wanted to share this for those of us who didn't see this comment that Not Know wrote in response to my poll of do we have an enemy? Not Know said, the writing is on the wall. The words are inked in innocent blood and tears. The enlisted are in billions. The will of the universe is not decided by the subservient. Do we have a common enemy? Yes. Do we have any worthy adversaries? Zero. It will be good people killing good people if they continue to have their way. This never-ending story of murder and misery. I'm never putting up a white flag for a bunch of schoolboy pervs and inbred weirdos. They will all fold under the pressure of irrelevance. It's only a matter of time. So I just felt like
Salutes to you know. Salutes to you know.
That
Yes.
Ginger power, ginger power.
That right there is what lights my fire, but that keeps my flame burning. Is to hear that, to know that there are those out there who feel the way I feel, and I couldn't have said it any better. So salute to Not Know. Thank you for your participation, your encouragement, your insight, and your
wise
goals. I mean, it says it all. It's the current state of affairs, and I appreciate that you would give that to the world, to us, and I hope everyone gets an opportunity to really sink that in within their souls and their spirit. So peace to you all. Thank you all for being here.
Thanks for having us, McCoy.
Yeah, thank you very much for having us.
Yeah, this is it's real, you know, this is real. And the insight, and that's what I hope that we could channel our insight in getting to the root. You know, even your question, don't think anyone is not your question is very much in play, Dean. It's just first we have to we have to see what form this entity is in order. That's a great question. Are they in the electricity? I mean,
I can prove it, McCoy.
I'm just saying. So, I just wanted to, if we get, I just wanted us to realize.
Well, you talk about the lead lights, the realist, and when you look at that and how that works, it's pretty bloody,
Yes, dangerous
It's
music.
dangerous, bro. It's
No,
dangerous.
no. I was responding to dangerous music. He's an artist in the community.
Oh,
He's,
okay.
whatever thoughts that I had about.
Well, that was a collision then, wasn't it? Dangerous at the same time.
Yeah, whatever thoughts that I had about picking up a microphone. You all have heard. I think some of you all have heard the song that I have on the YouTube. After hearing him in music, he's all we need. We just got to give him just help stoke his fire and give him the information so that he can put it in music form. He's awesome. When I tell you the dangerous music, man, salute to you, man. I have no problem letting a man know how great they are. And I'm telling you, man, you are a boss with it. And I hope that I can add to you, man. So salute to you. But yes, my reason in pointing out dangerous, yes. He came right on time. That was powerful what Not Know wrote, very powerful words. I don't know, Not Know just seems to be a walking book of poetry, but it's just the way he speaks, it's just so insightful. But I don't want to take away from what you all are building, but I just thought I would share that in regards to that, man. That was really powerful, Not Know. But yeah, go ahead, Phil. You said you can build on that, huh? Phil said in the back. You read in the back. Phil said he'll send you photos, Dean. But Jen,
Yes, in 2019, I took some photos of spirits I've seen in trees, but I unknowingly caught them running down the power lines. Also, they were in order, separated, equal distance apart, going down the power. I think they use it as a highway.
Yes. Yeah. I've watched that.
You remember those? Yeah, remember those, Dean?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And also I've seen them hanging around railway lines and things.
Yeah.
People have shown that.
I don't know why, but see, there was red, there was green, purple, there's blue. There's about 4 or 5 different colors, but for some reason, when they all hit that power line, they all turn pink. I don't know why. I can't explain it. It's beyond my comprehension right now at this moment, but I had the photos to show it in Dean's theory, so I'll get them to you, man.
Now, Kim B, I'm gonna ask the same. I guess Sophia Byrne asked a question earlier, and I highlighted, but I didn't get to follow it. Where she asked, Kim B, you don't. Okay, there it is. Kim B, you can speak on panels. If I can do it, anyone can do it. But I don't think that was the original comment. I think the original one said, asked if she speaks on panel. But if you all have been paying attention in the chat, Kim B has been writing some great things, and I think Sophia and I are on the same page that we would like to hear a voice behind that, because sometimes typing up things don't really get to express exactly how we feel and where we're coming from. So, but peace to you, Kim B. Appreciate you. Gen 2 gone. I'm telling you, when I heard you bring that up on London's panel, I've seen you in the chat and the things that you speak on. But when that ladies' night and you started the panel off with that question and that scenario, I was like, wow. So I really am looking forward to your conversation. I know I keep repeating myself, but You know, game recognized game is what they say in the streets. So I saw that, I saw that you're on the same, your insight is on the same thing I'm on. So I'm really
Well,
thankful that you're here.
I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak, and I really respect, like I said, like you said, I respect the way you handle yourself and the way you talk, because I know that you've got a grip on maybe everything that's going on, and you know that we've got to fight it somehow. So that, I guess that's my question, is that now we do know we have an enemy. We have multiple ones. And although I can't put my finger on one, how do we fight back this time? I mean, because we all know we got screwed royally with, diseases that fall out of nowhere. And it's the corruption and the lies and the deceit, everything runs so deep. Where do we start fighting it? How do we do something on our own level? Whether it's just refusing to wear a mask or get jabbed or
refusing, yes. Not
Absolutely
consenting to that agenda. That I think is actually the very first step, Jen.
Yeah, but when the rubber meets the road, do you quit your job? Do you go into that dark night not knowing where your next meal's going to come from? I mean, do people have the nerve to stand up to that and leave the comfort of sitting behind the keyboard and being a weekend warrior to actually putting their money where their mouth is?
That's the big thing, and I think that's a very big and the most poignant question we have is that, are we capable of flagging comfort? Because today, when I look at the question that we are facing, comfort is our biggest, what would you call, set of reins, if you want. They control us the most. They steer our lives is comfort. A lot of people don't. I say a lot of people. I would say there are people who allow wet weather or bad weather to control their day. So they won't. Oh well, we won't go out today because the weather's pretty nasty. So they'll allow whatever they're doing that's important to be pushed back another day just because of the weather. So I feel comfort has a real strong power over every one of us, and that we are governed by the word comfort, even, right? How many of us could do without electricity in our lives? That's a very big question. Could you do without comfort of electricity? Could you do without the comfort of being able to make a cup of coffee in a few minutes, compared to having to get wood and light the fire and boil a kettle over an open flame?
Yeah. What happens when you don't have your Netflix?
To me, comfort is our biggest hurdle in trying to overcome the things around us, right?
No, absolutely. And
I feel that we are governed by comfort.
We are. I left the comfort of my job in 2021, and I had to get another one, of course. But when you're being pushed into a corner, when you're told that I managed a facility. It was a call center, but they said, you have to take these people's temperatures when they come in every day. They put up an AI temperature reader thingy. Well, they made me do it, and I looked and I was like, this is personal medical information. I'm not doing that. no, you're going to do it, or, or find someplace else to work. Well, eventually they started making people get vaccinated. And I was like, it's not worth it. You have to stand up sooner or later and leave that comfort zone. So I just don't know how many people are willing to give up. Like you said, the comfort governs our lives, as far as you got your comfort food, you got your comfort clothes, you got your comfy chair. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be a big thing for people. So they need to get strong real quick.
Yeah, I think the comfort of not speaking truth to power, I think that, and we could call it comfort. I think it's a form of cowardice and fear of the unknown, the fear of speaking out and standing out. But to me, I think from the ground up, if we ask more pointed, hard, truth-based questions because we've heard a lot, especially the past 3 years, we've heard a lot of ridiculous narratives. And the one thing I haven't heard on a national stage, at least, or even from people around me, is good, hard, critical questions in the face of that. Look how many people just go along. And I would argue that if you're willing to, take a jab, just to go along to get along, well, to me, that's not very comforting, but they do it anyway. And I think some level of social shaming, back in the day, I used to have a thought before all this really kicked off in high gear, when I was just thinking about Freemasons. And I'm like, or, people in power. It's like, what if they're women, their families, like these guys are, in big places of power. What if their women just asked them one day, honey, why, you're an army sergeant, why are people getting away with these crimes in the government? It's like, if there's a certain amount of scrutiny put on the right people, the right places and channels, maybe that would be enough to shake people up. But again, who's going to be willing to risk their own, comfort, if you want to call it that, the comfort of living the good life, being a politician's wife, to me, there's some power there. And do I think he's going to listen more to his wife or to his constituency, right? So I on a ground level, I don't know what we do in a nonviolent sense, because we see how people are willing to go riot in the streets over, some ideology, but not when we have people piling up on the streets, homeless, and being fired for their jobs over ridiculous narratives that nobody is calling out. So it's very deep.
I agree. And sorry, go ahead, Phil.
I know what my internal spirit's worth. People don't value theirs. That's on them. But I know we all value ours. So I just try to keep it simple. Mine's valuable. I know y'all's are too.
Yep.
Well, I kind of think that we were talking about the comfort and not being willing to step out of that happy place. When you depend on the government or other benefactors for your living, and a lot of people do, and they make it a mandatory thing. Do you refuse? I mean, that's going to put you at a point where you have to go out and fend for yourself, and which I think everybody ought to be fending for themselves in a way. But I don't think that. I don't know. I think that how are people going to live with themselves if they say, okay, well, I went ahead and I gave it up and got the what, but at least I'm comfortable. I got my job, and I'll hope things will get better. I just don't know what that point is where people will stop and speak up.
Yeah, well, I guess when they start having random health problems out of nowhere, would that be enough? But then it's too late, right? That's why I was so frustrated. 2020 when this whole thing kicked off and the ridiculous narratives of starting up, even just the whole lockdown, that should have been the point. That should have been the point where we stopped and just held them accountable for what they were saying from day one. And now we're at day, I don't know, 900 and something, 3 years later, and it's just the shit pile just keeps getting higher and higher to where we can't even get back to the basics, the root of the problem again. And that's part of the strategy of what they do. They overcomplicate the problem to where we can't even focus on where it all went wrong.
Exactly. And we right now we know that there was a problem with our electoral system.
Right.
The government has come out and admitted that they assassinated JFK, and we have aliens, by the way, and nobody cares. I think they're all just too busy trying to make a day-to-day living that they can't make them. It's just too tiring for the normal person to look and say, oh yeah, that too, So I think they depend on that to wear people down. And they can't wear you down, they get you good and stoned.
Yeah, well, I can only speak for myself. I left my job over kind of similar, not over the jab or anything, but just principles. My principles were violated, and I left a certain level of comfort behind for sure. And but I will say in response to that, like I always tried to show people by what I was doing, especially up until 2020, I was progressing myself. I was working on bigger ideas. I was improving myself. I was, trying to be an example to other people to be like, hey, dude, you can break out of that. And I was pretty happy, dude. I was always positive in my vision and outlook about everything, and people didn't want to hear it, and that was hard for me to get hate from people rather than support. I guess it's programming that makes people do that, but to me, that's not natural either. But I can only speak from my perspective where I want everybody to improve themselves, and I'm a supporter. I'm not in competition with anybody but myself. And there seems to be few and far between in terms of people operating on that frequency.
I definitely would like to build on, because obviously everyone knows I'm more on the solution side, and that's what I like to majority of my time be spent on. But just hearing people on different panels and different channels speak on the subject of enemy just seemed like there was some doubt. And I don't know, maybe I was taking it somewhat personal, because most people know what my speaking points are as that enemy, so I just wanted to create a stream where I just went to basics and just lay it out there on defining what an enemy is, what they do, how to identify them. But I would like to now moving forward, would like to follow up with a stream on what do we do? What are we going to face? What are the solutions? So definitely, going forward, what's the solution now? Because majority, I would say 90%, maybe even more than that, has identified that we do have an enemy. From my poll and from here in the chat and the panel, majority have said yes, we have an enemy. And I mean, you can say it's within, but I wouldn't do these things to myself. I'm sorry, I wouldn't give myself garbage food. I wouldn't poison myself. I want good for my children and their offsprings. I don't want to even hurt the animals, the insects or the bugs. I don't want to poison our water. I don't want to poison our air. So it's like when someone says that I'm my own enemy, it just that doesn't fly with me. I'm not.
Right.
I do not want to bring harm to myself in no way, shape, or form. Not even for sport, not for entertainment. I wouldn't even entertain the thought of harming myself.
Or
So
anybody else.
that doesn't, yeah, or anyone else. But when a person say that I'm my own enemy, is what I'm speaking on, and the fact that I would not give myself garbage food. I would not knowing that it's garbage food. I would not poison myself. I wouldn't do these things that I've done. No, there's no way. I was influenced. I was misled. I was misinformed. I was deceived. I was lied to. Come on now. I didn't create this. I would never create this. I would never create an environment in which we destroy each other. That doesn't make sense unless this world is so boring. You know, when a child gets bored now with the toys, he won the game 100 times. Now he's just throwing it up in the air for fun now. Okay, maybe that's what this is. The world is boring. So now we've become sinister and look to ourselves for to get pleasure in harming ourselves. Okay, cool. All right. But I'm just saying, I know that I have an enemy, and they know they're my enemy. That's the crazy part. They know that they are our enemy. So I just want to make sure that. But no, I want to build on that. There's still, there's 17 people still here. 16, 17 is fluctuating. In fairness to Max Vision or whoever else was going live, in fairness to them, I didn't want to be greedy and selfish and take up time. But if you all would like to continue, that's up to you all. But also know that Max Vision is going live, and
well, I'd like to continue because I really feel that the solutions are in our own hands, right? I feel like if we don't make a move, then it's on our own heads to wear what we get, right?
I got a question. Sorry, Dean. All right, since you want to continue, I have a question. Are we accepting of the fact that not everyone is wants what you want and will have the result that you desire? Case in point, were you one of only a few that wore a mask? Are you willing to stand alone? Are you ready for that? Are you ready for the fact that your family members, those who you love more than you damn near probably love yourself, is going to go the other way? Are you prepared for that?
I am. I already am. I'm prepared. I'm already prepared from that, because when I look at myself from day dot, I came here on my own as a naked body. Even though I had a mother and a father, I still am on my own. I came in alone, and I'm going to have to go out alone, right? And so everything every decision I do in my life is number one. To be effective will be me. The number one person that any decision I make that will be effective will be me, for a start. And that tells me alone that it is me that has to make the decisions for myself. I cannot make those decisions for anyone else. They are not for me to do. I can only make the decisions for myself. And that's where I say that the decisions I'm making from now on, I do not consent to anybody else trying to force their will upon me. And I am not going to accept any will from outside. If the internet has some kind of power over me where the electricity or something like that forces me to do something against my will, obviously that influence is still affecting me. So am I within my own power to say that I am not going to be influenced by these things? Right?
Gentoo gone. I seen you had unmuted in regards to my. I don't know if it was in regards to my question. Whether are you prepared? Will you be accepting? Have you? It's that's just the reality. Just like you walked around and you were willing to be the one without the mask over your face. You were willing to be the one that said no to the jab, to the boosters, to them jamming something up your nose. You know, that's what we're faced with.
Well, I got physically thrown out of Menards. Does that count? I mean, they did. They physically threw me out. It was not, I haven't been in the back since. It was in 21. But yeah, they threw me out because I wasn't wearing a mask. I just wanted a pool filter. They wouldn't even go get it for me. But yeah, I'm sorry. It doesn't bother me at all. I'm going to walk my walk. And if they don't, if it's someplace that I'm not going to be belligerent, you know, but I'm not going to patronize your store if you make me wear a mask. I'm not going to, you know, eat at your restaurant. And I'm not, you know, because you need me. I don't need them. You know, I can cook for myself, you know. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I even see remote work at home jobs. So I work at home. But when I'm looking around at jobs and things, they require, a lot of them require vaccination just to work at home. And I think if people can't stand up to something like that, I mean, I can continue on without you. You know, I don't need them. I feel bad for them. I don't want any harm to come to them, but I feel like that's what you get. You know, if you can't stand up for yourself, just leave the comfort. I think that's a huge part of it. Leave that comfort behind, because eventually everybody's going to have to, I think.
Well, and we should do, and we should have done a better job of making these people making these ridiculous narratives. We talk about comfort. We should have asked them questions to make them uncomfortable. Like, for example, one issue of this whole thing that I never thought it'd get this far 3 years later, because I figured the obvious would have shown itself by now, of just the liability issue. Your employer, whoever they may be, took it upon themselves to force you to take on a health liability, right? To introduce something not on your free will. They forced you to do it. They coerced you to do it, I should say, right? I'm not hearing enough, if there are any, I'm not hearing any lawyers, quote, law enforcement, none of these courts. This should have been immediately from day one. Somebody should have stood up on that side of things and called that out. Like, whoa, you can't. You want to take on the liability of, you know, compromising people's health as a condition of employment? I mean, you know, I'm not a legal scholar, but I could say that's if I can sue somebody over a car wreck, that's way worse than a car accident, right? So none of this makes sense. That's why I think that this is definitely a big moment. And there's some people who may not agree that this is a big deal of what's going on, that it's just some kind of normal course of operation. This a pandemic where nobody literally saw anybody naturally have the kind of problems that would have necessitated everyone having to go through this. But it seems like they've dropped everything. We were talking about universities earlier. To me, universities lost all credibility the past 3 years. There's nothing, just like the legal system has. And the government, they're all illegitimate on their face by way of their own actions the past 3 years. So I think we just need to call that out and say, hey, you're here to protect people from blah, blah, blah. Why did you allow other people to introduce this issue of assumed liability over everyone's health, over something that's clearly, by their own documentation, is an experimental issue that they did no safety testing on. In terms of doing research and running, whether it's psychological operation or whether it's a medical trial, a live medical trial under emergency use authorization, what they pulled off was clearly an unethical psychological or scientific experiment without informed consent. And just on a base level, that right there is a violation of, well, everything that university and science and research stands for. So it should be a shit show in the courts right now. Everybody is worthy of being sued.
Look at that beard. Look at that beard. Look at that beard, man. Woo! Wow. Yeah, Dean, I guess you're in the kitchen chopping up some stuff, so I only muted you because when Gentoo Gone was speaking, that were you chopping? Anyway, that's why I muted.
Yeah, no, it was. I'm in the kitchen, but I tell you guys, but just what, if we look at what you're talking about there, how many people are just subservient already, right? And, just what you're speaking on there, and the groove, was it in the groove? Yes. Yeah. That, people are just, they're already, I feel, like the world has already scripted them in. I had a friend in the 80s, in the middle 80s, Gary, a good friend of mine, Gary, who actually put me onto Agenda 21 way back then. And when the time came for, when the head fuck came along in 2019, I would have thought that all those years of knowing that there was this element going to bloody do something against their will, when the time came that he just went along with it. It's like the mind has already been tricked and encompassed with illusion. And I feel like most of, if you could call the masses of the earth around the people here on a mass scale who have already been mentally mind controlled. They're already in the loop, and I don't think they even know that they have a choice anymore, right? I just don't think they know they've even got a choice anymore. Especially anyone that says, bugger it, I need my job. I need to feed my kids. Oh, I want to go on holiday. I've got to have it so I can go on holiday. The mind is already halfway there if they're going to consent that I'm going to have it just so I can go on holiday. I'm saving for me bloody home at the moment, and this job is going to get me there. Am I going to give up my job and give up that opportunity of getting that house? The mind is already half tricked with the script that we have to live by, even just to exist here. The bloody script has already got us half bloody roped in.
Well, I will say that, In the Groove was speaking on that these businesses were not forced. He corrected the terminology on being forced, but they they were being forced also. You know, that owner of that restaurant has a family to feed in order to, and that's what Big Dog Philly OG was speaking on, in that the state proved that they are God. You know, they shut down people.
Yeah,
They put people's
yeah.
lives on hold. They kept our lives in the balance. So, you know, I just want to, you know, but myself, I don't focus on the victims at all. I just stay focused on the ones implementing this madness. And I know why people don't think they have
And not to become a victim yourself, right?
Oh no, of course not. Of course, I know better.
No,
But what
no. I
I'm,
mean, there's you asking for solutions. Solutions come when you say, "I'm not going to be a victim anymore," right?
yeah, but the solution occurs when you realize that you are a victim. You know, that's when the solution occurs. Some of these people don't know that they're victims. So they have to overcome that, and a lot of we're distracted. This enemy is a mastermind, psychologist. These universities have been around for centuries. What you think they've been doing? They've been researching our minds. They know how we think. They know how to make us go in the direction that they want us to go. So that's why I don't focus on the masses. I don't focus on the people, because I know that we're all there. I'm just thankful that the veils have been removed from my eyes, you know. And so the more, it's to whom much is given, much is required. So it's just act on what you now have the opportunity. You can see things clearly now. You can make the best decisions now. They're not making the best decision because they're in it. You have the opportunity to make the best decision and to show them, you know, show them that there are options. How many people are showing them that there are options? Do you have an alternative job for them to go to? Do you have another way to school their children? But you're just telling them about the problems without giving them a solution. You know, I'm sure a lot of people didn't want to have to take that thing. You hear the stories. A lot of them didn't want to. But what other options did they have? This person went to school for 8 years, 10 years in the medical field, devoted their life to this. And they're going to just turn away and say, "Oh no, I'm not taking that. I'm going to go drive for Uber." You kidding me? I mean, there weren't.
No, but they definitely could have used their position of power to at least speak up. And there are some doctors out there that have done that, and they've, you know, faced the negative wrath of that. But at the end of the day, like even now, there should be some. You want to talk about mental health problems? These people that went along with it, they're going to have a day of reckoning with themselves on some level.
Have mercy. Have mercy. Mercy. You were this close. You were this close to being one of them. Be thankful for that you got the opportunity, that something said, "Go this way." But they haven't. I'm telling you, they distract us. They have us even doubting ourselves. It's all right. You know, I have compassion for them because I know what we're up against. All right, but it's easy for you. I'm telling you, it's to make your way out of this mentally and psychologically. Come on, our heroes told us to take that thing. Our idols, our PhD doctors. These are accredited individuals. I mean, we know better, but I'm saying for the average person watching television and on CNN, here's a doctor from Harvard, PhD, that's saying, yes, this virus, there's nothing been like it before. Oh, I mean, come on. And then you have everything moving in one accordance with this thing. Come on. You have to be thankful that you were able to not be a part of it. And let's try to help others see it, but we got to have options, and we have to have a sound thought process. We can't just down them. We have to show them, you know. That's just my thinking.
Fully. And I mean, you know yourself right now, realist, how, I mean, we've had this, you know, this happened 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And yet there are people today who are still adamant
Yeah.
But what that decision was correct.
That's
Right.
fine. That's
And
fine.
they're not.
I'm all right with that.
But so that's what I'm saying. I mean, there's people. You know, you say, "Oh, how do we get to the people to let them know so they don't have to go down this path?"
By showing them
Yeah.
and having
By showing them exactly. But I mean, we went right through before the pandemic.
talking is
Before that,
not
and we were telling people, "No, we don't. You know, you got to stop it. You
talking.
don't get involved in this stuff, man. This is poison. There's graphene. There's all sorts of shit in this thing."
Talking is not.
But it didn't do any good, realists. They were still going to take it. And even now, after we can see the bloody evidence, the writing is out there.
What evidence?
What evidence? There are
You
people.
tell me what
There are
evidence.
people.
Okay, I got one for you. Right now, there's information coming out where the CDC and other authorities that told people to do whatever 3 years ago, they're saying now this new variant that they're selling us, they are explicitly stating that the people who did get the jab before are more likely to get this new variant. They're putting that out there.
Okay, that's fine. The CDC is a corporation. It is a business. It has a EIN number. However,
okay.
Dominique, salute to you, man. Peace to you, man. You had hopped up and then you dropped back down. Did you want to add anything? Because you know, right now the fire is blazing, man, and I just want to give you an opportunity to get a word or two in before we continue.
I'll share later on. Go ahead. I'm hearing you guys. Continue building.
Gentoo gone. You're right there. You say you're in California.
Good morning, Dominic.
No, I'm not. Hold on here. I'm not in California. No.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm in Indiana.
Oh, okay.
But you know, Indigroove, you had an awesome point. People know already. If they haven't seen the news, they're looking at it and looking away. And it's because it's been politicized. Now, if you don't comply, you're an Orange Man supporter.
Yeah.
And I'm going to show you what a good person I am, and I'm going to virtue signal my way into an early heart attack by going out and getting 3 boosters.
And they and
it's just to spite you.
And they are, I guess their position, their group think it's more important than what they're not seeking actual truth. Just like they're letting us be called grandma killers. I personally heard the president call me a killer of grandma because I did refuse, because I did try to be an alternative. And nobody has stood up to even say, hey, bro, you can't. Look, we all got to. No, we weren't allowed to have an alternative choice. We are being called terrorists, anti-science, whatever label you want to put on it. And I've heard nobody defend us for our choice, to have a choice, to be an alternative. We've been demonized.
Not at all. Yeah. And by the same generation, the generation of maybe my parents, who said question authority, don't believe what the government tells you. They're the ones telling me I got to stick something in my arm, and going along with everything. Heaven forbid, you might have voted the wrong way and not for, this clown clone that we've got up there now. It makes you a persona non grata in your own home and in your own family, because it's just been so politicized. You're a terrible person. You're a terrorist. They're just not going to allow you the pleasure of their company anymore. And until you see the light, you're just might as well go away.
Yeah, nobody has been impressed by my example setting of the past 15 years at this point of trying to be an alternative. I've seen nobody impressed by that. I've seen them be hateful and spiteful about it. And I that's why I say a solution for me, you know, it's like I can do my thing, and that's what I've been doing. But if I just take it apart from me, you know, what about these kids that are having all this force on them? I'll bring it back to that. I don't have kids, but I don't want kids to be a victim of their parents' comforted ignorance or willful ignorance. And I think, you know, if we lose that, then what future do we have? That's why I say that, like, because when I'm old and gray, these are the people that's going to be up here running CDCs and this and that, right? And if they don't have their heads right, you know, I don't know what kind of hope that is.
That's pretty terrifying too. You bring up a good point, because these are the people who made videos and TikToks and Instagrams of how much they hate old people.
Right.
You know, they despise you, and one lady actually made a TikTok video talking about she slapped her patients when nobody's looking. And I thought, man, these are the people who are supposed to be taking care of us when we're older. You know, I better hope I've got a good support system in place, because they're not going to like me, and I'm sure they'll help me on my way out if that's what what it takes to get rid of me.
That should be what's outrageous.
That part you just said there, Jen, is absolutely true. I was probably a little bit, maybe half a year after the World Buddy Stage thing, and I was doing a bit of work down the back of the section, and a little boy came across the road from over. There's one of the neighbours on the other side of the road, and he came across the road and he says, "What are you doing?" And I says, I'm doing a little bit of work down here." He said, "You should be in an old folks' home. You're an old person. You should be an old folk in an old folks' home." And I said, "What gives you that idea?" He said, "Because people, once they get old, they shouldn't be out here anymore." And I thought, what the hell did you get that idea from? You know? It's a little bloody 5-year-old. Where did he get that idea from?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And they say, "Oh, I love kids because they tell the truth." And it's like, sometimes, no, they're just rude as all get out. But yeah, I mean, that's one of the things they don't think about. Someday you're going to be old. Someday your fingers are going to be wrinkled and you're going to need help. So I think one of the best things we can do is keep ourselves in darn good shape, so that we don't have to rely on those folks, because yeah, they hate the oldies.
Exactly, Jen. So I really don't come down to the end of the.
I will say yes. They hate the oldies. Yes, I agree. You know, quote unquote the oldies, but they also hate the youngies too. Look at how they treat. They just hate. I'm telling you all. That's what makes this. They don't have like a certain group that they favor. They don't like any of us. Look at how they treat our children. So I mean, you know, I just want to throw that in there. That it's not that they just don't like any of us. You know, look at what foods they give our children. Come on, think about just the food alone. What they give our babies as food. They're poisoning our babies.
Well, let me pose this, dude. What the power and inherent or assumed.
Can I just add real quick, just as an example? They have convinced women, you know, that a formulated milk has value over her own natural milk that she's been. See that you were born with that, the ability to nurture your child with a natural milk that will build their immune system, and it was created for that child. And they were able to convince us, I'm not going to say just the women, just our society, that a Similac, a formula, is what we should give to a child. I'm just saying, it's not just the oldies, but the youngies too. From the moment they're born, they're poisoning them. They put these poisons in them. I was there. I have 5 of them. They wanted to
There's
convince me to continue to. They want to convince me to continue to put these needles in my child's arm. And if I was to discipline my child, they would say it's child abuse. But at the same time, they're able to draw blood from my child. And that's not considered child abuse. They'll make my baby cry.
No question.
Pain. I'm just saying. So I'm just saying this whole thing is not just limited to oldies. We're all under attack. There's no one that is favored in this scenario right now. You know, it's just what makes it is that yes, the olders or oldies. You all use the term oldies, so I'll just use that. You know, they're somewhat helpless because, you know, we put them away and forget about them. And put them in the hands of strangers. So yes, we ourselves as a society have played a role in that also. You know, we put grandma in the nursing home because my wife doesn't get along with her. So I'm just saying, or we put dad in the nursing home because my husband and him, it just feels that's because we want to be able to go on vacations and he's getting in the way. So yes, we've given them the opportunity to mistreat our parents. So I mean, we all are just, you know. So that's I think that's where it seems magnified is the fact that we don't think much and value our elderly as
or ourselves. Yeah.
So, but we're all being mistreated. We are all being abused on the same level. We think we're doing all right. No, you're not. And I'm just thankful. Let me reiterate this. My mic good? Let me reiterate this. I'm thankful for you all that are here, that we can be the ones to be the light. And so when Gentoo Gone brought up, yes, solutions. Yes, let's find solutions. Let's give them alternatives as opposed to having to go to Walmart and put up masks. It's not even going to be masked the next couple times around. It's you better have that certificate of vaccination identification. That's what that COVID stands for. Certificate of vaccination identification. All right. So, and they're working on a chip and they're going cashless. So there's an agenda.
Right. Why? Because nobody is telling them to stop, right? They have the power to go.
No, it's not a matter of anyone telling them to stop.
Why not? Because they're telling us to do it, right?
But look, you can tell a person stop.
A bloody TV's a programmer.
Without saying anything is what I'm saying. Our actions is what will stop it, not our words. Where are the alternatives to Walmart? Where's the alternatives? Do you have an option?
There is none, because nobody has got any way of making these things.
That's all I'm saying is you have to have options for them now. You could tell them to stop, but they need to eat. What options do you have for them? Let your actions.
I'm going to God. Hopefully they can come around here and get them.
I just hope that I know that I'm making my points. I know you all get my point in all this. I'm more action oriented, and you got to give them options.
Well, I am too, dude. And if we can fire people for refusing something ridiculous, why can't we enforce the idea that ridiculousness has to stop, right? If there's a power in telling people something ridiculous and that being called an authority that can't be challenged, then I would argue there has to be an opposite power, that the right to not be fed ridiculous narratives can and should be called out on the spot. I think Monday morning should come around, and I think there's a whole lot of people that should be fired on the spot.
Luana Hedgepeth, do we have an enemy? The Bex factor, Bex, Bex is one. She's been around me to know that from day one. That's all I spoke on. So, I don't know if I'm looping Bex. Do we have an enemy? So, a little participation. Luana Hedgepeth, good to see you. The Bex factor, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. Seven Serpents, your phone is back to normal. I know you was on fire, Seven Serpents. That's what it was. You overheated your phone, man. Seven Serpents. Hey, check out his channel. Simple Insights. You know, they go a little deeper with rituals, speaking on those things, but I haven't dived into that aspect yet. But on the surface level, Seven Serpents is a boss with it. Good for you, Seven Serpents. And Luana says, yes, we do have an enemy. I'm waiting on I'm waiting on to see what the Bex Factor says. But no, in the groove, look, in the groove.
Yeah, man.
Everyone on this panel, well, I can't speak for Dominique, but I'll say the four of us and majority of those in the chat, we agree with you. We agree with you. We know
Right.
what you're saying is facts, but at the same time, is it realistic? Is my question to you. Is it realistic to think that just words can convince a person? Because there was a point in your life that you had words. People tried to guide you. And at the time, it wasn't right time. You know, so, you know, words.
Well, I'll tell you, other people's words are what led me into the system, telling me that this is the only way to go and you can't fight City Hall and just accept things because it's the way it is and it's never going to change. I've heard all that shit growing up and I bought into it. I denied my intuition telling me that that was not the path for me, but I went along. So I've lived in that life. I understand that. And at a certain point, I just had a personal moment of disgust with myself and my results of following everybody else's words that I said, you know what? The only alternative I have is to try something different against the grain, against what everybody's telling me. And that's how, you know, that's how you lose your friends and your family because you don't buy into their program anymore. And then when you do bigger and better things for yourself, they secretly hate that. I mean,
all right. I have a question then.
Okay.
Everyone on the panel. Dominic, did you want to? I know you want to speak on the elder. I saw what you wrote. So did you want to sneak in and say a few words before I ask you a question?
Sure.
All right, go ahead.
Sure. Well, history has repeated itself, but also in history, there has been factions of people that have tried to break away from the system. So now there's a lot of things we didn't do pushback. Birth control pills, we women, Muslim women wearing a mask, women here fucking wearing a thong. There's been so much pushback, lack of it. So now when you look at the economy and you have done the studying, I guess words, because they're doing it. They're talking openly in their forums. They're talking 2050 with the Chinese all reaching 50 years old. They openly talked about America's $300 trillion in debt if you factor pensioners. So if you understand why they got rid of the elderly and all that kind of stuff, people need to understand why a virus can and cannot exist. How does the mask work? How doesn't it work? See, I get it. We're reacting, but not understanding this is beyond one generation. This is not about me. This is about future generations, maybe even McCoy's kids, because these people, whoever they are, they already have in place what's going to happen action-wise, but they're also talking, they communicate with each other in so many different ways. Now, if you're the observer, how many people are playing sports? They're playing their sports, playing their military game. So now, if we're only the few in number, then realize they're only the few in number. Just figure out who's not going to get in our way. If the currency collapses, it's because they designed it that way. But we're going to their stores complaining about how our food should be like. You see the irony in all of that. Now, a person might turn around and say, but I want to go to court. I said, you're going into their commerce court? Why? Why would you want to go to the best thing you could do is avoid going into their court system. And that system is set up that you can avoid it. But unfortunately, a lot of us want our comfort. We still want to be religious and state. We want to be groups. No,
so we are the enemy. That makes us the enemy then.
No.
Okay, well, there's a paradox. We go round and round in that little circle right there. It's like, yes, we make bad choices, but we're given no real alternative unless we become an outlaw, right?
Boom. Boom.
Yeah.
Leon.
I'm sorry.
If I can't, no, you're right on point. Are you crazy? In the groove, ain't nothing to be sorry, man. You the greatest thing you're doing is you're listening, and you had a response in regards to what he said. So it's just it was a question you posed. So no, that's good. Dominique appreciates that you're at least listening. Leonia Abbott, I'm not understanding this completely. Our enemy is our self-denial for the overlord or of the overlord. It's so yeah, but my question now, right, for everyone and everyone in the chat, anyone listening on the replay, is there a pattern? Is there a theme of those who went along with the agenda? Is there a theme? Is there a image of those who did go along with the system? Meaning, like, you know, they had a status, they had incentives, they're highly educated, they have bought into the system. Is there a pattern there? Is there a way like we can identify that maybe it's a certain group of individuals? Are we the outlaws? Were we the ones that didn't do well in school? Are we the, you know, is there a pattern? I mean, I did well in school, so I'm not saying that. But
Yeah, I see one.
okay, let's go.
Okay. I personally, I sat back and I said, hey, the truth will show itself in this situation. I have a problem with the people who were saying trust the science 3 years ago, and now that we have actual science to show and prove, they don't want to see it. They don't want to admit to it that they were wrong. To me, that's I have to draw a line somewhere. And if people are not going to be accountable and stand by their own words that they made 3 years ago, I don't know how to. I can't forgive those types of people. And I almost kind of view those as being part of the enemy's army. If you're not going to be honest and look at it and stand by your own words from 3 years ago, I don't know how to deal with that at this point in a positive way.
Gentoo gone. Is there a certain type of individual or individuals that went along with this agenda that you would think from what you observed?
Absolutely. And I mean, I've seen running through the whole, running through the whole community that I was part of, or the people that I knew. It was fear. A lot of it was hatred, because I said it's been politicized. So, you know, unvax bad, vaccination good. This is my chance to virtue signal and be better than someone else. And it's also, it was spiteful. A lot of it was spite. They did it to spite you because of the way you believe. And that was it was their chance to feel like they were better than you. And I don't think that that's going to go away. I think most of the people who had that mindset at the beginning are still going to have it this time around. I dread to think, you know, what's going to happen with my mother-in-law and my father-in-law. Once again, I mean, we've gotten to where we can go visit them again. They let us in the house. But at one point, we weren't allowed to come over because we weren't vaccinated. And, you know, just not hurting my feelings any, but, you know, they're going to see their own hypocrisy and still justify it politically, I think.
Yeah.
Lawana Hedgepath, that's Edna Bell, Little Bunny Foo-Foo. So I'm sure you're familiar with Edna Bell. She had a name change and she stuck with it for 2 weeks. But Little Bunny Foo-Foo, that's really unique. And it flows real nice, Little Bunny Foo-Foo. So, however, but no, Gentoo gone. So that was, wow. So once again, people are trying to be a part of something and wanting to find. Okay, got you.
I think that's a good way to put it. Wanting to be a part of something, that whole one of us.
Yeah, like, they had something to belong to.
That was That was cool. The virtue signalers seem to get a thrill thinking they can get to take part in controlling others. Yeah, that was Dean. Did you where you are over
Yeah,
there?
no, I agree with Jen Tugon on that. I mean, I've seen
Yeah.
a lot of that. I've seen a lot of that, and
Yes.
I have to agree
Yeah.
that
Even as
yeah.
yeah, even as children, we carried that characteristic into our adulthood, huh? Where we just
Exactly.
want to be.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it immediately. Dominic, did you want to respond to that?
No, go ahead, guys. I'm hearing you.
Yeah, and those are the people who are still shopping at Walmart. Those are the people who are still, going to their job and are willing to take the next direction from their employer, no matter how ridiculous and out of bounds and over the line it is. When you go to a job, you get paid for your time and your skill within those hours. They want to pay us by the hours. And they had already overstepped our lines when they were trying to tell us what we can and can't do on the weekends, on our off time. And you see, that just naturally carried over to where they told you, hey, we're going to force you to make a health decision if you want this hourly paycheck. That's just left unchecked. That's a natural
Well, I
progression.
think we're forced into being labelled, and we have to accept the labels given to us, right? The label that you're either a conformist or a non-conformist. A label that you're a schizophrenic or a ADHD or any one of these other labels. People just accept it that they are one of them.
They turned us into science deniers.
Labels. People are so into being labeled. I see that all around me. I can hear it. I can hear it in my own family's conversation. Oh, I'm this. I'm that.
Yeah, it's an identity.
It's an identity.
What'd you say, Gentoo Gone? Dean has a real powerful voice, so it will over. His voice is real strong. What'd you say, Gentoo Gone?
No, I get excited and I interjected, but
okay.
No, it was just they want to call you a science denier, or a Trumper, or a maggot. I've seen that one here recently.
Conspiracy theorists, or
Conspiracy theorists,
I mean, they gave it all. But you guys weathered the storm. Y'all weathered the storm, and you continue to weather the storm. So, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I think also that we need to be more self-reliant. We can't keep running to Walmart for everything. If you can make soap, or if you can raise some chickens or something, somehow support yourself, and maybe just take those few dollars out of their pockets. I mean, I know everybody's got to have the Walmart once in a while, or the Meijer, or whatever it is, the Amazon. But whatever you can do to take some money out of their pockets, do that. Trade some things with people. My sister raises eggs. She gets soap and I get eggs. The people up the road are doing a kosher farm, and they sell meat. So I think we all need to be more independent and a little more self-reliant. I know that not everybody's got the means to do that, but it's just small stuff that you can do for yourself.
Absolutely.
It doesn't always take an acre or two, but do something small for yourself that does take the dollars out of those, the corrupt corporations.
Absolutely. And that's what I speak on. Independence. They know that we're dependent on them. They know that. And so that's why they know they can have their way with us. It's just that simple. If you're in a relationship and you're dependent on your partner, and they're not, sincere, they have the power. I mean, and the moment that you become independence is when the respect is put on the table now. But right now, they don't respect us. We can't even feed ourselves. As human beings, we can't even provide for ourselves. Something as simple as taking a seed and putting it in the ground. we don't even have value for that. They won't respect us because we don't even value that.
No, respect is something that's not even. I would say everybody has their own definition of that. Just like they say respect authority. Well, authority is to be respected when it's justified, when it's something too worthy of respect. But no, we just now the term for respect is just obey, right? Like I don't even like in modern dating. One thing I listened to a lot of dating circles over the years just to kind of get a gauge on where people's minds are at, and there's no respect. It's all transactional. It's all individualized. They're and you know that goes against nature itself. The male and female dynamic of what should be respected. Well, what's respected is a nice house, nice car, nice superficial trappings. And so what does that do? That makes the provider subservient to his employer. He's basically his employer's bitch because everything rides on what his employer thinks about him. And if he's not an ass kisser, he's not moving up the ladder. And it's a trickle down effect. And that's where they entrap people with these jobs and telling them to get jabs. Well, you want to lose your family? You want to lose your status? Then you're going to respect my authority, whether you like it or not, which that's not respect. That's bully. That's bully tactics. That's that's a transgression of false authorities. And man, this is like you say, dude, this thing runs deep.
Look, man, look. It's simple. All right. We got bamboozled. We got deceived. We thought they were good for us. Okay. They misled us. And there was a trap that they set for us, bro. But we were not born in this world having the right to go to Walmart. Okay. That's their thing. We weren't born to have the right to go to their schools. That's their thing. It's just, yes, we lost our identity. We got comfortable, like Dean and so many have said. And now they set us up. We got set up. But we're not going to fight them for their things. We have to find alternatives, man, because they're not going to change. They are who they are. And so I'm not frustrated with them. I'm mad that I got deceived. I got tricked. When someone tricks you, you just feel so damn, you just feel stupid. Like, damn, how'd I fall for it? And that's where we are. We fell for the trickery. These are master deceivers. Master deceivers. And so, I'm thankful I'm not being tricked anymore. And we have to come up with alternatives, man. We have to, like Gentoo Gone said, whatever little we can do to take that power back, that independence back. That's what it comes down to. But we can't argue about their things. That's Walmart, is theirs, So it's a simple solution. Let's channel our energy into finding solutions. Let's no longer get frustrated because they took their ball and went home. Let's go get our own ball and create our own game and our own lifestyle. That's what it comes down to. Do we have the time? We're going to have to make the time because our life and our lifestyle and our welfare depends on it. Depends on it. So if we can use our energies to find solutions, that's no longer, they take pleasure in the fact that we're angry and agitated. They want us to go protest that we have the right to go into Walmart. They want to see it. But let's not give them that. Let's not give them that. These are sinister weirdos. They're the ones that put a mask on our face that said, I can't breathe. Okay? They clowning us. They're embarrassing us. So, they're and there's no turning back. This is who they are. But can we turn away? Just like Leonia Abbott said, we have to be willing to let go of having every whim. And then said, nor are we willing to not eat. But let's not get frustrated with these weirdos. We don't even want what they have for us anymore. They're garbage, they're trash, they're evil, they're wicked, they're cowards. Let's go create our own. Let's link with like minds. Yes, life will not be the way we are used to, but what they had for us wasn't life anyway. That was an
So,
illusion. That was an imagine. I'm sorry, go ahead.
well, I just say, without, if we want to get really, really technical about it, without their technology, if I don't have this phone and I'm not be able to connect to you guys, I have no like-minders. And that's just what it is. I speak about it. I accept my isolation and loneliness for that reason, because there is no alternative for me. I'm not joining their madness and their ridiculous narrative, and I'm not going to lead other people astray. And if I can't talk to other people to convince them that that is wrong and give them reasons why that is wrong, they can accept it or not. That's fine. But if we collectively are going to accept that this is the way it is and this is the way it's going down, then I don't have much to offer for that, because I've sacrificed everything. Everything that my skills don't translate. I can grow food, yes. But, what good is being a musician in a world that's corrupted like that? What good is having ideas about psychology and being able to contribute to that field? If without that, then, there's not much of a lifestyle to maintain there. It's just about base level. And to me, when I'm directed into this path of having to give up everything, I'm still being controlled by that system. Still, the weirdos are still winning. I'm not thriving in the way that I should be. I'm as anybody is. We all got skills in some area that we're being, denied, whether it's through lack of opportunity or lack of certain outlets. Like Big Philly OG was talking earlier, just in the way that a guy that dribbles a basketball is a multimillionaire, when a guy who's got a real skill, like a plumber or even electrician, a house, somebody can build a house, they're still, working by the hour for, barely more than minimum wage. So, that's all injustice. We got people getting thrown in jail over stealing bread for their family, and they might be in a desperate situation. We'll throw them in jail, and we'll go to sleep at night being okay with that as a group, as a society. But we can't call out these people telling people to stick poison in their arms and in the baby's arms. I just say, let's just draw a line with that. If not, then there's no reason to even. We should all be looking for a desert island, dude. What's going to happen when they turn the masses against us? They're already trying to do that by calling us terrorists and, Nazis or whatever it is. But with this Trump thing, I don't even vote. So it ain't got nothing to do with Trump, right? But they'll still tell you you're a far right extremist. I've never been far right. You check my card, my voter registration card. I'm nonpartisan. Always have been. I'm not far right, nothing. But they still feel free to demonize. I'm tired of being demonized, dude. To me, that's bullying, and bullying does something to me. Whether it's being done to me directly or bullying kids, I can't not call that out, bro. It's not just about me. If it's just about me, dude, I can turn this phone off and never talk to anybody. Nothing's gonna change.
Yeah.
But if I feel like there's something to change, I got to work on that, dude. And at this point, I studied psychology and group psychology. They're using these tactics. So why would we not use it to promote better ideas? That has to be a part of the equation, right? If not, then this thing's going down the way they want it to. And they are going to crash everything. And a lot of people are going to suffer. We might come out okay in that scenario, but is there not an alternative to that? Does it just have to go down? If so,
I
dude,
kind of feel like it's gonna go that way, whether we
yeah,
like it
I
or
do
not.
too,
Mm.
and that's
Yeah.
I would like to see some solutions to stop that. And I
So
think
would
at
I.
least if we could call these people out, at least throw a wrench in their plan, maybe for another generation before they replace all our people again, all the good people. right? I mean, at least we could do something, dude. I'm not trying to live
The
out the rest of my.
the wrench in their plan, it's easy equation. It's just independence. Stop eating their garbage food. Stop supporting them, man. It's not that difficult. They want to talk. No, they're not going to listen. You let your actions. I just keep saying the same thing in the sense of stop sending our children to their school. Someone mentioned that earlier in the chat. Oh, I think Seven Serpents. Yes, something useful would be encouraging and developing our own educators to replace their indoctrinators. To get away from them is easy.
Well, you're doing that solution with your own children.
Of course, yes, that's common sense. I would not send my children to my enemy to raise them. That's common sense.
And so already your solution has taken a stance.
Yeah, here's 5 minds that they will not form and shape. They will not influence these 5 minds. So yes, if we multiply, because yes, the education system is a life. That's what continues their vision, is raising and shaping these children's minds for the next generation. Because my son, I met an electrician 2 weeks ago. And the electrician himself, or a week ago, said, why are they sending these children to college? These children don't have any skills. He's been an electrician since he's 14, 15, and I'm sure he's making more money than most of these college students. So what I'm just saying, yes, that's Seven Serpents is on it. The school system. Yeah. Stop supporting their religious institution.
Well, you have already made that start. You already know that the future is in the hands of your children. The future and the legacy of your own family is in the hands of your own children. So that to me says multitudes, it says bulk, because we are not being subject to somebody else's view. And when you're talking about bringing up your children with a different view, to me, the future of this place is all around the children. It's your children tomorrow are going to be the leaders of the day, or not, whichever way they're desirous. But we've got more people today who are sending children off to schools to be educated into a world system, not into our own.
Woo! Oh, a
world system.
A world system. Woo! Yes. You're talking nothing but facts. A world system. That's why they didn't want us to connect, because that's why when they come with the whole racism thing, I'm like, oh, you still can't see clearly. I'm sorry that you still don't see things clearly, but if you were to speak to others in other nations, you'll see that even they're divided, and it's not racial over there. So what is it? This is an agenda. So yes, Dean, you hit it right there. A world system. Here's Bex in Canada, Dominique in Canada. Well, Indigroove's right down the street in Louisiana. Gentoo Gone is there in Indiana. Dean's in New Zealand. And you speak to Not Know. You speak to people all over the earth, the plane, like Dean will say. We're all being subjected to the same agenda. Is that a coincidence, being orchestrated at the same time? Do you know how much it would take to orchestrate this agenda? Peace to you, the Bex Factor. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. First question to get into this. And it's all right. Kimber came up here, said no, we're our own enemy. So it's not, it's not get along to, what is it? Go along to get along up here. Mm. You know me, I like to hear others' thoughts. I already know my own. So do you think we have an enemy, Bex?
I do.
Also,
I do think we have people that want to puppet us for sure.
The follow-up question also to create some balance. I hope I asked everyone this question. Yes. to create some balance. If there was one thing that you would do away with in this world or on earth or whatever, what is the one thing you would do away with?
It's the same answer I've had since I was a child, and that's inequity.
Can you define inequity in simpler terms for those of us?
The equal distribution and fair access to all resources and all things that we create for each other. That no person on the planet is considered more valuable because of where they're born or anything like that. So,
all right, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful. That's great right there. And Bex, thank you for a great listen this morning when I woke up, and I was astonished to see that you and Illuma Tommy got it going on. I hope this is the final live that stays up. Like, dang, you're putting in work for what? We're not even seeing it in your work, but I know, you know, you're a perfectionist, and it's you're very mindful. And I know you go back and replay them, and you're like, nope. They said one thing, it's not going up. It's not staying up. But no, great job on Illuma Tommy.
Thank you.
Had a great conversation. You know, you all, I mean, I didn't know Illuma Tommy could even have a conversation. That was a joke, Illuma Tommy. That was a joke. But no, great job on that, Bex.
Thank you. You know me, that's, you know, something I've been hoping would happen since I started my channel. So it was a real treat. It was really nice. But back to the enemy thing, like, just because I know that, you know, things can be on the macro front and the micro front, you know, and we can actually perceive people to be enemies that aren't, you know, not specifically, I'm not referring specifically to my stream last night, but I am specifically behaving to some of my own behaviors, you know, and judging people and hopping on bandwagons and, you know, and realizing that it's been mostly my own judgment of my own behavior. Ironically, I can continue it and still judge it. But I think that that's part of our problem when we're trying to identify an enemy. I think we get on extra guard, you know, and we're very quick. It's better safe than sorry, I guess, the philosophy. But in doing so, you know, sometimes we can harm ourselves and others, you know, which is a fine line. And that's why I was going to say to you, McCoy, that I appreciate, you know, Tommy and I talked about this last night, that there's a difference between looping and being focused and having an important talking point. Caged Reality actually reinforces this on some of the things we listen to, some of the old books from wise old men, right? That we've been programmed. So to undo that programming in 13 years of indoctrination plus, the repetition that you bring and the focus that you bring has always been a matter of wanting to hear more of what you're impassioned about, more of what you've learned and gleaned in your journey out here on YouTube. So, and in the world, but of course we're here. So I really value your space. I listen quite often. I don't hop up because, you know me, I'm kind of that center line person, but thank you for having this forum and for having the focus and determination to have these conversations, you know?
Yeah, I was saying, you know, that, you know, I'm not gonna say this is my talking point, but, you know, from day one, majority of people who know of me or heard of me, I speak on this enemy. I'm focused in on that, like you said, and then I just want to rein it in the fact of, let's get to basics, and let's start from here. Let's identify if there is an enemy. Because, you know, I mean, it could be my imagination, or I could hear other ideas where Kimba says it's within me. You know, if I can overcome myself, and then there's Annapurna who says if I can open my pineal gland, my third eye, this will all stop. So it's just a self-analysis, just to you know, like when you go into Alcoholic Anonymous, one of the first things you have to do is acknowledge that you are an alcoholic. Because if you don't acknowledge that, then there's no point of you being there, because you're not going to solve the problem or try to solve the problem. You're going to do just enough to get out that class. Did you solve the problem? So it's the same thing I'm adopting here, in the sense of, let's put it on the table. Is there an enemy? You know, and it's overwhelmingly, it's been identified that yes, we have an enemy, and it's coming from all parts of the world. It's not just here in America that people say, yeah, it's an enemy, but you have people over there in New Zealand saying, no, life is great, man. Our government is great. They encourage us to our health and our welfare. The elderly and the children are treated very well. We're growing food, everything is natural. We're not, I haven't heard that. So, I mean, what, I'm going to go with 1 out of 100 that says there's not an enemy? Come on now. So it's like took a poll, and it's overwhelmingly, yes, we have an enemy. Okay, now moving forward, Gen 2 Gone is saying, which everyone knows, you see it under there, under my name, you know, solutions, what to say? Solutions are in high demand right now. And so that's what, you know, that's why I'm here. Everyone has known that, yes, I've identified we have an enemy. But like I've been saying, we need alternatives now. We need solutions. We can't get mad at a person who all their life, this is what they've been known to believe and know is truth. And then here I come along and tell them, no, the television is lying. Your heroes are lying. Tom Hanks is lying. That was one of the first ones who told us to jab ourselves up, you know. So it's just, I just want to get to basics on this one. I doubt there'll be a part 2 because everyone has there haven't been many doubts. Even if Beck says there's an enemy, it's by God, there's an enemy, y'all. I'm telling you.
There's an enemy.
Yes. Peace to you, LaWanda Hedgepath is in the chat, just blazing it up. Remember, we used to have workshops in the middle school, and they took that away. That's why we have to teach them the basic skills of life ourselves. They want them in their system and not using skills. Yes, that's how we got to where we are.
Yeah, we should have told them, no, you're not going to take these workshops out because they're important because blah, blah, blah. But we didn't do that. We just let them do it, bro.
In the groove, we liked the video games. We were mesmerized by the movies, the DVDs. Come on, the computers, the laptops, the tablets. You act as though they just presented us with this. No, it was over time. It was systematic, just over time. These weirdos just yo, they are some weirdos, man. I'm telling you, they are. But it's come on, they slowly got us addicted to their system, man. We fell in love with their comfort, like Dean says, man. And it's just hard to go back.
Well, they got even more weirdness in store for us if they're going to sell us under comfort, you know.
Just imagine a remote control. We got used to the remote control, and when the battery doesn't work, how annoying was it to have to get up and turn the television on? I'm just saying, we got comfortable with that. So it's just, you know, we need to have an alternative, man. Or you know, I'm gonna land right there.
I wanted to just interject with one thought, you guys, and then I'll leave it at this. I think that it's not just the comforts that they gave us, because they could have given us good values, everything, and we could still have these comforts and not be bemoaning them. Exactly. Right? It's the answers. It's the answers they claim to have that they gave us, that they lied because they didn't have the answers. You know, that then I'm going to assume, we could assume they have the answers and they didn't, and they hid those. But what it might be is they didn't have the answers. They were just as fucking blind as we were. And instead of recruiting the entire world and all the brilliant 6 to 12-year-olds that can solve every fucking problem, it always seems to be the case. Like, oh, they turned coconut husks into recyclable plastics. And you know what I mean? Like, seriously, you know, it's that's the shame on them the most, is to brainwash us with a bunch of lies. And then we can even believe that they actually were hiding the truth, when in fact, I think that what they're hiding is they didn't have the answers and they needed our help along. I land on that.
Gen 2 Gone, did you have something you want to add?
No, I was kind of curious about, you know, we're talking about solutions, Bex. I would like to hear more about the whole equity thing and what kind of a solution to inequity.
I'm so glad you brought that back up, because yes, each time I did want someone to expound on now the thing that they would change. So yes, thank you, Gen 2 Gone. I appreciate you for that. That's right. If you could expound on that, Bex, on why. Yes.
I appreciate the question, because I got a master's degree in economics trying to answer these questions of my little inner child, you know, like I didn't go to get a job. I went to have questions to answer children that I never had, you know, the questions they might have. And my answer is a little super fantastic. Like, people won't believe it's possible, but ultimately I do believe that all the humans on this planet have one share in all the resources on the planet, regardless of how big the capital N is, right? 1 over capital N is my responsibility and my obligation to steward on this planet. I mean, no disrespect to First Nations people or tribal people or anyone that feels that I don't belong, based on the stories we've been told. I'm not trying to steal anything from anyone. I'm trying to say, hey, we got water over here in Canada, right? Do you have no water, landlocked nation, right? Because I didn't draw those borders. I didn't make you not have water. And so that being said, the answer actually lies in a system we already have, because the money and finances of this world are fictitious. I'm just saying we already live in a system where we use our debit cards every day, and we think it's backed with fiat currency. We think it was once backed by gold. That's all BS. It's all been numbers in a computer system, just like Fight Club said. They used to
Hold
give
on, Bex, you said we use our debit cards every day, and then you went out.
Oh, sorry. We use our debit cards every day in a system that was once backed by fiat. Well, it's allegedly fiat currency now, and before that was backed by gold. Since they took away the gold standard, which was probably BS anyway, we've had money backed by nothing. Now, any people, it's the oil dollar, it's whatever. These oligarchs run the resources. They're the ones claiming they got barrels of stuff. We can't prove that. So my point is prices have nothing to do with supply and demand. We read the Animal Farm, and they were always sabotaging the windmill while they were changing the rules, keeping everyone too exhausted to notice what the fuck was going on. In fact, keeping us so exhausted, we didn't even remember that was the main theme of Animal Farm, right? So my answer is we already have the system. We have the Amazon, we have the banking system, we have these cards that connect us to obsolete, to numbers backed with nothing. And I know this will piss the rich people off of the world. But ultimately, at the end of every day, we could reset everybody's bank accounts to the highest player in the game and say, oh, Jeff, thanks, man, for making us rich. That was really great. And then at the end of the day, we go and we buy our bread the next day. A loaf of bread is $1 million, believe it or not. Okay, that's what it is. Because we all have trillions of dollars in the bank. We don't fucking care. So technically, the system exists in place right now. It wouldn't make sense. You'd still be able to order from Amazon. You could still have all your comforts. But right now, it's backed on nothing. Backed on our straw man, probably on our straw man, whatever our actual attachment to this world is, which we're going to find out is way bigger than 1 over N resources of this world. We're going to find out that literally, metaphysically, we have something probably this big, each and every one of us literally has access to this much stuff. Now I'm getting kind of crazy on that, but I do believe they've even lied to us about the realm we're in. So, anyways,
I agree about that, Beth. I just want to kind of interject. Okay, so everybody gets money, everybody spends money. What's everybody's incentive to make that money or to go make that bread that you're going to buy? What's my
good
incentive?
question. We already have a world that shut down a few years ago and showed us that everybody's jobs are mundane and pointless. In my friend's village in Nigeria, every Saturday, everybody gets up and cleans the village, right? Like, there's certain jobs done by everybody that are just done. And we have robotics. I'm not going to ignoring AI for the moment and the scare around that. We have robotics and machines that have been doing things for so long. Even China had to tell us before we believed that robotics existed, that they had little teeny tiny hands doing teeny tiny jobs that we didn't believe anything could do because we weren't as technologically advanced as China. And instead, everybody's like, oh, China took all our inventions. Okay, we can just ignore who begat whom with the invention of things that were designed to make our lives beautiful, right? So why do we have to be, someone just has to be there manning the machine that does the things that took the jobs from the people. And we just need to scale back to a 5-hour to 10-hour work week.
Yep.
And then get all the things done in the world that need to get done. And the rest of the time, I know it's confusing for people, but what we would do is create. We'd create life, we'd create gardens, we'd create everything. We'd create an entire unlegislated, unregulated world where you're not. I know people like, oh gosh, now we're gonna have a cow. We're gonna have a cow grazing downtown Victoria or whatever. Look, even India's been around a long time, and they've been dealing with figuring out that kind of stuff. You know, so I'm just saying it might not be perfect in the beginning, in terms of what looks comfortable to everybody, but you know, we have people are. I watched a show about 3 years ago where a talk where a gentleman was giving a talk about how he was concerned how his children are going to compete with robots. I was like, the robots are here to take the jobs of your children so that your child doesn't need to have a paid job, right? So your child can create and play orchestral music with their friends, or have a band, or knit, you know?
That's all well and good, but I think in a world like that, people, first of all, they're going to be the people who say, I can't, you're going to have to do it for me, and I deserve to sit here and not do anything because I'm disabled, or I'm not able to do this, that, and the other. So I think everybody should go ahead and support me. And then there are going to be the people who destroy themselves because they don't have anything to do, and maybe that's not a bad thing. You know, maybe I always thought that they should put drugs in a vending machine on the corner, and that way we rid ourselves of the people who can't control themselves. But I'm of the mindset that I'm not going to work for anybody else but me. And I know that may sound selfish, but I think there's a little bit of virtue in selfishness. You know, my life isn't somebody else's, and I'm not going to do things that I don't want to do just because somebody else feels like I should. Or, you know, well, you know, he's not going to eat today if you don't do this. Well, I don't want to do that. Make him go do that. You know, I'm going to be that contrarian who's going to say, how you going to make everybody do this?
So but how does that person needing to eat who doesn't do anything today, how is that any different in the future than it is now? Like,
exactly. How is it any different in the future than it is
so
now?
I mean, if we have a liberated system where all those industrious people who don't, who aren't the ones struggling to fit into a system, you know, back in the day. Sorry, I know I stopped my question there, but I read a book by Margaret Mead and Ruth. Two anthropologists that studied tribes in the Papua New Guinea back in the early 1900s. And these three tribes were all within a certain kilometer distance of each other, and they didn't know each other well. And they were just comparing the differences in the natures of these tribes and their traditions. And yet one of the traditions across all three tribes was to essentially excommunicate or treat the people who weren't willing to be a part of the system, who weren't willing to participate in the tribal activities in a sharing, caring kind of way. They all had ways to isolate those people, right? So if you were going to be like that, you couldn't come and dine with everybody, right? You couldn't shower, you couldn't do things. It was very prescribed. But the reason they did this to these people was because they knew through the ostracization of these people that, fine, you don't want to participate in the system, you get treated this way. You know what happens to those people after a certain amount of time away? They become prophets, like they become storytellers. They become people who had connections to the spiritual realm, you know? So we could be like, oh, they went schizophrenic and the tribes didn't understand them, right? Oh, they went mentally unwell through their lack of treatment. That's one way that we could, as Westerners, look and be like, oh, they needed their meds, you know? But technically, even people who don't seem to fit into the modern system have a place in old tribes spiritually, right? Even in their systems. So I think we're missing out on that.
Okay, so you're going to feed them anyway.
I think that in a different world they would have been fed. I think the food would just be there, and they'd be grabbing a mango, grabbing an apple. You know, we all already are in this global system where, whether we like it or not, you know, our governments are involved financially. They're taking our taxes. They're sending, you know, their rainbow flag warriors over to India right now as we speak, or into Africa, trying to be like, hey, you want our aid? You know? And so we're already in a system that seems to think it wants to run around and tell other people how to share. I think we'd find that in that kind of system, the autonomy that you're talking of, where people are just respecting their craft, you know, it doesn't mean there isn't jobs, doesn't mean that you couldn't, you're not going to produce what you produce, or I'm not going to have a coffee shop where people come in and join me. It's just that I might not get paid, right? We might actually get to a point where the money doesn't mean anything and I'm just having a coffee shop and people are coming in to dine at my coffee shop. And to me, some people, that makes no sense. Why would you have a coffee shop? You know?
I mean, I get it. I mean, if you enjoy if they're paying you with their conversation, but their conversation, I just don't see how that's going to put bread on your table. You know,
but that's where, the bank accounts are resetting at the end of every night, remember, based on whoever worked the hardest that day. Right? So your bank account.
So we do still have inequity.
No, everything resets at the end of the day. The only thing that makes it inequitable is the beginning of the day when you go shopping, right? You go buy your stuff and I buy my stuff. And at the end of the day, I spent no money and you spent millions, right? Now it's inequitable. Well, now the bank accounts reset to everyone. People could say, actually, you know what? Jen is smarter because she spent some money and she got everything reset up. Whereas I only gained that little bit, not what I spent. Like, you know, if let's just say at the end of the day, every day, $1 million is the most someone made. Well, you go and spend 100,000, right? Now at the end of the day, it's back up to 1 million. You've just gained 100,000. No one's going to top up my account. I didn't spend my 100,000. I'm not stimulating the economy. I'm not spending anything. So ultimately you'd end up having Jeff Bezos be like, oh, fucking thank God, people, I'm going to take a day off because I've been working way too hard. Why would I work this hard just for everybody to have the same thing I have? Right. And I know it seems like it's a laziness concept, but it's actually a backwards, you know, we could live in a world, for instance, where you were taxed. So overtime is halftime. Okay, so everybody works 40 hours a week. And if you want to work that 41 hour, you get half pay instead of time and a half, right? So that nobody ever values that extra work and over and above their own recreation. But instead we create a 1.5 wage, right? And I know people be like, well, that doesn't make any sense because somebody else is going to come in, you know, someone else will come in and, you know, if they had that, basically we could say, now suddenly we could have people without paper taking jobs for half wage because half wage is a real wage in an overtime scenario. And then people would be cooking books and giving jobs to people from other countries being like, you know what, you can work here without papers, but you only get the quote unquote overtime half wage hours. You know, the incentive effects of the contracts made on us affect our decisions and we just see them as the norm and fair. But if everybody was taxed at half wage for any overtime, then nobody would necessarily be unemployed in the system. And we're just back to, the people that don't want to work, don't worry about the people that don't want to work, right? They're broken in a broken system and we're going to sit and judge them because they can't get it together, you know, to be competitive enough to participate and they're not worthy of a sandwich. They're not worthy of a sandwich because because they won't pay the banker, you know. I don't know.
Let me Dominique wrote a comment that I would like for him to expound or explain or address. He wrote, are we trying to practice a independent or interdependent? So if you can clarify that for me, Dominique, I would appreciate it. So, peace to Leona Abbott. Thank you for your participation. You're blazing right now. Your thought process is right there. We appreciate you. A lot of wisdom, a lot of knowledge, information. Marvey 2.2, good to see you. Good to see you. I just want to make sure everyone is modded up so that you can click on these channels. These are the type of people that are over here. There a lot of information, insight, perspective, and you see that we're able to have conversations even if there's a difference in perspectives and opinions. We're not here to enforce our will on anyone. We're just here to exchange information. And so I just want to see if Dominique can expound on what that thought was in the back that he wrote. On his birthday, on his born day, Dominique is here with us, y'all. Thank Dominique for that.
Happy birthday.
You know, in terms of laziness and incentive, there's no, well, we pay people by the hour, right? Where's the incentive to work hard if you're getting a set amount of pay for your hourly, for your time,
Great
right?
question. Great question.
Yeah.
Great question. Dominique, are you there? Before I wanted you to expound on that, but if you're not there, go ahead in the group then. Dominique might have stepped away. But
Well, I'll just say that's the system we're in now.
peace
To pay
to
people a minimum wage by the hour, and we put a value on people's lifetime because that's what we're talking about. Your lifetime, an hour of your life is worth about $8. That's what they value our lifetime, right? No matter what you're doing in your job, whether you're cleaning bathrooms or working at a bookstore, right, or a desk job.
this comment on the screen, Valley Ray, who I said is boots on the ground, actions over talking, says, I'm smoking chicken right now for the homeless and some drug addicts. My own dollars support your own community. I'll be handing it out today in real life. And that's all that I'm saying is that let's check out his channel because I don't know who checked it out the other night, but I will. He's an example of the actions. Give people an alternative. Give them answers. Through your actions, they'll know that you care. But all this talking, the talking doesn't work. I'm telling you, it doesn't work. Talking doesn't pay the bills. Try calling your bill collector and talk to them all day and see if they reduce your phone bill. So I'm saying it's your actions. So that's what I continue to reiterate is that it's the actions. We need alternatives. We have identified the problem. We do have an enemy. They do not like us. They despise us from the day that we were born to the day that we're in the grave. All right. So what are we going to do now, since that's where this conversation is headed and has been? The frustration, there's no need to be frustrated right now. Take that frustration and turn it into positive energy. We'll see more and better results that way, as opposed to sitting around and complaining and pointing the fingers at those who are in the same situation as you or where you once were. You know, that's just my perspective on it. It works for me. I'm less stressed. I'm more focused, like Bex would say. I'm just focused. You see what I'm saying? Instead of being, they can't rattle me right now. I'm focused. That infrared beam is on its target. You know, so peace to everyone, man. Still 19 people here and 6 of us on the panel. Hey, Valley Ray, I know, yes, 5 hours strong. I gave them the option, you know, Max Vision is live. Big Dog Philly OG now, he has scheduled his live. And but we want to keep building this fire. So, and they know I only live stream on the weekends. That was just so impromptu, that Monday or Tuesday night. But usually this is the time I have with my 5 children to be able to sneak one in. So I think most of us know that. So that's why they're here. And I appreciate their presence and the new ones here. Thank you all for being here. Just like minds, exchanging information. Leona Abbott, you I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly. You're in the right place. We need your thoughts. That's what I said to Jen 2 Gone. I used to hear her over there on Bex. And I'm like, wow, that's her thought process. That's great. So now, you know, I should have snuck in on an Illuma Tommy's live today, Bex, because then I probably would have a live that stays up that I can go back and play and listen to myself. Bex refuses to keep them lives up, but hey, whatever works for her. But I must say that that was great. And Bex, I hope you see that, what I was saying earlier. You have the ability to have a communication with a lot of these people, you know, that are in this community, from the Paul Unslave to the Zetetic Warrior and everyone in between, the OTWs, the Bentons. Come on, let's go. You know, let's bring them over here to find solutions. Not necessarily over here, I'm just saying, let's get this on their minds. Let's resonate this. Let's stop with the arguing, complaining, and let's find solutions. And let's gain together. We are all in the same situation. We are. There's no denying that. We all have a common enemy. There's no denying that. They do not play favoritism. They do not, because even the ones in Israel had to get jabbed up. So it is what it is. I'm gonna land right there. But in the groove, I know that you wanted to expound. I just was I thought Dominique yeah, but I got that same feedback also in the group. Like, what would be our incentive? What would motivate us in that system? Anything is better than what the hell we got right now. So I'll even entertain it, Bex.
Yeah, I just and going along with what Bex was presenting there, I too believe that there's a way to it. I think at least our basic needs should be accounted for, and then I think there's also space for the people who want to do extra.
All right, hold on.
Yeah.
All right. What is our basic needs in the group?
Well, I mean,
our basic needs.
According to whatever.
To you.
Well, I mean, just things like food, water, clothing, shelter, those sort of things. Even
All right.
yeah,
Those three things, which is what I'd agree with. I didn't necessarily list water because but yes, 4: water, food, clothing, and shelter.
Yeah.
We as human beings have the ability to provide all of those for the rest of our lives, and probably only have to do it once outside of just the clothing aspect. But even that can be passed down to generations.
Yeah.
So I'm saying it's not that difficult though. Those are basic needs.
Right. But are we not to confront the fact that out of all this big structure, this big system that dominates over our life, right, and wants to dictate everything, why we should not have homeless, starving people? Okay, we're not even meeting basic needs, but we're supposed to carry ideas about the future generation. Like, there should be none of that talk. If the basic needs are not met, then we should never have allowed the public discourse or the conversation from government officials to be anything else above that. If you can't do the basics, then what are we talking about?
Are your basic needs being met? I don't want to ask, get into your personal life or anything. Are your basic, because I mean, the focus is yourself first. Are your basic needs being met? Then, okay, you knock on your neighbor's door and say, look, we have some extra food here that we've grown in our garden and in our fruit trees. And my wife or my daughter sowed a few, would like to make a few clothing items for you and your children because we enjoy it. And, I'm just saying, like, are your basic needs being met? I mean, we get overwhelmed by looking outside of ourselves. But are yours being met?
I mean, it's a struggle. I have to basically I have to sell off possessions in order to get my food and my energy, to run my water system. So, is it being met? Yes, because I'm meeting it. But it's a sacrifice. I'm not being compensated for what I do provide to the world. Whatever value people want to see that as, making free music, putting my thoughts online, spending my time doing this or that, whatever, taking care of dogs that other people abandoned, right? It's all out of pocket. I'm not being compensated for anything. I'm not having the government say, you know what, you're holding it down. You're being a good steward and you're public service. You're taking care of some stray animals. Here, we're going to give you, just a basic, even just an EBT card. I don't even get that. When I was unemployed, I was denied unemployment. So I get no benefits for a system that I'm forced to participate in. So are my needs being met? Well, if we're talking about equality and equal exchange, then no, I'm owed a lot that I'm not getting.
Belly Ray wrote heroin and cocaine and fentanyl and LSD and cocaine is decriminalized in Portland, Oregon. And you know what's crazy, Belly Ray? Marijuana is still criminalized here in Alabama.
Oh yeah.
And Gentoo Gone, she spoke on that psychedelics have been approved or they're in California. So I don't know what's going on with y'all on the West Coast. What they doing to y'all over there? They want to get y'all doped up. They want y'all spazzed out. What they got in store for y'all? Wow. They decriminalizing those things like.
Well, it should have never been, quote, what is a criminal though?
And here in Alabama, we can't even get marijuana legalized down here. Not even a dispensary. Right. That's crazy.
It is crazy.
Yeah, but
so why are we not asking these people what are they basing their authority on? Are they basing it on the truth? Are they basing
it? We know the answer to why they're basing their authority because we depend on them. Come on, man. That's the simple answer. We depend on them. The moment we no longer depend on them, they lose their authority. 48 laws of power. In order to stay in power, you need people to depend on you. I forgot which law that was. It's top 10. If you want to stay in power, you need your people to depend on you. That's what gives them the authority is the fact that we can't even feed ourselves. Come on.
Okay, so how are we going to get these people who are totally dependent and love them to ever not be dependent on? So the system is always going to exist, right? There is no change if we don't. Yeah.
I was just going to say, if we stop looking at ourselves on a country state, like in just a nation state, and we start considering your average Nigerian as the person we're talking about who doesn't have what we have, right? I think it's easier on a global scale to try and look at these policies and try and figure out why does Nigeria have 10 cents an hour wage? I know it's more than that, and yet they still say this pay the same price for an iPhone. Right? Why does Bill Gates go in there with his aid in the form of medication or in the form of needles or whatever? Yeah, and why can't he just give them cheaper iPhones? Well, you can't give them cheaper iPhones because then suddenly the Nigerians will be selling us cheaper phones and making money and uplifting their economy, right? So I think that for me, I try and look on that global scale as to why is the inequity there in the first place? You know, so it's easier to think of your neighbor as a Nigerian than it is the guy sitting on the street corner who you know has been asking for change from you for 20 years. Just a thought.
Well, I think because there's no consequences for being greedy and being a predatory capitalist off of other people. Obviously, there's no everything in the last 3 years. Can we see, has anybody been held? Are there any consequences for anything that's happened?
Yo, can I just say this? I'm glad Maybach came in the room. Maybach. I know you think people out there ain't listening to you, brother, but I'm listening. Maybach said, I mentioned this the other night, so in the groove you heard this. I apologize. I'm repeating myself. And those who watch the replay in its entirety, which I doubt, but in the Maybach said that if everyone in the U.S. was given an acre of land, it would only cover the state of Texas. You know, Maybach, I followed up and saw that Texas is 171 million acres covers the state of Texas. So Maybach, you speaking nothing but facts there, brother. Salute to you.
Well, it's just like, well, not all, but a large majority of our produce is coming just straight out of California. It's feeding the whole country and the world, you know, counting the exports. So yeah, like Beck says, the natural resource, it all exists. But certain people have claimed rights and ownership of what we call natural resources, which that's a crime in itself against humanity. How are you going to claim rights to charge people for things that exist already? Well, because you found it, because you found oil, because you found water aquifers. and you have some paperwork that says that you have some rights, burn all that paperwork. Everything is ran by this paperwork authority. And I'm saying we should be taking a piss on that authority. Burn all that paper. It's worthless. Just like money, it's worthless. It's just a means of exchange. That's why I don't get caught up in, whether money is backed by gold or it doesn't matter. What is the money buying and providing? If it's a loaf of bread, there's no reason why everybody can't get a loaf of bread every day. If we can all go to the store and buy our own loaf of bread, a loaf of bread has already been provided. The question becomes, do you have the privilege? Do you have enough trinkets that show you have the privilege of having this bread? If not, it's going to sit on the shelf and mold away. And we're no worse off of it. We'll just charge it off and charge other people on the back end for our losses. There's no accountability. If businesses couldn't write off losses at the end of the day, would they be more willing to lower their price to move the product instead of having it go to waste? Would there be any point to having waste? Well, now the incentive is, no, if you have waste, don't worry about it. The government, they're going to be compensate on your taxes. All the incentive is there.
Well, I'd like to
go ahead.
Drop in here if I could.
There you go.
Can I drop in on you?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, you talk. All this stuff is, to me, all bound within what I would call a world. All the stuff has come from urbanization. So I can just about bring this back to what is the difference between being modernized, urbanized, to being natural. Because that bloody movie, what was it? Where they had a bottle fall out of the sky. The gods must be crazy. That's the one. And this bloody bottle fell out of the sky. Now, those people just lived their normal lives there. They were living a symbiotic relationship with the earth. And then this bloody bottle landed in their midst. And it absolutely turned that place upside down. And as long as that bottle existed, they had problems. As soon as they got rid of the bloody bottle, they went back to being normal again. And I feel the world is where we are unnormalized. We are living in a false reality. We are living in artificial means. We are living in an artificial construct of our mind. Not of the world, not of the earth. It's all in our bloody mind, this artificial construct.
Well,
right?
Hold on one moment. If we could just welcome the enemy's public to the panel. Appreciate you, big bro, for joining us. And oh dang. Did he dropped out, huh? Okay. All right. So yeah, go ahead, In the Groove. You had something you want to say?
Well, then the question becomes, okay, we all go back to just nature, right? Well, look at where people live these days. Like in California, they have to rely on a system to bring water in. So immediately, if we're going to just turn everything off and go to nature, there's going to be a mass relocation of a lot of people who are going to have to live.
There's going to be a mass relocation when they put us all in smart cities too.
Right? So is there not a happy medium then?
Which one do you want? It comes down to which one.
You know what I want? I just want basically what we had probably about 20 years ago where, yeah, we live in a system and yeah, we do this and that. But is it not nice to be able to enjoy fruits from a place that can grow them that they don't grow here? I mean, are there not benefits? It's just like technology, dude. Is technology just evil, or is it the way that it's being used? right? What's the intention?
Well, that's a good
Great,
point.
great
That
question.
is a
Let
very
me,
good point.
let me,
I'd like to see
let me welcome,
a great solution come out of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
let me, welcome, the enemy's public to the panel. Appreciate you, big bro. Thanks for being here. We're meeting you at the door with 2 questions to enter.
Yes.
One, do we have an enemy?
Yes, we do. We have an enemy. We have an enemy, foreign and domestic,
And
meaning inside of ourselves and outside of ourselves.
Boom. And the other question is, if you could change one thing or do away with one thing, what would it be that would get us in that? Whatever. I won't shake the question. Just do away with one thing.
I would do away with capitalism because that's the root of all the evil that goes on. Capitalism is the greed. I would do away with that. And you know, because that'll get rid of the classism also. All this wickedness is under capitalism. One of the brothers on this panel was just giving us some intricate points when he was talking about the people owning food. And I mean, if you're hungry, you should be able to walk up to a tree and pick off an orange, an apple, banana, grapes. But people own that when it comes up out of the earth. People own it. You know how wicked that is for people to own a tree that they didn't plant because fruit is growing out of it? Any one of us is hungry and we want a salad, we should be able to go into a garden and pick out that salad and just eat it. But no, it's in a supermarket. And oftentimes that's not even authentic. So, you know, I'll give it to capitalism. But I came up here for the mere reason to salute you and tell you that I have a mutual respect for you. And I appreciate what you're doing. That's why I came up. To let you know that.
Well, I knew that from day one, bro. You know, you've always shown me that, man. You didn't know who I was, what I'm on. You always support me. I see you in the chat, you know, encouraging me.
Yes, indeed, brother.
You know, yeah, I see, man.
And I will always do that. I will always do that. I will always encourage you.
I see it. And, I seen it. I'll be like, I see you down there saying the realist is going in. Oh, go in, little bro. I'm just like, if the enemy's public is saying it, you know. So now I appreciate you, man. That's why I support you. You know, it's a mutual respect there, and appreciate you.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
And I've been listening to the conversation, and it's something that I knew what it was going to be when I seen the title. And you put the definition of an enemy up on the screen. I knew what it was going to be. So, you know, I just wanted to let you know that I was listening and I appreciate it, brother. And the conversation is intricate.
Enemy's
It's
public.
important.
Do you, sir, do you think that
I'm listening.
that comfort is something that drives us? Do you think that?
I didn't hear you. Can you repeat that?
Do you think that, like, we as beings are driven by comfort?
Yes, because comfort zones are created. So yes, and a lot of us are motivated by comfort too. And
Yeah, so, I mean,
we
you know,
like
like
being we like being comfortable, and we don't like being out of our. Some of us don't like being out of our comfort zone, and we do any
so,
and
you
everything
know,
to stay in it.
do you think that then, you know, if you're looking at comfort, I mean, do you think that like say a wild creature that just lives with its environment, do you think that it wanders around trying to be as comfortable as possible all the time?
I didn't hear the last part of your question. You
Well, you think a
your
creature that
signal.
isn't so a creature, creatures. I mean, do you think that every creature is driven by comfort?
I mean, we as beings.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, like even a rabbit. I mean, it has to have something in its food or something to feel, you know, like it's not hungry anymore. So that's got to be something of a
Well,
comfort issue,
I,
isn't it?
yes, it is a comfort issue, and I also think that we are, as beings, are. That's why I say I get rid of capitalism, because we are wasteful. Also, we would rather throw stuff away than give it to people who don't have. And I say
Okay,
we're
yeah, I
comfortable with
fully
doing
get
it.
that. But do
We're
you think
comfortable with
that, like,
doing it.
that is script? I mean, surely that is script. I mean, we're told those sorts of things, taught these things. Do you think? I feel like there's a lot of script going into how we are controlled, right?
Definitely.
You know,
Yes,
like
we are persuaded and controlled.
yeah. So we're persuaded for different types of comfort too. You know, like I mean, the reason
Exactly.
I'm bringing this up is that I was born in a time in my parents' day they didn't have power. Not to say that everybody didn't have it. It's just to say that my parents didn't.
Okay.
And so I
Okay.
didn't grow
We
up
are also
with a comfort.
told what is we're also told what is comfortable too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yeah,
Comfort
yeah.
comfort should be according to that individual. But we are told what is comfortable. How the guy who made my pillow know I'm not content with the pillow that I have? How do the people who make the memory foam know that I'm not comfortable with my springs? We are told what is comfortable, and a lot of us buy a hook, line, and sinker instead of saying, "Well, I don't need that because I'm already comfortable."
Exactly.
And they do it, you know, going right back to what I said I'll get rid of, capitalism. Because they're not gonna make you comfortable without you paying for it. They can care less. But if you give him that $900 for that mattress, he'll give it to you. But he can care less whether or not you're comfortable. Try to take it back because you're not comfortable. See what happens.
Yes. There you go.
You told me this. You told me this was the best, but it's not. I was comfortable with the mattress I had, but you told me this is comfortable. I bought into it. It's not comfortable, but you won't take it back. But you guaranteed me that it would be.
And here's another example. When people get sent to prison, over time they become comfortable with prison life. People adjust, right? And that's pretty. Prison life has got it's harsh. Yeah.
Yes, it's adjusting and it's adaptation.
Yep.
Yes, you're right. You're right about that. They adjust and they adapt. And a lot of them are not criminals. They become criminals when they go to jail. Like the young man Lionel
I agree
Tate.
with you there. I agree with you there. Yeah. Yes.
The young man Lionel Tate, he killed the little girl by mistake in the state of Florida. They gave him life in prison at age 13. Later on, they reversed the sentence and let him go. But by that time, he had been in prison with grown men. And he learned how to be a criminal while he was in prison.
Yes.
So it's about adapting and it's about adjusting and getting comfortable.
Just want to say peace to Gen 2 Gone. I see that you wrote in the back chat. I apologize. I didn't see that you had wrote that in the back. Thank you for joining us today. I'm honored that you would find my place, a place that you would find value in expressing yourself. You have a lot to share, so thank you, and thank you for your kind words. What else was I gonna say? I was gonna say, hey, to add to that, I sleep on the floor, and can't nobody sell me a mattress. All right, there's nothing like
Awesome. Awesome, bro.
What?
I hear you, brother. I hear you.
I
hear you, brother.
I've been sleeping on the floor for about 9 years now. All right, I can't go back, even if I tried. Even if I tried, I'll fall asleep accidentally on the couch, and I wake up with restless, body is aching.
Yeah.
So no, I sleep on the floor myself. So I got you, and that's what the enemy public is saying. They told us what's comfort. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, man. So that was right on point, and that goes along with this enemy is just. Okay, the Seven Serpents says getting rid of capitalism requires either communism, nationalism, or something newly created to replace it. What about just independence? Is that possible, Seven Serpents?
Anarchy?
We all just govern ourselves and live our own lives according to our values and standards, as long as we harm no one and no one harms us? The earth is spacious.
We can, but we're not allowed to, good brother. We can do that. Each and every one of us can do that, but they won't allow us to do it. Can you imagine? Family? Could we imagine, family, on the panel? You get pulled over, right? You get pulled over because you are not wearing a seatbelt. Can you imagine getting pulled over because you're not wearing a seatbelt? And a police officer ended up beating the hell out you. You're safe for not wearing. You're safe for not wearing a seatbelt. Crazy.
That's crazy.
Crazy.
But it's reality, huh? That fear that it's possible. Definitely. That's crazy as hell. Excuse the expression, but it's insane. That we live in a society like that.
They worry about you going through the windshield, but they take the nightstick out and hit you in the head with it, or they tase you, or worse.
Yeah, or just the fact that you're pulled over on the side of the road.
I would say, could you please put your seatbelt on, because I don't want anything to happen to you. I'm concerned, not because you don't comply to my, request or demand or from my perceived power, but I would show more concern for the person if I seen them instead of pulling them over and forcing my will on them, but then end up doing something to the person because they're not wearing a seatbelt. I've seen people, because I've seen people who got the police respond to a suicide call, and they end up killing the person just threatening to commit suicide. So that makes no sense to me.
No, it's
why?
bad.
Because they called the wrong people. They should have called somebody who cared. Regardless of who it is, if that person works hard, that person is not taken from anyone else to acquire what they have. If they acquire this whole entire, if they can build a 8-story building, they deserve it if they work hard for it. They should have it.
Peace to the Bex Factor. I just saw your note in the back. It's just writing all over the place. So yes, Bex, appreciate your presence and your contribution always. And now I don't know.
I didn't come in for the bill. I didn't come in for the bill, Brother Smoko. I just came in to say salute, and I appreciate it. I just added on to what somebody was saying, but I just wanted to come up and let you know that, brother.
I appreciate that. Your question last night, man. That question right there is the question of all questions right now. Y'all check out that bill. The enemy's public
Yes.
announced it earlier, but we're caught up in the conversation. But that bill, that subject matter that he spoke on last night. Will there ever be? Can we all? How was it again? Will there ever be a time that we can all come together? And that if you can correct me on that, but it was along that line. Can we all at one point work together, come together,
on one accord?
On one accord, is that possible? That's part of the solution, especially with In the Groove. That's what In the Groove is.
Yeah, I'm trying to get people's minds right, bro.
Yeah, I don't entertain that question because I just feel like if I do what I have to do, the rest will take care of itself. And
I agree, brother. I agree.
To be
I agree with Realist McCoy.
I see that question being performed right here, right now. Because there's a lot of different people here from all walks of life.
The enemy's public though. I'm telling you that right there, and I might have to piggyback off that subject matter. Well, Big Dog Philly OG does it all the time, so I know you don't mind.
I mean, sometimes I like doing the backhand bounce pass to the brothers. Take the shot. You know what I'm saying? No need to take the shot, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, that is the question of all questions, man. Is it possible?
Like I said, bro, I don't pretend to have half the answers, but if we come together, we have more answers.
Yes.
I can
the answer's going to be different. The last thing I said on that bill last night was, can you imagine having a cookout and everybody brought the same thing?
Yes, you said that, man. And I'm like, hell no. It's as simple as that.
Whole bunch of damn potato salad, bro. A whole bunch of potato salad. Can you imagine
that? The enemy's public, y'all. I'm telling y'all, he simplifies things in a way that he calmed me. When I came in this community, I was ready to just bark all day long. And the big bro was just like, yo, just choose your words wisely. Just from observing him, it's not like he told me. Just from observing the way he conducted himself, I said, "Damn, I'm in a rush. I'm just overheating over it. Nah, calm down. Choose your words, and not every battle is for you. Just and he would rather walk away than to disrespect you. He partakes in no arguments, and I've adopted that. I'm not in the debate and in the arguing. We can exchange information and talk." And that's what you started your live off with yesterday, saying, what's wrong with us just letting the information speak for itself instead of having to tear someone down, And I'm like, yeah.
I never believed in that, tear someone else down.
So, nah, man, you're on point, man.
It's just more for us. It's more for us, brother. If somebody else is bringing us more information, it's more for us. It's like I use the analogy, the cookout. You know what I'm saying? If everybody brought potato salad, we got a whole bunch of potato salad. Look, I like some macaroni salad. I like some, some green salad. I like some different things with the cookout. Stuff need to go on the grill. We need different things. We need different ideas. We have to have different ideas. I don't have half the answers. But if we come together, we got more answers. We have more solutions. Yet I can't say my solution is the solution to all solutions. That's foolish.
That's there you go. That's the thing. If everybody's wanting the solution to have that's going to be right for them, and I mean, this is it. We're all going to talk about solutions, and there are going to be some solutions that other people are going to find, well, that's not no good for me. That's not going to fit my circumstances.
Yeah, you know, like I used that analogy last night, brother. I mean, some people put stuff on that fit them. It may not fit the other person. You wear that.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying it too. I mean, I wasn't aware of the conversation last night because I was probably asleep when you guys were having it. I only joined this one when I woke up this morning, right? But I would say there are a lot of people in this in the circles that are frequenting YouTube that are building their own solutions already, and I'm sure there are many other types of communities that don't involve even just YouTube, say Facebook or some of these other. These are just the social ones that people can connect on and get their points out, their solutions out. And I mean, I'm sure there are lots and lots of communities already doing that. I know I've watched Anna Perna. She's trying her hand at weaving, and our in my own circle, myself and my partner and I, we're gardeners, and we've been gardening most of our lives. So we feel that we have skills that we can pass on to the youth, you know, through gardening.
Definitely.
But these are all things these are solutions as far as I'm concerned. People talking about the things they're doing.
And what will help also is that we start to I'm not telling y'all what to do, but if we stop taking audience with the riffraff, the nonsense, that will have some effect on them and say, no, right now we need solutions.
Yes.
And we can create that change just by what we demand. But if we continue to take audience with the foolishness,
I mean, you know, it's all you have.
Sorry, bro, you bogged out for you and I've lost your sound.
Different things. It always say it's like putting the clean glass next to the dirty glass. Let the people decide which glass they'll drink out of. I don't have to say nothing about the next man. I'm just going to present my information.
That's it.
And some of us, because we have information, that means we feel we should. A lot of people don't know how to give out information. They know how to retain it. Some of us are just learning, and some of us are people who are implement the information. But if you don't know how to, it's all about the delivery. Even if it's a beautiful portrait, if somebody throws it on your porch and it's messed up, it's all about the delivery. You can deliver something beautiful the wrong way.
Yes.
The enemy's
if you don't know how to deliver something.
My bad, the enemy's public.
We gotta know how to. We have to know how to deliver things. If not, the people are not going to be receptive of it.
That's right. I just like the way you put things simply, paint a picture that anyone could understand it, man. I mean, even in your wordplay, that if someone a portrait and
brother, I'm getting a phone. Brother, I'm getting a phone call. I'm getting a phone call, brother. I'm gonna come back up, okay?
All right, peace. To you, man. Yeah, all right. But just the way that he said, it could be a great portrait, but someone throws it on your porch. It's all about the delivery. Ain't that some wordplay right there for you in the groove? Dominique, man, I've been trying to get you to touch on that. I am thinking, let's chop this up in the next 13 minutes. Let's cut it off at 6.5. Let's try and chop it up at 6.5. Big Dog Philly OG. Max Vision, I apologize, Max. You came through, showed support. I tried to cut this one off, but we wanted to keep the fire blazing, and I didn't want to disturb it. So You know, we had Gen 2 gone up here in the groove. It's pouring fuel on the fire. In the groove, man, I appreciate. I can't speak for anyone else, but your passion, your insight, your perspective is on point. All right? I would
Yeah.
think that all of us feel the way you feel. All of us feel your frustration. I can say that. I know that's why we're here. Ain't no riffraff in that chat, man. Ain't no dreamers in that chat right here on this panel. We deal with reality. My mic all right?
Oh yeah, that's good.
Okay. Yeah, so Dominique, man, were you able to serve us up with that? I wanted you to before we go, I at least wanted you to and once again, peace to Bex. Thank you for coming through. You know, I wanted Dominique to expound on this. Are we trying to practice independent or interdependent? So I wanted him to really just give us some insight into what that meant. Okay, so Max is going strong, but not for much longer, he said. And I gotta, so I really out of respect for him coming through, and his peoples came over here. I really wanted to show him some support. Big Dog Philly OG is live, and so if Dominique, if you could, Dominique, are you there in the first place? Am I still just talking to myself, man? Am I asking something of someone that's not there or present? Are you out there walking barefoot? All right. So, all right, then he's not with us. I guess we'll just and Dean, I am going to make that one of the topics for discussions. Is can we all come together? Is that possible? Is that possible? That's a great subject matter, and I want to touch on that. Probably one of my next couple live streams. I want to just meditate on it.
I got an example for you that comes to mind when I hear that. Is according to history now, I don't know if it's true or not, but according to history, when the colonists of America declared that we were going to be independent, there was a large segment, houses were divided between who wanted independence and who wanted to remain loyal to the crown. And it ended in a war, and also with the loyalists deciding to go back to England. Ben Franklin's brother apparently was a loyalist, and we know Ben Franklin was an independent, founder, and their house was divided. So it ended with there was a strict line of separation there. So is that what we are looking at in the quest of this situation, right?
Very good. Very good.
Very good. I like that. That's going to lead us. And you know what? It might be my next live stream. I don't know if I'm going live tomorrow. I'm going to see how someone usually reaches out to me, and then boom, I'll hit the live stream button. But my weekends are really the only time that fits into my schedule. And so, but Dean, come on now, Dean, just get us on up out of here.
I'm just so pleased to have the chance and some opportunity to come up and have a word, and you give me that.
And not only that, Dean, the people that are here are unreal. It's just a high level concentration of great mind, independent thinkers. And look, no arguing, none, no debating. Just able to
I respect other people, and I can see there's a lot of people here who respect other people.
And then the perspectives, the questions, the thoughts, the ideas. Yo, I'm telling you, man, the fire is blazing. So man, peace to each and every one of you, even little bunny foo-foo. Edna Bell. She says that's why I don't come up, because I don't have these delivery skills he keeps speaking of. Edna Bell, you're fine. Just express it. Just tell the truth. That's all that matters. As long as you're telling the truth, or your truth. and you're sincere,
Absolutely.
just as long
I
as you
think
ain't
that
up here
I
to
think
play.
that's the case.
Yeah, don't, we ain't into no play where people come up here with their manipulative tactics and playing games to see for attention seekers. But if you're here to add to the build, that's all. That's the only delivery skills you need. So now, go ahead, Dean. Appreciate you, Seven Serpents. Yeah, I think this. Yeah, you made this. You helped to make this a great stream, Seven Serpents. You really did.
Yeah, I see everybody is making this a great
Not no,
build.
not no contribute to a great stream. You see, I wrote your comment. I hope that didn't. Well, not know you left that comment there, so it's for the world to see it. But I just thought that I would share
Absolutely.
it, man.
I'm glad you
Oh
embroidered
man,
it the way you did. Thank you
I
very
didn't.
much.
Yeah, I didn't even want to reply to it. I just wanted it to just sit there. But I'm like, no, I just have to let him know that this is unbelievable, and and shared it with the rest of you all that this is what Not Know has to offer. He's right there. Salute to you, Not Know. But yeah, if you wanna say Maybach, salute to you, man. Appreciate you. Jack's dreaming. Peace to you. Amongst us, our predator came through. Yeah, even the Bex Factor came up here and said yes. The Bex Factor came up here and said, yes, we have an enemy. That's all I needed to hear right there. Kimba, peace to you, Kimba.
Yeah.
But now, go ahead, Dean. Get us on up out of here. Since Dominique doesn't want to share his or anything, he's just up there smiling on his B-Day, probably stuffing his face with cake right now. Peace to you, Dominique.
A lot of our solutions, of course, that I look at for what I would propose to anyone is what I propose for myself, basically. Because I feel like a fairly simple sort of a chap in that my needs are simple, right? I like the idea of fresh, clean water.
Yes, I like that thought also. Clean water. I don't.
So I try and implement that into my day to day rather than go with whatever is out there already. I want to look for a solution that helps me to get that type of thing. And so then I'll go out and look for those avenues that are going to lead to me having fresh, clean drinking water. Right?
That's right.
And so one of them for me is I'll actually hop in the car. It's going to cost me some fuel. It's going to cost me money to go and get that water. But I will do that because not the fact that the cost is worth it. I don't think the bloody cost is worth it at all. But the thing is, what are you prepared to give yourself? Right? What are you prepared to do to make things right for you? Are you going to say, oh, bugger it, I can't change that, so I'm going to have to just go with it? Or at whatever cost it costs me to get me my fresh water, I will do, right? If I haven't got bloody a vehicle to do that, then I'm suggesting I'm probably bloody putting a pack on my back, and I'm going to bloody put that container in my backpack, and I'm going to walk to that spot, and I'm going to get that water, right? So basically, it's what is personally right for you as a person. What do you want to do for your person that you will be prepared to go to any length to do that? That's where I'm at. I will go and get myself the pure water. I will not drink their shit, and that's that.
That's the question we all have to ask ourselves. In the groove, what you got to say for us to get us on up out of here and enjoy the rest of our evening and go join Max or Big Dog Philly OG, whichever of your liking, and support them, support us, support those who want what we want right now, because that's who we might need and depend on. So In the Groove, you still there?
Yeah, yeah, I'm here. I'm trying to think of a positive way to put this.
Just say it how you want, man. Negative,
Well,
positive, just say it how we know who it's coming from.
yeah,
The best.
I would just say, as easily as it's been for people throughout my upbringing in life to tell me that things are never going to change, I would just say, look at the last 3 years and what they're laying out for the future. If I would have told anybody growing up that money is going to be worthless one day, that the dollar is not going to be around, they'd have locked me up in a crazy house, right? But that's where we're at right now. That's a common idea that's okay and acceptable, and everybody kind of goes along with that. And I'll just say, if we can make that kind of change, then there's no reason why I don't think through better ideas that we can't at least maybe have a little hope that we can change into a different timeline, a better direction than what they're laying out for us with these terrible, terrible ideas. So, I believe in awareness. I'm a big fan of that. That's what woke me up out of my slumber. And I think, gotta have hope, I guess. And I'm just glad that the level of conversation right now is, people definitely not just dooming and glooming and saying, "Oh my God, this is what they're gonna do to us." Because there was a lot of StreamYards I was on. That's all they wanted to talk about was how bad it was gonna be. So, and I don't buy into that. I'm not gonna speak
Yeah,
like
I'm not
that.
on that either. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
dude.
not. I'm not on that. Yes, they have their agenda, but
They are
they're,
weak. I
they're
agree. Like me and you, they are weak as hell. And I think we can. I do. I think if we tough talk, like they tough talk, but our tough talk is justified, righteous, and you know, can be more better ideas than theirs. I don't think there's any way to lose with that because they're all standing on shaky ground right now.
Kill Switch R6 just came through and said, "What's your plan to accomplish that change?" And yes, that's probably my next live stream. Kill Switch R6 today. We were just, I wanted to go back to basics because there's some doubt among us that we even have an enemy or that things need to change. And so today was just a discussion, and it was a unanimous decision. Max, Max, I tried to end it, man. I tried. Max, not knows my witness, Dean's my witness. I tried to end it 2 hours ago. When you started your live, I tried to end it, Max. And it's just they kept the fire going, and I didn't want to deny them that. And I apologize. I even still tried to end it in time to come on over there and support you, man. So Max, forgive me. Forgive me, Max. I apologize, man. I really do. And but Kill Switch, the plan, that's the next live possibly, is what's your plan to accomplish that change. But it's like an AA meeting. Kill Switch R6, salute to you, by the way. Let me blue you up if you ain't blued already. Is that it's like an AA meeting. First you have to acknowledge that you're an alcoholic, and then that's when the change will occur. But if you're in denial still, then you won't really see reason to change. And so if we can get back to basic and just at least identify and be on one accord to say, yes, there is an enemy, there is an agenda that they're trying to play out, then now we can now find a solution. And so that's what this one was about today. Do we have an enemy? And we have identified. It was a landslide blowout, man. Game was over after the first snap. Scored a touchdown, and it's been a shutout. Well, we had a safety. They got 2 points off on us. But yeah, that's the vision that I have for my next live stream is working on, which I'm always, everyone here will tell you, that's what I focus on is solutions. Quick solution is we stop bringing our children to their schools, stop supporting their religious institutions, stop supporting their entertainment, sports, and Hollywood, and stop eating their garbage foods. That will shut their system down completely. To gain independence, to attain skills, and they will just go away, hopefully. But I know they're not going to go down without trying, though, because they're in love with us. They're obsessed with us. You know, the idea of us leaving them is just, it torments them. But we're in an abusive relationship. They've been abusing us since birth when they put needles in us. They gave us garbage food, gave us garbage information in their school system, poisoned our water, the air that we breathe, taught us all types of perversions, and created an environment that is not natural to our abilities. So we have an enemy, and that's been identified. Yes, not no. Great build, and I hope to see y'all on the next one. Dominic, you still ain't come through? Yes, that's right. Stop using theirs and create our own. The obsession is real. So you get me already. Let me make sure I before I end the live. Yeah, that's what I'm on. Kill Switch R6. I see you over there in Big Dog Philly OG. That's where I seen you first, and you know what I'm on, man. That's why you over here, man. You know what we on over here, man. We about solutions, exchanging information. We're not here to argue nor debate. We have compassion for those of us who aren't there yet, because we were once where they are. Let's focus on what we can do. Let's give them options through our actions, not all this talking. Or anybody can talk. How many people have told someone that they love them and then stabbed them in the back and lied to them? So no, it's about actions. So that's what we on over here, man. So salute to you. Salute to everybody. Dominic, did you finally chime in? Look, man. Dominic, you didn't want to expound on that one thing about I wanted to hear I guess you'll give it to us next week when you said, are we trying to practice an independent or interdependent? But we'll get that on the next one, man. I done tried about 100 times to get you to speak on that, so I struck out. But yeah, appreciate you, man. Appreciate everybody who contributed to this great build all the way
Thank
from
you
the
very
beginning.
much.
Yeah, this was, look, I'm
very
telling
much.
y'all, man, it's a reflection of the people. I'm telling y'all, man, this is what's needed, you know, and eventually they'll follow suit.
Much love to you, the realist. I tell you what, I look forward to hearing your lives, and I'm great. I woke up really early enough to catch you, and my bloody phone was dead. And I thought, holy shit, I didn't plug it in and charge it last night, you know, before I went to bed, which is what I normally do. But I was actually, I don't know, I was bloody bushed. I didn't even bloody stay up for dinner last night. I was that bloody knackered. I just went and laid down on the bloody bed, and next thing morning said I was snoring. So,
Dean,
yeah,
what's up
I
with
was
Dean?
out to it.
What's up with Charles Was? I ain't seen him live for the last however long. What's going on?
I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure he's, you know, probably watching us go bushwhacking maybe, and watching us and see
No,
how
but I'm
things are
saying
going.
that yeah, I ain't
I
seen him
mean,
go
now
live.
I can hear a lot of good subject matter being spoken in your live here today, sir.
I'm
So I
telling
mean,
you,
what I
man.
think there's some subject matter that's going to come out of this. I'm sure that others like Charles and others will even get to talk and expand on.
Look,
Because,
yes,
you know,
Dean.
we all watch each other. We all watch each other, you know. I know we do. And we all listen to each other. And even though we may not respect each individual the same way with every one of us, I'm all sure that we're all watching each other and listening to each other and hoping for, you know, a solution. I'm sure that most of us are here. We came here for solutions in the first place. That's why else are we here, you know? That's what I say. That people don't join these platforms, any one of them, unless they want to find answers. And that's why we're here, bro.
Yeah, man. This
So
is
thank you very much. Thank you very much,
all right, man.
Dorelis,
Peace
for
to
allowing
everybody.
me to come up here and be a vocal. And I am a pretty loud vocal sort of a bugger. Yep.
No, you're good though. We like your sincerity. That's all that it
Yeah.
takes, man. Just the sincerity. Um, I just wanted to say peace to everyone, man. This was great. In all ways, shape, and form. The chat, um, the panel. This was better than I anticipated, and that's great. That's what happens when you bring great minds together, and even have Leona Abbott in the building. This was Little Bunny Fufu, as always. Good to see you, Edna Bell. Belly Ray that came
Absolutely,
through.
the
Y'all check
bell.
out.
Yeah.
Well, Belly Ray,
Good.
he said he's on at 6 o'clock tonight. I'm sure that's West Coast time, so that's gonna be 8 o'clock Central time. So I'll make sure, but I'll get the alert, so I'll be good.
All you beautiful
Maybach,
people out there, much love. All
yeah,
you people, we're
peace,
gonna
peace to everyone.
Laura and I
Yeah.
are gonna bow out now. We're just gonna listen. But
All
yeah,
right, peace to
thank you
y'all.
very
Peace to
much.
you and Maureen. All right, appreciate you in the groove. Dominique, peace to everyone. Y'all have a great rest of your day. And peace to you, your family, and everything about you. And just know that we do have an enemy, and they're powerless, and they know it. They need us to have their power. They lose their power the moment we no longer depend on them. But at this current time, they know that we can't even feed ourselves. So that's why they're able to get away with their arrogance and their wickedness. So if every day we can just take one step away from them collectively, it will make a difference, even for ourselves. And we will benefit, even in the smallest manner, we will benefit. So peace to everyone. I can't say it enough. The Heart Underground, thank you for joining us today. Seven Serpents, Lawana Hedgepath, Gentoo Gone. This was great. Big Dog Philly OG, The Enemy's Public. This was wonderful. I mean, the Bex Factor came through and told us, yes, we have an enemy. I got her on record. So she can't say no. Oh, well, no. Amongst us are predators. Peace to you. Peace to everyone. Everyone in the chat, everyone who contributed, no matter how small, your words and your energy, your support help to build a fire every day. And yes, a lot of subject matters came out of here, and that's what I expect when great minds come together. Kimba, Jack's Dreaming, Kim B, Sophia Byrne. Yo, dangerous music came through, y'all. Dangerous music came through. So yes, that's what happens when we put great minds together to find a resolution. And there's a level of respect because we all want the same thing. We want our independence. We want our freedom. We want true happiness. We're tired of the filth. Annapurna, Maybach, peace to you. Peace to everyone. But I'm going to tap out. And I know I missed a lot. Y'all was active in the chat, which I appreciate. And really do. A lot of information. You go back and watch just the chat alone, you're going to get a lot of information. Miss Seven Serpents came through. Appreciate you, Miss Seven Serpents, here and back, smoking in G sharp. Just a lot of great minds. Rashard TSL, FMP, Dean Kendall, In the Groove. Please don't take it as anything a slight if I forget your presence here. I really appreciate you all for adding to me. I feel like I'm a better person before this live than I was before this live. I have added information. Your encouragement has been greatly appreciated. And I know y'all know that. Y'all know that. Not know. Peace to you. Salute to y'all. If y'all ever want, a subject matter to speak on, just let me know. This is my area of study. If it's, I don't have opinions on certain theories, but when it comes to health, our welfare, and trying to find a way out. That's what I'm about. And I do have the ability to put a seed in the ground and to nurture it and make it grow. Check that out in my videos. I have a little short on the fact that I took seeds from the grocery store from Aroma Tomato, and my children and I planted it, and it grew to where it grew another tomato with seeds in it. So yeah, that's what we're gonna need. Independence. These people are weirdos. They're perverted. They're cowards. They're punks. They don't deserve our love and our attention. They don't deserve it. They don't even value it. Smoke Signal came up in the place. Dark Chameleon. Dark Chameleon would have been on my head if I would have forgot he came up here and supported and added some information. Thank you, Dark Chameleon. Peace to you. Yeah, there's value in us all. It's just we just gotta, like the enemy's public said, JJ the Enlightened One said, imagine a cookout where everybody brought the same thing. Nah. We all have our own abilities and much that we can bring to the table. And here's a place that will appreciate it. Max Vision. Peace to you. So yeah, I'm out, y'all. Appreciate y'all. Maybach, amongst us our predators. In the groove. Kill switch. Yes. Salute to you, man. Peace to you. Till next time. It might be tomorrow, because that's my next schedule, but I don't know. Let's see if I get inspired. I usually freestyle it on a Sunday. So if somebody would like the mic and would like to come up here and share something and we build off of that, that's also appreciated. Leave a comment under there and I'll see it. So appreciate y'all. The enemy's public, Belly Ray. Appreciate you, man. You're inspiring for us to get out there, boots on the ground, and do things and not just talk about it. So peace to y'all, man. It's all love, as they say. It's all love. We're gonna find our way out of this. That's already a done deal. We're gonna figure it out. Let's go. Let's demand this from others also. Solutions. Stop all that talking. We Aboriginal, Pan-African, wordplay, etymology. Let's find a solution, because the walls are closing in. But they'll only close in if we let them. We have the power. Peace to y'all. Appreciate y'all. Let me see if one... Y'all, it's just all right, Dean. Peace to you, man. Peace to everyone. Someone wrote something in the back chat. I am over there. Okay, he's over there. Big Dog Philly OG's channel. All right, Dominic. Peace to y'all. Appreciate y'all once again. Thank you. Miss Seven Serpents. Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. Your presence was appreciated. And Seven Serpents, he blazed the fire. Even his phone got too hot. He was blazing that fire like that. So peace to everyone. Appreciate y'all. Have a great weekend. Hopefully I'll talk to you all tomorrow. All right.